All right, welcome into the show. Let's have a day. We are live for NFL free agency special as day one of NFL free agency is here. It's the legal tampering period with the new league year starting on Wednesday. I'm Chase Sr., and no matter where you are, how you're tuned in, we appreciate all of you for making today's show a part of your day. In about an hour, teams across the NFL can start negotiating with players and they can start working toward contracts. Now, these contracts are not going to be made official until Wednesday. That's the start of the new league year, but it's going to be a busy day across the entire National Football League. And what the legal tampering period means, we'll give you a little bit of a primer here. As I noted, teams can begin engaging with NFL free agents at noon Eastern today. As you can see right below me, 51 minutes until that period is officially underway. Deals can be agreed to, but not finalized until Wednesday. And no deal will be official until after 4 o'clock p.m. Eastern on Wednesday afternoon. So, for everybody out there who's getting the jersey swaps ready, who's doing a lot of photo editing, you can do that all that you want, but players can back out of these deals. So keep that in mind once these deals are signed today. It's loose, and then these deals are not going to be made official until about Wednesday. Let's get the comment section going here. This is one of my favorite weeks of the entire year because all 32 teams have newfound hope. And all 32 teams are going to try to construct their rosters so that they're better suited to win an NFL championship. And it's obviously always fun to see which players go to each organization across the entire NFL. So let us know where you're watching from. We'll start to give you some shout outs here. We're live on Eagles Now. We're live on the San Francisco 49ers Report. As you come in here, make sure you hit that thumbs up icon and you like the video. Oliver Leach tuned in from Fayetteville, New Hampshire from Luis, Ernesto, Tucson, Arizona, Christopher, Puerto Rico, Gumpwolf, Cincinnati, Ohio. Ken Dowsland is in Washington. Black Mask, morning from the Bay. We have Gang Tommy from Florida. Cedric Lowe talking about that Landon Dickerson contract extension. Joel is in Philadelphia. Aiden is in Pottsville. Dragon calling me Grandmaster Chase. I appreciate that. And Gang saying Master Chase. Wow. All of the compliments are so nice. Philadelphia from Margie. Joed Holt is in Florida. Heakin is in Connecticut. Brian Johnson, Calgary, Canada. You love to see that. And then Luis, forget Saquon Barkley. We can draft everything on offense. We need to spend that money on defense. Donna Snyder tuned in from Westchester. That's pretty cool. That's actually where I'm from. Grew up right on the corner, 926 and 202. Shout out to the hometown. Larry J. Cruz, Las Vegas, Nevada. Michael Keller, Oakland, California, and Charlene. She is a California girl. Now, we do have an awesome Super Chat menu cooked up for everybody here today. $10 will get you in the running for our March jersey raffle. We're going to accumulate and count up all of the $10 Super Chats that come in all throughout the month of March. And at the end of the month, we're going to give out a jersey for you. $20, you're going to be able to spin the wheel. Here at Chat Sports, we like to have fun. We're going to be as entertaining, informative, insightful as any YouTube channel out there. I believe we do that better than any company that broadcasts NFL content on YouTube. So you send in a $20 Super Chat. We're going to spin the wheel. A lot of fun stuff on that. $50 Super Chat. You will get a gold sticker and sign either the Eagles or the Niners helmet. Every $500 that we get in Super Chats, we're going to do a shambong, and every $1,000 that we do today, we're going to do a shotgun. So that right there is our Super Chat menu. We have 180 people watching live on the 49ers Report. We have more than 90 people watching live on Philadelphia Eagles. Now, Joe Ed Holt, appreciate the compliment there. Y'all are the only way that I watch the Eagles. Jason Martinez, does anybody know how much Landon Dickerson got? Not yet. Waiting to see those contract details. He is not going anywhere, though. It's going to be a 4-year contract extension for Landon Dickerson, 2-time Pro Bowler at left guard for Philadelphia. We'll keep you apprised as to all of the moves that are happening across the entire NFL. Now, if you can't send in a super chat, if you don't want to send in a super chat, it's all good, because you being here watching the show means that you're still a real one. But please help us out further. Let's draw some more eyeballs to the stream here. Hit that thumbs up icon, like the video, subscribe to the channel, comment and share your thoughts, share the video. Most importantly, be a real one. And the super chats are coming in on the San Francisco 49ers report. Are people on Eagles now going to answer here? James Foster, $2 super chat. I ain't sticking around with these Philly fans. Are you a real one or not? If you're a real one, you stick around. Thank you for that $2 super chat. Mac Daddy, $10 super chat. I actually like the Armstead release. Wasn't a bad thing. It was a timing move on both sides. We need to get younger, and we need to get faster at that position. I'm more upset with the Colton McKivitz re-signing. I'm upset about Colton McKivitz re-signing if it means that he is going to be the right tackle for the San Francisco 49ers. Moving on from Eric Armstead, it's a solid move if it's a post-June 1 cut for San Francisco. That means that they free up and they save about $18 million. That money would not be able to be used during free agency. It would have to be used later in the summer for contract extensions for players like Brandon Ayuk, Charvarius Ward, Fred Warner, Diamador Lenore. So that money not available for free agency if it's a post-June 1 cut. If it's not a post-June 1 cut, I'll be shocked, because then San Francisco has to eat a lot of money. Gumpwolf, $50 super chat. Hi all. What moves do you think the 49ers are going to make? I think they're going to be in the market for a top-tier edge rusher. Defensive tackle DJ Jones would not be a surprise. Wouldn't surprise me if they target corner as well as safety. If they try to look at another wide receiver, depending on what happens with Jawan Jennings. Is another team going to give him the bag? We're up to $62 in super chats on the San Francisco 49ers report. How about Cool Rains on Eagles Now tuning in? 2 a.m. in Melbourne, Australia. That is absolutely incredible right there. And is anybody on Eagles Now going to send in a super chat to get you caught up to what we're doing on the 49ers report? Let's get you caught up on PrizePicks, our sponsor for today's NFL free agency special. If you're looking to play daily fantasy sports, this is the only app that you should be using. PrizePicks.com/CLNS. Use the code CLNS for a $100 deposit match. What that means is you put in $100, you get $100 back. That's $200 to play DFS with. It's daily fantasy sports made easy. You pick 2 or more players. You choose more or less on their projected stat lines, and you can win up to 25 times your money. We're in the heat of the NBA season, so let's give you 3 NBA picks here. Luka Doncic, more than 33.5 points. He's been on this crazy 30-plus point triple-double streak. That could continue. Cade Cunningham, little demon action. More than 24.5 points. And then Devin Vassell, more than 10 rebounds and assists against the Golden State Warriors. So we're a part of the More Club. You can win big money. Pick more, pick less. PrizePicks.com/CLNS. $100 deposit match. That link is already hanging out in the comment section here. Brad Brown making a good point in the comment section. Pay Brandon Ayuk next year, not this year. That's not going to happen because Brandon Ayuk has no long-term financial stability beyond this year. It's the same situation that we saw with San Francisco giving a contract extension to Fred Warner, George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, Nick Bosa. When they're entering the final years of their deals, and this is true for all teams across the National Football League, the individual players want that long-term financial commitment. And my thought here is that San Francisco is releasing Eric Armstead, and they can use some of that money toward a Brandon Ayuk contract extension. Outside of that, let's run through a couple of moves that have happened across the entire National Football League. Russell Wilson to the Pittsburgh Steelers, signing a one-year deal. And this is a move for Pittsburgh where Kenny Pickett is in line to be their starting quarterback, or at least was. And I think Russell Wilson and Kenny Pickett are going to compete for QB1. There is no downside to this move for Pittsburgh. Why is that? Because Denver is paying Russell Wilson this year nearly $38 million. So the Broncos are eating all of that money. It's going to be a vet minimum deal for Pittsburgh. And the upside is if Russell Wilson plays well for the Steelers, Pittsburgh's not paying him anything. And I like the fit because you know what Pittsburgh's going to try to do. They're going to rely on that defense, and they have some defensive studs on that side of the ball. Minka Fitzpatrick, TJ Watt, Cam Hayward coming back for one more year. They're always sound at defensive line, linebacker, in that secondary. And offensively, they're going to play ball control. Does that sound familiar with a Russell Wilson-led team? The Legion of Boom days with Seattle, that was the identity of the Seahawks. So I think Pittsburgh is going to try to exactly replicate that with Russell Wilson. And under Mike Tomlin, they've never been an aggressive offensive team. So I like the fit there. As for some NFL buzz across the league, latest on Saquon Barkley. Bears, Texans, Chargers, Eagles. Those are the popular teams being mentioned as potential Saquon Barkley suitors. The Philadelphia Eagles are actually number 2 in odds to land who could be the former Giants running back. Also some chatter about Kyle Juszczyk here on the heels of Eric Armstead being let go. Could the Niners lower the cap hit for Juice? San Francisco has approached the Niners fullback about lowering that cap hit. He has a base salary this upcoming season of $5.75 million. The two sides have not yet been able to come to an agreement on a contract restructure. But Kyle Juszczyk would be dumb to leave. He's very tight with Kyle Shanahan. This is a loaded roster. There aren't a lot of teams that have a need for a fullback out there. San Francisco, Baltimore Ravens, the Los Angeles Chargers, now with Jim Harbaugh. Those are teams that could utilize a fullback. But there aren't a lot of teams across the NFL that, one, employ fullbacks, and two, utilize them like Kyle Juszczyk. And now for Juice, has an opportunity to stick with an organization that's made him famous. He's the most famous fullback in the history of football. And he just can't come back on that cap hit and that base salary for a team that has some financial restrictions going into 2024. This is also bombshell here. T. Higgins, Cincinnati Bengals wide receiver, requesting a trade. The star wide receiver is disappointed that the Bengals have not had long-term contract talks. And this makes me think back to the NFL player survey, where the Bengals year in and year out always rank among some of the lowest teams in the National Football League for how the organization invests in players, treats their families, travel, practice facilities, locker rooms. The Bengals historically are a cheap organization. And part of their success, of course, has been Joe Burrow. But it's the 1-2 wide receiver punch that they have with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. If you're Cincinnati, why would you risk making your quarterback Joe Burrow unhappy? Why would you risk that offense taking a step back? I'm doing everything in my power to keep Joe Burrow happy. Yet they continue to be a really cheap organization. This report coming from Adam Schefter of ESPN. Bengals franchise wide receiver T. Higgins has requested a trade. Higgins loves Cincinnati and hoped to be with the team long term, but is disappointed that the team has not had any talks about a long-term contract extension since March of 2023. It's a year ago. He's ready to move on to a new home. I would be too. It's like I crush it here at Chat Sports. I have access to the analytics. T. Higgins has access to his numbers. He's the one who puts them up. He knows his importance to a team. He knows that there are other wide receiver starving teams that are going to give him the bag and treat him like a wide receiver one. Bengals can't treat him like a wide receiver one because they have Jamar Chase. They can't give him maybe the bag that he wants because they're paying Jamar Chase and he wants to go elsewhere. T. Higgins is a very, very good player. Keep in mind that Joe Burrow missed a lot of the 2023 campaign, so because of that, numbers went down for a lot of the offensive players on that side of the ball for Cincinnati. Jamar Chase still went stupid, had more than 100 targets. T. Higgins was also injured a little bit, but still in 12 games, 42 catches, 656 yards, 5 touchdowns, average yards per catch, an astounding 15.6. But in the 2 previous years before that, more than 1,000 yards receiving, 13 combined touchdowns in 2022, 2021, and in 2020, 67 grabs, more than 900 yards, 6 touchdowns. So potentially one of the best young wide receivers in the entire National Football League could get dealt here by Cincinnati. And then the news that broke last night that we covered on the San Francisco 49ers report, Eric Armstead released. Niners, Armstead, unable to work out a restructured deal. San Francisco wanted Armstead to lower his cap number and his base salary for 2024. Armstead said, I'm not willing to do that. Instead, I want to see what my market is in NFL free agency. How much could other teams pay me knowing that I've been in the league since 2015. I'm good against the run, good against the pass. When the playoffs come around, I always put up big numbers. And he's been an impactful player for San Francisco. Statistically, one of the best playoff performers in the history of that organization. I'm not ruling out Eric Armstead coming back to the Niners, but I think he's going to go somewhere else where he can get paid. And the longest tenured Niner is no more. And then breaking news on Eagles now before we hit the go live button here on the stream for day 1 of free agency. Landon Dickerson and Philadelphia agreeing to a 4-year, $84 million contract extension, $50 million in guaranteed money. So that is the news for Philadelphia to get us started with free agency here. Make sure you subscribe to the channel because NFL free agency is underway, and we have you covered with the best NFL free agency coverage. And I want to bring in my right-hand man here, producer Jake Chipper, who you see right above me here. He's making this whole thing possible on the ones and twos. It's going to be busy. We're going to be live for several hours, and we're so glad that all of you are here with us. Chip, what an exciting time of the year, man. Were you here last year for free agency? You were not.
I was not. My first one here.
Let's go.
Man, let's have a day. What an exciting day. I woke up this morning. Felt like Christmas morning, man.
Seriously.
Felt like it's like New Year's. It's like New Year's for the NFL. It's amazing stuff.
It is awesome stuff, man. So make sure you subscribe to the channel. Gina G saying, Chipper! Junior Vila. I see in the chat, Dragon, Andre, Burgang Tommy, Brian Doherty, Andrew Nathan, Joe Ed Holt. Joe Ed Holt saying, this is the best chat sports. Appreciate that, my man. Harry Matthews, $5 super chat, Australian currency, Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi. He said, what up, Chase? Harry, what is up, my guy? Mac Daddy, a $5 super chat. Should the Niners try and get DeForest Buckner or Jimmy Garoppolo back? Jimmy Garoppolo, hell no. That would be a distraction behind Brock Purdy, and I don't think he's any good any longer. He was so bad for the Las Vegas Raiders, making Kyle Shanahan and the Niners look really good for moving on from him. And then DeForest Buckner, that's an expensive player where I get the emotional tie in wanting to bring him back onto the Niners roster, but the whole thought process here for San Francisco, they are trying to get younger and a little bit cheaper at defensive tackle alongside Javon Hargrave, while simultaneously, I believe, paying a lot of big money for an edge rusher out there. Make sure you give me a follow on X. Give me a follow on Instagram at Chase_Senior is the handle on both social media platforms. I put out, obviously, all of the shows that I do on my social media pages, but a lot of short form, instant reaction content up on X and Instagram. My Instagram specifically has been blowing up. I had 3,000 followers about at the start of December. I'm up to more than 24,000. So make sure you give me a follow at Chase_Senior. And also for the first time, How many followers can we get producer Chip here today?
I got to get up there, baby. I got to get up there.
Gotta help him out a little bit. And maybe we could do a little whole social media rebrand for Chip if he picks up a lot of followers today. So he's on X at Jake Chipper, and then Instagram, Jake_Chipper. Show him some love, because a lot of people don't realize how vital producers are in this business in general. The real ones know how vital they are here at Chat Sports, because they're a huge part of the show. Personality, obviously on the ones and twos, helping to put together shows, doing stuff in front of the camera, behind the scenes. So obviously, we appreciate all of the producers here at Chat Sports, Chipper, Trace, and everybody else who helps out the program here. All right, we need to get our likes up here on the stream. 305 people watching live on the 49ers Report, 125 people watching live on Philadelphia Eagles Now. We have 81 likes on the Niners Report, 46 likes on Eagles Now. If you're enjoying the show, if you're pumped up for free agency, if you're having fun, I need everybody right now to hit that thumbs up icon and like the video. We got to get to more than 100 likes on Eagles Now, and we got to get to more than 100 likes on the 49ers Report. The more likes that we get, the more people who see the stream, the more people who come and hang out with us, and the more fun that we'll have. Dennis Designs, $20 super chat. Eagles Now, he said CJ Gardner-Johnson today. That is one of the premier free agent targets. I think Philadelphia could ink to a contract today. And by the way, you see that countdown clock right below me? 31 minutes until teams can start negotiating and signing unofficial deals with free agents. So 30 minutes away. Dennis Designs, $20 super chat. Let's show the people the super chat menu once again, because it's a great super chat menu for today. Anybody who sends in a super chat $10, you enter our March jersey raffle. At the end of the month, we're going to tally all of these up on Eagles Now 49ers Report. Eagles fans will get an Eagles jersey. Niners fans will get a Niners jersey. $20 super chat, we spin the wheel. $50 super chat, you sign the helmet. Every $500 that we get is a beer bong, as I have the Shambongs ready to rock. And every $1,000 is a shotgun. So we have both an Eagles helmet and a Niners helmet for our dual streams here today. I cover all 32 teams across the National Football League, specifically the Niners and the Eagles as well. And we're going to have an absolute blast here today. So let's spin that wheel with the Dennis Designs $20 super chat that's coming in. And we have a lot of good items on our wheel for today. So this wheel spin is for Dennis Designs. Let's see what we have to do here. Yep. Spin that wheel. What do we got? Ooh, touchdown dance. All right, I'm going to do the Ray Lewis.
Hey!
Ha, ha! That's the Ray Lewis touchdown dance for Dennis Designs. Rate it for me, A, B, C, D, or F. Little shoulder shimmy on that piece. Couple of super chats coming in on the San Francisco 49ers Report as well. Brian Baker. Lyle, here's Brian, $10 super chat. I absolutely love your show, man. My question is, who are your top players to replace Eric Armstead? So I said this a little while ago. What I think the plan is, if this is a post-June 1 cut, the cap savings for the Niners, $18 million. That money cannot be used in free agency. It'll have to be used later this summer. And if that's the case, that works with the Niners' timeline of when they hand out contract extensions to their homegrown players. And it's happened literally in consecutive years. George Kittle, 2020. Fred Warner, 2021. Deebo Samuel, 2022. Nick Bosa, 2023. Brandon Ayuk, is that coming in 2024? I believe that money is designed to go toward Brandon Ayuk. But there are other players who are due for extensions. Talanoa Hufanga, Diamador Lenore, Fred Warner, Charvarius Ward, all eligible for deals. As for defensive tackle, what I think the Niners might try to do is go to an option like DJ Jones, which brings us to our next super chat. This one coming in from Lyle. The 49ers need to bring back DJ Jones and sign Danielle Hunter. And those are two great points. If you lose Eric Armstead, very expensive, had a massive cap hit for 2024, you have to find a way to replace him, but with the cheaper option and a player who can start for your football team. I think DJ Jones can do that. And then Danielle Hunter, I believe some of that money that you free up could also be allocated to a player like Danielle Hunter because San Francisco really wants to prioritize another edge rusher opposite of Nick Bosa. So keep an eye on Danielle Hunter, Bryce Huff, Jonathan Grenard. Players of that ilk who San Francisco could pair up alongside Nick Bosa to get that pass rush going.
Chase, want to run through some of these big moves that have happened so far in free
Let's
agency?
do that. Let's
Cool.
do that. And if you're having fun, please make sure you continue to hit that thumbs up icon and like the video. We're up to more than 100 likes on the San Francisco 49ers report. We have 63 likes on Philadelphia Eagles now. Please make sure you continue to support the show by hitting that thumbs up icon and liking the video right now. So glad that all of you are here with us. Everybody is the absolute best. All right, let's get you caught up on some of the moves that have happened across the entire National Football League. Mike Evans re-signing with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers a few days ago. 2-year, $52 million contract, $35 million in guaranteed money. Bucs obviously have been busy. They bring back their wide receiver 1, and they give Baker Mayfield a massive contract. Dalton Schultz re-signing with the Houston Texans. The former Cowboy stays in Texas. He was a really good weapon for C.J. Stroud during his rookie campaign in 2023. That's a 3-year, $36 million deal. And if you remember last year, the tight end market was a little bit light. And Schultz signed that 1-year deal with Houston. That all paid off for him. He gets $23.5 million in guaranteed money. No state income tax in Texas. That's going to go a long way. Tyrann Mathieu signed an extension with the New Orleans Saints. That'll be a 2-year, $13 million deal. I don't expect New Orleans to go big game hunting in free agency because they're extremely cash-strapped. Jalen Johnson re-signing with the Chicago Bears. Great deal for him, which gives him about $19 million in average annual value. That's a 4-year, $76 million deal for the Bears' number 1 cornerback. If he had hit free agency, he was going to get a bag regardless because he was looked at, in my eyes, as probably the best free agent corner. I like him a little bit more than L'Jarius Sneed. Both of those players got franchise tagged. We'll see if Sneed gets a contract extension with Chris Jones setting the record, getting the highest paid deal in history for a defensive tackle. Colton McKivitz. For Niner fans out there, this is very controversial, and I didn't like it. And I don't like it if he is going to be the plan to be the starting right tackle for San Francisco. The Niners' offensive line has been exposed the last 2 years, really the last 3 years, in the biggest of games. Offensive line broke down in the 2021 NFC Championship game against the Rams. They got dominated and their ass kicked by the Eagles' defensive line in 2022 in the NFC Championship game. And then this past year in the Super Bowl, the Kansas City Chiefs generated 11 pressures, 9 of them were unblocked, and Colton McKivitz gave up nearly 50 pressures throughout the regular season. Now, 65% of that $7 million is guaranteed. If he's your starting right tackle, it's not good. If he is going to be your flex option, swing tackle, can play guard, can play center, I can see what the Niners are thinking here. Drew Tranquill, re-upping with the Chiefs, signed a 1-year deal with Kansas City this past year and had a good 2023 under defensive coordinator Steve Spagnuolo. Came over from the Chargers, stayed in the AFC West. He's going to remain in the AFC West on that 3-year, $19 million deal. Justin Madubuike, one of the highest paid deals for a defensive tackle ever, 4 years, $98 million. Brandon Graham, re-signing with the Philadelphia Eagles, 1-year deal. What I saw, it's about $4 to $5 million for BG, 15th and most likely his final season with the Eagles. In the same week that the Birds lost legends in Jason Kelce and Fletcher Cox, both with that organization for more than a decade. They bring back another Eagles legend in Brandon Graham. It is so rare for one organization to have team captains, pillars of their franchise, who are with that team for more than a decade at one time. Eagles have had that with Jason Kelce, Fletcher Cox, Brandon Graham, Lane Johnson. Two of them remain, BG and Lane Johnson. This news also, like the BG news, broke on Saturday. I really like this move for Cleveland because they get a vertical threat who idolized Amari Cooper in Florida growing up, and now Jerry Jeudy gets a team up with Amari Cooper. Traded to the Browns, 2024 5th and 6th round pick to the Broncos. So this is all a part of the Russell Wilson fallout. Money is tight for Denver. They might be really bad. I'm talking bad in 2024. Draft the quarterback, rebuild a little bit. They're going to have to eat about $38 million with Russell Wilson playing for the Pittsburgh Steelers. They hated him so much, they're paying him $38 million to play for another team in the AFC. But Jerry Jeudy being utilized by Kevin Stefanski. We'll see if Deshaun Watson weirdo can actually put it together and have a good season this year because he's been very spotty. Chris Jones, record deal for a defensive tackle. Re-signing with Kansas City on a 5-year, $158.75 million deal, $101 million in guaranteed money. It's the most guaranteed money ever for a defensive tackle. He overtakes Aaron Donald for the most guaranteed dollars and the highest average annual value for a defensive tackle in history. Niner people will love this. Isaiah Oliver signing with the New York Jets on a 1-year deal. For Eagles fans, Kevin Byard, trade deadline acquisition. He's signing with the Chicago Bears, 2 years, $15 million. With the Eagles releasing him, they freed up nearly $14 million in cap room, and now he gets $7.5 million in average annual value with Chicago, the 2-time All-Pro and Philadelphia native going to the Windy City. Baker Mayfield, re-signing with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That is going to be a 3-year, $100 million deal, $50 million in guaranteed cash. Good for Baker, who really was impressive in 2023. Led the Bucs to the playoffs. They kicked the asses of the Philadelphia Eagles. They played the Detroit Lions really tough in that divisional round, and he's going to be a part of that Buccaneers core, which also brought back Mike Evans. Michael Pittman, re-signing with the Indianapolis Colts. Originally, he got franchise tagged, and now he gets a 3-year, $70 million deal. I'm excited to see him link up with Anthony Richardson. Michael Pittman still had a pretty solid year with Gardner Minshew slinging him the rock. $46 million in guaranteed money for Michael Pittman there. Now, our coverage for day one of NFL free agency is sponsored by PrizePicks, #1 DFS app, and the best daily fantasy sports app in North America. $100 deposit match. PrizePicks.com/CLNS. It's daily fantasy sports made easy. Pick 2 or more players. You choose more or less on the projected stat lines. We gave you an NBA pick a little bit earlier. Here's a college basketball pick here. Ryan Emhart of Gonzaga. Let's go more than 13.5 points. Graham Ike, more than 30.5 points, rebounds, and assists combined. And then BJ Freeman, less than 2.5 3-pointers made. The tournament coming up around the corner. Can't wait for that. It's one of the best times of year for sports fans everywhere, and you can have even more fun with the NCAA tournament with PrizePicks. Win big money, withdraw your winnings, and you can win up to 25 times your money with PrizePicks. Stone Cold Fire, $5 super chat. What up, Chase? Happy freaking Monday. I'm so excited that everybody is here with us. Glad that everybody watching on the stream is making our free agency coverage a part of your day. We're going to be live for several hours here on YouTube. Mac Daddy, $10 super chat. Can we get
I think supposed to be some of your...
What is that?
I think it's supposed to be, can we get some of your impressions
Can we get
today?
some of your impressions today?
I think.
Chase, please bring back DJ Jones, one of the best run stoppers I've seen in my 40 years of watching the National Football League. You want some impressions? I could give you some impressions. Give me an impression to do in the comments section. I could give you a Donald Trump right now. Dustin Poirier. Did you see that combination on the knockout blow? I was there at the UFC 299 in Miami. It was great. It was great. Dustin Poirier punches hard. He's a tough son of a gun. That's my Donald Trump impersonation. Black Mask, Kermit the Frog. Black Mask, hello. How are you?
Is that just Patrick Mahomes?
That's kind of Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes is a little bit like more gravelly.
Oh, there it
Yeah, I
is.
throw the football to Marquez Valdes-Scantling, and we released him. We brought back Chris Jones, though. Really happy about that.
Howie Roseman impersonation? I can't do that. I will say this, being at the NFL Scouting Combine, his teeth are so white. It was wild. Lawrence Moore said, actually not that bad. 21st century. Not going to do that. On point with Mahomes from Black Mask. Yeah, those are some good ones. I can do like a Charles Barkley, which is kind of the same type of like from the depths of your vocal cords type of impersonation. It's like,
Man, I'll tell you what. Ben Simmons is an absolute fraud. My man has barely played basketball. Does he even want to play basketball?
so that's my Charles Barkley impersonation. Mac Daddy, another $5 super chat. Some of your impressions. Sorry, keyboard messes up typing super chats for some reason. I got new glasses. I got the new glasses as well. Got to protect the eyes, man. It's really, really important. And then Dennis Designs. Let's go, Howie. We popped that one up on the screen, but we did not want to miss that. Dennis Designs is pacing super chats on Eagles Now. He's the only person who sent in super chats on Eagles Now. $25 for the legend right there.
Let's get the people going here. Let's get the chat going. Let's get the people involved here. About 15 minutes until the tampering period, legal tampering period is open. So who do you want to sign? Niners fans, Eagles fans alike, drop some names. Who's one guy you want to see your team sign?
How about this from Connor Hugh? The Eagles are preparing to circle not just Saquon Barkley, but also Giants safety Xavier McKinney. Very aggressively, specifically with Barkley, dollar signs. Another team very interested in Xavier McKinney. 100% of the snaps last year was really good. Green Bay Packers. So that's some of the buzz right there. Landon Dickerson celebrating his 4-year, $85 million contract extension by popping a bottle of champagne.
Oh, love that.
That's going to make him the highest paid guard in NFL history at $21 million per year, according to Ian Rappaport.
Okay, let's see here.
Pretty damn good contract for Landon Dickerson
Oh, yeah.
right there.
Amazing. Amazing stuff. So looking at the chat here, Niners fans looking for Bryce Huff from Brian. Brad wants Jonathan Gennard, a player that's also been linked to the Eagles as well.
Yep.
Lawrence Moore says, let's go get Danielle Hunter. Big game hunting at the edge position there on the Eagles side. I'm seeing a couple Patrick Queens already from Matt Finch and Tom Petty. Junior Villa for $10 million plus. I'd rather have Swift for cheaper than Barkley.
I agree, and I've said that here on the show. I'd rather have a cheaper DeAndre Swift who's younger, cheaper, less tread on the tires. And are they equally the same player at this point of their respective careers? Like Saquon gives you a little bit more maybe as far as power, but I'd just bring back DeAndre Swift for a cheaper price plus Philadelphia zone right there. That's what I would do. All right. I am going to do some quick breaking news shorts here on the Landon Dickerson contract extension. So I'm basically just going to wrap here on my phone, post it up on the channel So that's what I'm doing right now, just so all of you are familiar. Got to get the hair right, of course. Breaking news here on day one of NFL free agency as the Philadelphia Eagles have extended guard Landon Dickerson to a 4-year, $85 million contract, according to reports. Ian Rappaport saying that the $21 million per year, which is what the initial news is, would make Landon Dickerson the highest paid guard in the history of football. We knew that this move was coming. The question becomes, is Devontae Smith next? Landon Dickerson played center at Alabama. He's played left guard for Philadelphia. He's been a tremendous player, making it to back-to-back Pro Bowls. Overall PFF grade this past year of 70, a pass blocking grade of nearly 78, a run blocking grade of almost 68. He gave up just 3 sacks, 5 hits. He's going to be a member of this core along the offensive line for the foreseeable future. And with you losing Jason Kelce, this move was a lot more important. Make sure you subscribe for the best free agency coverage right here. We're live on Eagles Now. TBD. Yeah, because if those signings come in, we'll kind of just include that in there. Yeah.
See, some other names here. Mike Ruthus wants Khalil Mack for the Niners. Yeah, the Chargers are going to have to do something, right? I mean, they've been reported to most likely move on from one of Keenan Allen, Mike Williams, Khalil Mack, or Joey Bosa to get under the cap.
Yep.
So one of those four is probably gone. Khalil Mack had a good year last year, but what do you have, like 5 or 6 sacks in that one game?
Yeah, Khalil Mack actually statistically had his best season of his career. 16 and a half sacks, I believe, this past year.
Yeah,
for Khalil Mack, he was awesome.
I think he had like 6 of those in one game, though.
Yeah.
So maybe inflated that a little bit, but yeah, he was still really good. Just making a lot of money at his age.
Crispy bacon, let's go for Simmons. You're talking Justin Simmons, I imagine. Wouldn't be opposed to that. Familiarity as far as the scheme goes with Vic Fangio. And in 4 of the last 5 years, he has been a second-team All-Pro. So a terrific player. So let me post this video here for Landon Dickerson. Chip, take us away with the Super Chat battle on both Philadelphia Eagles Now and the San Francisco 49ers Report.
Sir, so for those of you who do not know, right now we're streaming live both on the 49ers Report and on Eagles Now, giving you both excellent coverage. Doing a little bit of a Super Chat battle here, seeing which channel, which fans want to get active here with about 10 minutes left until the start of free agency. So right now, Niners Report up early on Eagles Now. It's only been Dennis Designs on Eagles Now to send in those supers, a 20 and a 5. So early lead for the 49ers Report. If you want to ask us a question, get your voice heard, some suggestions on moves you want to see, thoughts you've had on free agency so far, anything at all, we're going to send in a Super Chat. It'll contribute to this Super Chat battle. Little pride here between the two channels. And we also have a fantastic Super Chat menu so you can see what these are going towards as well, not just for the battle to get your team ahead here, but we got a great menu here as well. Got a March jersey raffle for both channels, $10, $20. You can spin the wheel. On that wheel, we got 20 push-ups, 20 jumping jacks, a beer cheers, a chip shot, or a beer cheers. So if you want me to start getting that drinking going, we'll get that going. We have Chambong, freestyle, touchdown dance, which you already saw Chase hit that Ray Lewis earlier. Ask us anything, and smelling salts. So
there you go.
There you go.
316 people watching live on the 49ers Report, and we have 181 people watching live on Philadelphia Eagles Now. Having a bunch of fun all throughout the day one of NFL free agency. Going to be an absolute blast, and we're about, as you can see, a little less than 10 minutes away from teams being able to negotiate with players in NFL free agency.
Let's have a little fun here. Why not? Let's have a little fun here.
Let's do it.
Who's your biggest celebrity crush?
Yeah, give some shout-outs there, Chip.
Who's your biggest celebrity crush? Drop it in the chat. I'm giving shout-outs. You want a shout-out right now? Let me know. I'm giving shout-outs to everybody in the chat. Vamp in the chat.
Here, you want to put yourself full screen real quick? I'm going to record this short in that studio there, just because it looks a little bit better. Chip will pop himself up. I will be right back. Just got to record a quick video, and I'll be back in about 2 minutes.
Let's do it. Beltran says, your mom. Not a celebrity. Come on, man. Filthy Gods, Becky G, John Wallace, Halle Berry, Madison Beer from Aiden, Jason Momoa from Vamp. Good-looking dude. Good-looking dude. Selena Gomez from Donovan. Aubrey Plaza from Jake. Sophie Turner says JD. Draco says it's Chase. Okay. Sydney Sweeney from Parallel. I'll tell you right now, Trizzy would love that. Trizzy would love that. Lotto from Draco. It's a good pick. That's a good pick. That's a good pick. Dennis Designs. I see a Farrah Fawcett. Lotto and her sister. You only get one, Draco. Come on, man. Come on, man. Man, 7 minutes left. 7 minutes left. Ariana Grande. Taylor Swift. Get out of here, Robert. Get out of here, Robert. Come on, man. Taylor Swift? Come on, man. Mary J. Blige from Justin Washington. My biggest crush is the Lombardi Trophy back in San Francisco from JD. I like that answer. I like that answer. Also, what do y'all think about this backdrop, huh? Kind of clean, no? Kind of clean, no? Yeah, Robert, that's funny, man. Robert, that's funny, man. Robert banned. No, Robert's not banned. Robert's not banned. That's some funny stuff. Andrew Nathan, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Thanks, Junior. Yeah, Andrew Nathan, you're not wrong at all. Not wrong at all. 6 minutes. 6 minutes until the tampering period opens. Kirk Cousins, by the way, expected to get into some serious talks with the Falcons the second the tampering period opens. Miss Peggy, all right, come on now. But Kirk Cousins, as soon as this tampering period opens, wouldn't be surprised if he's there signing with the Falcons almost immediately. Almost immediately. Almost immediately. All right. So, let's get signed. We're about 5 minutes away. 5 minutes away. Emma Watson, Megan Fox from DHA and Filthy Gods. Good options there. Good options there. Let's get back to some football, though. Let's get back to some football. If you have any questions, of course, ask them in the chat. I'll answer right now, and let me know who you want your team to sign, Eagles fans and Niners fans alike. JD, why do teams want Cousins so bad? Look, Cousins was having a tremendous year last year until the injury. Now, of course, the injury is very concerning for a guy like Kirk Cousins, but it's not like he was too mobile anyways. We've seen people being able to come back from these Achilles injuries. Hopefully he's doing well. But look, Cousins was very, very good before the injury. And for a team like the Falcons who simply, I mean, if they had a quarterback last year that was competent at all, they would have been a playoff team. They have a talented roster, very talented defense, some great weapons. If Kirk Cousins is healthy and playing like he was last year, man, that could be a dangerous team. Mac Daddy with the super chat. Mac Daddy, I've been seeing around the internet 49ers in trade talks with Hassan Reddick. Have y'all heard? I have not. Let me see if I can find that right now. I have not heard that. Now, of course, the Eagles are listening and allowing Hassan Reddick to explore trade options. I'm seeing if I can. I'm not seeing anything on that. Do you know where you saw that? Because I have not seen that yet. Aiden says, I want Patrick Queen or McKinney for the Eagles. I think they could end up with McKinney. I think they could end up with McKinney for sure. Jake, what do we think about the Steelers getting Wilson? Man, I feel like they're just an 8 to 9, maybe a 10-win team. and that's about it. You know, great defense over there in Pittsburgh, but Russ, I don't want to say he's completely cooked, but man, that guy could be cooked. JD, we're not going to get rid of BA or Debo, right? I don't think so. I don't know why you'd get rid of Debo. BA, you know, there was that speculation after the loss in the Super Bowl and all the stuff on social media and whatnot, but I think he's here to stay. Vamp, what would your ideal D-line look like for the Birds? Ideally, you know, you're going to have Jalen Carter. Hopefully Jordan Davis can be more of a three-down guy, but I think between Jordan Davis and Milton Williams, you have enough there. You know, maybe you go out and sign a vet, but I think between those three, that's fine. I would hope they keep one of Reddick or Sweat. It doesn't seem too likely they're going to keep both right now, so one of Reddick or Sweat, I'd rather keep Reddick, and then you go out and sign Jonathan Grenard or Bryce Huff. I'd probably rather have Grenard, but Bryce Huff would be a great backup option as well. So that's my ideal D-line. Give me on the edge, Reddick, Grenard, and you still have Nolan Smith. On the inside, Carter, Davis, Milton Williams, maybe sign a vet as well. But I think that's what I'd go with right now. I'd rather have Reddick. If Broncos release DJ Jones, 49ers will be in play, yeah. Makes sense, you know, releasing Armstead, obviously that huge cap hit. JD officially restructured Warner. Did they? I have not seen that. Eagles forever. Could they keep Swift and add Saquon? No, they're not gonna. No, they're not gonna have both. Eagles aren't gonna pay two running backs. Not gonna happen. Jacoby Chase called in sick today. No, so Landon Dickerson signed an extension with the Eagles. He's getting a short up on the channel right now. Is Juice getting cut? More likely to be a restructure, Jake. More likely to be a restructure than Juice getting cut. Vamp with the $2. Appreciate that, Vamp. Adding to the total over there on Eagles now. Says, good takes. Appreciate it. We're a minute away. We are 1 minute away from NFL free agency, the tampering period officially being open. Here's what I need from y'all right now. Here's what I need from y'all right now. If you're ready, if you're pumped up and you're ready for free agency to start here, the official start of the new league year on Wednesday, type me spam. I want to see who can type more me. Who's going to type more me's, the Niners chat or the Eagles chat? Who's going to type more me's if you're ready? Get them going. Get them going. I need to see. If you're ready, get them going. I see Dragon. I see Reed. What's up, Reed? Junior Villa, Matthew Martinez getting it going on the Eagles chat. I see Brian getting it going on the Niners chat. Gina G. What up, Gina G? We're 15 seconds away. Marcus, Bell, Oliver, Robert, Luis Vasquez. On the Niners chat. On Eagles, we got Shadrick, Aiden, Dennis Designs, Chris P, Junior, Villa, Crispy Bacon, Aiden, Marcus. Both chats are going crazy right now. It's very neck and neck. It's very neck and neck, but now Niners are starting to pick it up. Brian Baker, Daryl Johnson, Gina G, Lawrence Moore. Keep it going. Keep it going. I'd say, it's real neck and neck. I think Niners got a slight lead right now. It's going a little bit faster. Brazzy Smacks over there on Eagles. Gray's Bully Camp. Aiden Earl. All I know is everybody here is ready for free agency as the tampering period is officially open.
Here we go.
We might see some moves flying in here.
Yeah, I think we are going to see some moves fly in right off the bat.
So keep those me's going if you're ready. Keep them going. Daryl, JD, Jesse.
Bears expected to make a major push to land Eagles free agent running back DeAndre Swift.
Wow. Wow. So could that mean Saquon to the Eagles? Could that mean Saquon going to the Birds if Swift is gone? Wow.
Anything happened while I was gone?
No. Nothing, no moves, nothing major going on.
More details on the Landon Dickerson contract extension for the Eagles. 4 years, $85 million. The $21 million per year is the highest average annual value salary for a guard in NFL history. He has a max value, I believe, up to about $87 million. And this past year, Dickerson allowed an average time to pressure of 3.86 seconds, a career high that was the longest in the NFL from a left guard alignment. So Bears expected to make a major push to land Eagles free agent running back DeAndre Swift. Primary Chicago target. That tells me Philadelphia, Saquon Barkley has legs.
It's got legs. It's got legs. Got a super chat from Eagles Forever. Appreciate that dollar, Brody.
Jonathan Jones. As the legal tampering period window begins to open, Saquon Barkley is being eyed by several NFL teams. The Eagles are expected to be an extremely hot pursuit of the NFC East running back.
Wow. And Ari as well. Eagles are believed to be a serious team trying to prize Saquon out of New York.
Diana Rossini. Eagles and Texans expected to have strong interest in Saquon Barkley. That's why I've been talking about him on Philadelphia Eagles now. It's a real possibility. And Howie Roseman, after historically going cheaper at the running back spot, he could invest there. He could invest in safety. He could invest in linebacker.
Oh, man. Here we go.
We are open for business.
We are open for business. Junior, why not just keep Swift? Look, if a team like the Bears are going to pay up, then they're going to pay up. And, maybe they feel like they'd rather pay Saquon than pay Swift.
Yeah, and what if Swift and Saquon get somewhere in the neighborhood of the same salary?
Yeah, then at that point, JD asks, any confirmation on a Fred Warner restructure?
Yes. Matt Barrows of The Athletic, per source, the 49ers restructured Fred Warner's contract last week, converting a sizable portion of his base salary into bonuses that ought to create some salary cap cushions in free agency. We're not sure how much yet, but last week, according to reports, Fred Warner did agree to a restructured contract. So that's some of the news there.
We can chop it up as well here, so if you want to send in a question, you can send in a super chat or use hashtag 49ers or hashtag Eagles. We got one from Draco Pimpin here.
Draco!
Pretty good question here coming in. Pop this one up here. He asks, if you can bet $100 on a free agent landing with the Niners, who would it be?
Free agent with the Niners. I'd say that DJ Jones gets cut by the Broncos and the Niners bring him back to replace Eric Armstead. They get a player who's good against the run, scheme familiarity, organizational familiarity, and he's going to come at a fraction, and I mean a fraction of the price of Eric Armstead. Safety Xavier McKinney, top target for the Packers and Eagles. Saints linebacker Demario Davis reworked the final year of his deal that had no guarantees, replacing it with the 2-year, $17.25 million deal, includes $13.2 million in fully guaranteed money. 35 years old, figures to finish his career in New Orleans.
Junior Villa, Chase and Chip, who do you want to see get out of the most in free agency this for the Eagles? Man, Saquon would be nice. If we're assuming that one of Reddick and Sweat is gone, I would love to see them bring in Grenard.
Yeah.
And I would love CJ back. I would love CJ Gardner-Johnson back. Xavier McKinney, a great option as well. They do got to address that secondary, man. It was brutal. Obviously, they let Byard go, so I think any of those guys, I'd be ecstatic. Bryce Huff as well is a good option.
Yep.
I would love to see, Patrick Queen, but, I don't want to pay. At some point, you do have to address that linebacker, but, man, how much are you paying a linebacker? But Patrick Queen's a beast. He's a dog.
285 people watching live on Eagles now. 321 people watching live on the San Francisco 49ers Report. You know what's hilarious about this? Oftentimes you expect some of these deals to happen right away. No moves yet.
No moves yet. It's not like the NBA. The NBA, it's obvious that they're talking
right away.
They're talking before that time officially hits, and they're right in there.
If it was a second past noon in this instance, Eastern time, there would be 20 moves that have already happened.
All the moves would be done.
All right. Yeah, all we have is reports right now. Xavier McKinney, top target for the Packers and Eagles. Breaking, Jalen Hurts' goatee is back. Eagles and Texans, strong interest in signing Saquon. DeAndre Swift, the Bears target, that's everywhere. And that's really all that we have. The big domino that a lot of people are waiting for is Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
That's the big domino that even non-quarterback needy teams are curious about. Some stuff on Calvin Ridley here. Jaguars, Patriots expected to show interest. Titans, Panthers could also make sense.
So you'll see, we'll pop this up right here. Demario Davis did officially, as Chase mentioned, restructure that deal with the Saints. 2 years, $17.25 million.
Yep. Yeah, the Saints every year are just in cap hell.
Yeah, they're always making all these moves, trying to get under there. Andrew from the Niners asks, what are the chances we land Mac or Bosa, in your opinion?
I saw Grant Cohn say this on X, and I think it's so true. Like, if the Niners want Joey Bosa, I think they make it happen. Now, I don't think San Francisco will trade for Joey Bosa. To me, that just makes absolutely no sense. But if he gets cut by the Chargers and he's willing to sign at a discounted rate with the Niners to play with his brother, I think the Niners might make it happen. I really do.
Black Mask? What's up, Black Mask? Saquon as a Texan would be very interesting.
Black Mask in the building.
Black Mask, what up? That would be very interesting, Black Mask.
See, I would like Black Mask to see Saquon go to Houston. I think that he would elevate the game of C.J. Stroud. A running threat on that offense with Nico Collins, who's really an emerging wide receiver, would make that team extremely dangerous. My boy, Adam SF News. It'll heat up after the first deal is done for the first team before 1 p.m. Eastern. Business is officially open right now. We're just waiting on some moves to happen. But, of course, as the day progresses, we're going to see more and more of these moves actually come to fruition. 49ers are re-signing Brandon Allen. There you go.
There's a move.
There's the juicy news to go down to start the day off. Brandon Allen, Niners.
Big time. Bombshell. Niners fans, let's go.
So Brandon Allen, back to the Niners here. That tells me he's going to be their quarterback number 2. And Sam Darnold is probably going to go elsewhere because he's a little bit too expensive. That's what that tells me.
JD asks, where do you think T. Higgins ends up?
Ooh. I'd say the New York Giants because they might be willing to pay him. Chicago Bears, they're in need of a true number 1 wide receiver because I think DJ Moore is more of like a number 2, 1B.
That'd be a great combo. That'd be nasty. That Bears offense all of a sudden could be a top unit next year, man. You go out and get T. Higgins. You sign a DeAndre Swift. Obviously draft Caleb Williams. You also have the 9th pick in the draft. Man, that could be a dangerous, dangerous team.
Let's see here.
Dr. Sauce, when does free agency actually start? Right now. The tampering period's open. Nothing can be official till Wednesday, but teams can agree in principle to deals right now. It's open.
Yeah, so to me, and Matt Mayoko, source confirms the Niners and quarterback Brandon Allen have reached an agreement on a 1-year contract extension. DeAndre Swift to the Bears. DeAndre Swift to the Bears.
Official?
Official.
Oh, man.
It's going to be a 3-year deal. 3 years, $24 million. So if the Eagles can get Saquon for 10 to 12, they're paying a little bit more for the better player, and Swift gets $8 million per. That's pretty good for him.
Wow. Wow.
And going back to Brandon Allen here, Allen was the number 3 last year. Allen and Purdy are the only 2 quarterbacks under contract right now for San Francisco. Very well respected in that locker room. I wonder if that signals that Brandon Allen is going to be the number 2. So this tells me that the Eagles could really target Saquon.
So here it is. You know we got you covered. Swift signing with the Bears.
Yeah, 3-year, $24 million deal for DeAndre Swift. This is a player who I like. I thought he was great in his lone season in Philadelphia. He was criminally underused, though, by Brian Johnson. He only had more than 20 carries twice all year. Still ran for more than 1,000 yards for the first time in his career. He's shifty, elusive, explosive, great cutback, solid vision. And I thought that the Eagles should have used him more. Filthy God saying the Texans are going to get Barkley. Tom Petty said Eagles couldn't match for DeAndre Swift. You know why, Tom? I think it's because they want to sign Saquon Barkley. And if DeAndre Swift is going to get 3 years, 24, that's $8 million per year. Are the Eagles willing to go 10 to 12 for Saquon Barkley? If they go 14 mil, that wouldn't surprise me either. Saquon's also a terrific pass blocker.
So interesting here with Swift signing. You know, there's a lot of free agent running backs. Swift coming in at 8. You know, what does that mean, as we said, for Saquon? What does that mean for a Josh Jacobs now? For an Austin Eckler? You know, kind of setting the market a little bit here. So going to be interesting to see how this impacts the other backs that are trying to get paid.
Yeah. Filthy God said Eagles don't have any money. They have more than $40 million in cap space. And Dr. Saw said great vision. I didn't say great vision. I just said he has solid vision. Solid vision, really good athlete, very quick on his feet. His cutback ability is elite. I think he's the closest thing the Eagles have had to LaShawn McCoy. A home run threat every time he touched the ball.
Man, it's the first big signing. Of
Yeah.
course, we also had here Brandon Allen re-signing with the Niners, as we mentioned. Man, that was swift. Swift signing with the Bears was very swift.
Yep.
That happened fast. But yeah, our Giants host here, tweeting out a minute ago after Swift signed, not great news for the Giants re-signing Saquon Barkley crowd. And he is not wrong.
Jacoby, how have you and Chip been? We've been awesome. It's been a crazy year for me. Great year for Chip, too. Like, I was at the national championship in Houston between Michigan and Washington in January, Las Vegas for the Super Bowl, NFL Combine last week. Chip was a pivotal figure behind the scenes with helping us get all that content out, even though he didn't make the trips. And then the NFL has really just mastered a 12-month calendar at this point.
It's unreal.
I mean, we go from the Super Bowl right into the Combine, and right after the Super Bowl, you have all that juice of offseason questions, free agency, trades. But then you have the Combine, so we get to talk some draft and free agency, and then the draft at the end of April. And then you have OTAs and mini camps right after that. It's just a non-stop schedule. It's pretty awesome. Black Mask, Bears will trade Fields now. I do agree that they're going to do that. So the San Francisco 49ers have made their first move of NFL free agency. We're live right now on the 49ers Report on YouTube. Be sure to join us over there. We'll be live for the next few hours, but wanted to take some time to give you an update here on the show. It's going to be a one-year deal for Brandon Allen. And now Allen and Brock Purdy are the only two quarterbacks under contract for San Francisco. This is interesting. Does this signal that Brandon Allen is going to be the backup to Purdy, and the Niners are going to let Sam Darnold walk because they have some financial restrictions on this roster, and they can't afford to give big-time money to a backup. Brandon Allen used to be the backup to Joe Burrow, very well respected inside that quarterback room for San Francisco, and a guy who Kyle Shanahan really likes. Elsewhere with the Niners, Fred Warner, contract restructure. That's going to open up some cap space. And the Niners have confronted Kyle Juszczyk about lowering his cap number and his salary as well. Stay tuned. So those are some thoughts there on Brandon Allen.
JD brings up a good question. Where do you think Fields ends up?
See, here's what I heard at the NFL Combine, is that the Chicago Bears are going to draft Caleb Williams at number 1. It would shock me if they don't. It would shock a lot of people if they don't go that route because he's better than Justin Fields. The most important thing, you can reset the quarterback window, the quarterback timeline, and the quarterback contract. Justin Fields is entering year 4. If you extend his 5th-year option, you have him under contract 2 years, but you're going to have to give him a new deal. You draft Caleb Williams, who's the better player. You now have him under team control on a friendly deal for the next 5 years. So all the talk from the Combine is that the Bears are going to draft Caleb Williams. They want to trade Justin Fields. The thing is, he doesn't have a market. And I think it's pretty telling that the Pittsburgh Steelers would rather have Russell Wilson on a vet min deal than trade for Justin Fields because that's the route that they went. They could have traded for Justin Fields. They elected not to. And that's the theme across the league, is that not a lot of teams have shown interest in Fields, and he doesn't have a market. Dennis Designs, $10 super chat. What did we get by letting Swift go as far as salary cap? Nothing, because he wasn't under contract. Now, the Landon Dickerson contract extension frees up money. Fletcher Cox doesn't help you out because he was going to be a free agent, but Jason Kelce retiring frees up some money as well. So that's kind of how that works there. No other moves yet.
I thought this would be interesting to take a look at here, with the Landon Dickerson extension. Just to kind of get a landscape now, he mentioned, the money he's getting, highest paid guard in the league. You take a look here, now at some of the top paid guards in the NFL. Man, 21. That puts him, again, above the likes of Lindstrom, Nelson, Zach Martin, Elton Jenkins.
That's the most all time.
Getting a bag there. Getting a bag. Black Mask, is Cox in the market? Fletcher Cox retired.
He retired. Yeah, he retired yesterday officially.
He is gone.
Reed Barkus, my heart is racing just as much as that video submission. Yeah, Black Mask. Russell is cheap. The Broncos are eating about $38 million for him to play elsewhere. It's pretty crazy.
Yo, for show. Evans re-signed with Tampa. Indeed he did. Also Baker back. They're running it back there. Lore, is there linebackers available?
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
Azeez Al-Shire, he might be a little bit too expensive. I think that Bobby Wagner could be an option to follow Nick Sorensen, who Nick Sorensen coached when he was with Seattle back in the day. He already brought in KJ Wright as an assistant coach. Yep. Let me just get this short out.
Oh, and the people are letting us know in the chat right now. Deion Dawkins did not get released. He just got an
Just got a
extension.
contract extension.
Yes.
T for Temple U.
Some of the people were saying he got released. He just got an extension. Did not get released. DeAndre Swift getting $15.3 million guaranteed. The Eagles did attempt to re-sign DeAndre Swift before the tampering period with an offer, but Swift waited it out and cashes in.
Interesting.
Yeah, I wonder what that money was that the Eagles were offering. Yeah, Deion Dawkins, though, 3 years, $16.5 million extension. Going to make Dawkins the fourth highest paid tackle in the league. So,
You know whose name I'll never be able to spell?
who?
Kyle Juszczyk.
Oh, my God.
It is so confusing.
Oh,
Juszczyk. Oh my God, dude.
Doesn't make any sense. Yeah, that's one of those I got to look it up every time. And I'm pretty good with that stuff. I'm not going to lie, but that one's tough.
Just impossible. All right, so the big deals here so far, for an overall free agent, DeAndre Swift to the Bears. And that's really the only big external signing for all teams across the NFL. Interesting. All right. Our NFL free agency day one coverage is sponsored by PrizePicks, by the way. Head to prizepicks.com/CLNS. Use the code CLNS for a $100 deposit match. Daily fantasy sports made easy. Pick two or more players. Choose more or less on their projected stat line. And you can win up to 25 times your money. So far here on the show, as we've been live for about an hour and a half now, we've given you NBA, college basketball picks. How about we talk some pucks? Brock Nelson, more than a half point. Robert Thomas, less than a half assist. Jake Neighbors, more than a shot and a half on goal. $100 deposit match, prizepicks.com/CLNS. Win big money. Pick more, pick less, and withdraw your winnings with PrizePicks. We'll put that link down below in the comment section as well as in the description of this video.
Keep moving along here.
Who do you want to sign next? If we get one more Eagles move, we can do a little cut. We can do a video for sure. 49ers report $110 in Super Chats. Eagles now $38 in Super Chats. Dennis Designs, Vamp, and Eagles Forever with the Super Chats on Eagles now. or we've had a bunch come in on the San Francisco 49ers report. Jeremy Bellack, my guy. Wish we could have linked in Vegas. He said, I really thought Swift would stay as an Eagle. Howie is unpredictable. Jeremy, what if I tell you this, though? DeAndre Swift getting a 3-year, $24 million contract, $8 million per. Eagles attempted to re-sign him, according to Jeremy Fowler of ESPN. But Swift waited it out. He cashes in with the bigger deal elsewhere. What if I told you that the Eagles now are going to target Saquon Barkley for a little bit more? Who's no doubt the better player, a little bit older, more of an injury history, more tread on the tires, but great pass catcher, great runner in between the tackles out to the perimeter, and a great blocker as well. Saquon for 12 to 14 as compared to DeAndre Swift at $8 million per. Would you take that? That's kind of what I'm thinking here for Philadelphia. Because the interest is said to be real for the Eagles and Saquon Barkley. Reed Barkus, make it 40. Yes, I'm waiting for an email. Reed, my guy, and Chip's guy. We're up to $40 in Super Chats on Eagles now. How about this? If we get a $50 Super Chat on either channel, I will do a shambong here on the show. Shambong for a $50 Super Chat on either the Niners Report or on Eagles Now. Lyle with the $5 Super Chat. Chase, who would you rather have? Danielle Hunter or Brian Burns? I'd rather go Brian Burns. Younger player, equally as good. I think a lot of people don't realize how good Brian Burns is because he's been playing for arguably the worst organization in football over the last couple of years in the Carolina Panthers. I'd just rather side for going younger, even if that means I have to pay more for Brian Burns. John Wallace said, if I'm Philly, absolutely, Saquon still has it, and a much better offensive line in Philadelphia. The Giants' offensive line has been absolute dog shit. Terrible. So Saquon running behind a legitimate offensive line, which just locked up Landon Dickerson to a record-breaking deal, makes sense. What's interesting, too, Eagles give Dickerson $21 million per. That has to signal Hassan Reddick's gone, right? Hassan Reddick at $15 million per. And he's going to want at least 20. Can the Eagles even afford that?
Yeah, Reddick might be gone.
Toxic Crusader, $10 Super Chat. How do you feel about the idea of swooping up my man's Keon Coleman, Florida State wideout in the draft? Please tell me the Chiefs got to step up their war chant. Bums. Chiefs are bums. I hate that organization. I despise Kansas City. I can't take them any longer. As for Keon Coleman, fascinating prospect. When I watched him this year for Florida State, especially week 1 against LSU, when he went off, you watch a player like that and you're like, my goodness, that is an NFL caliber talent. He can go up and get it. He can climb the ladder. NFL body. Then he runs a 4.6 40-yard dash, the slowest among all wide receivers at the combine. But then he ran the fastest gauntlet, which more judges your game speed as a wide receiver, and he caught every ball and was moving in stride. I think that he could be a steal as a second-round pick. He'd be an interesting player for San Francisco because they really haven't had that go-up-and-get-it type of wide receiver on the X side, meaning on the perimeter. I'd take a chance. Or if you put him in the slot as a guy who could climb the ladder, or you use him in the slot out wide and use Ayuk and Debo all around the field in the slot out wide, be interesting. Dave Zobel, what about Danielle Hunter? Lyle asked me about Danielle Hunter. He was awesome. 5th in the NFL in sacks this past year. He's certainly an option and a target for San Francisco. But if I'm going to target an edge and I'm going to pay a steep price for one, I'm not going after the older guy who's 29 with neck issues. I'm going after Brian Burns, who's younger, Maybe not quite as great a production, but is still a great player.
John Wallace, what up? Are the Niners going to keep third and Juwan?
All comes down to the price tag. He's a restricted free agent. Another team could pay him a lot of money. I believe the restricted free agency tag is like $2.9 million. Niners are trying to work with him on a contract extension. That all comes down to the price too. And that's a player. Kendrick Bourne got a 3-year deal worth up to $33 million. Juwan Jennings is a better player. So does he look at that and does he say, I can easily get about that money, which I think realistically is more like 3 years, $24 million? I think so. And the Niners simply cannot afford to pay Juwan Jennings anywhere between $6 to $8 to $9 to $10 million. They just can't, especially in a deep wide receiver class. Dragon, Chase Henry, or Saquon? Saquon. I think he's a better scheme fit. He's younger. Doesn't have the workload that Derrick Henry has. I like his pass catching ability so much better. So Toxic Crusader, I like the idea of Keon Coleman. 50 Shades of Trey, $5 super chat. I'd rather spend the money on a budget running back and more talent on the defense. Why don't we go for Dobbins or Moss? J.K. Dobbins has a knee injury and 2 Achilles tears. I'm good. I know it'd be cheaper, but I'm good. As far as Zach Moss, I'd rather just draft a running back and then you reset the running back clock and you have Kenneth Gainwell there as well. Great audience so far on both channels. Almost 400 people watching live on the 49ers Report. 350 people hanging out on Philadelphia Eagles. Now, if you're enjoying the show, make sure you hit that thumbs up icon and like the video. We'll be live for the next several hours here. DeAndre Swift getting $15.3 million in guaranteed money, by the way.
You know what's so funny about this Deion Dawkins extension and probably why people in our chat were saying that Dawkins is gone? Did you see what he posted on social media?
What did Deion post?
Deion Dawkins, like 10 minutes before the extension news came out, posted on his Instagram story, it was good while it lasted, Buffalo. Excited for this next chapter of my football career. Wonder if it's okay to eat ranch now.
That's a great troll job.
Amazing troll job. And then immediately after, y'all are crazy. Why would I ever leave Buffalo? I'm never leaving. I'm a Buffalo guy for life.
That's Temple's own right there in Deion Dawkins. A guy who started under Matt Rule and has been one of the best left tackles in the game for Buffalo. 3-year, $60.5 million extension for Deion Dawkins.
For those of you just getting caught up, some other big moves that happened today. Michael Pittman re-signing with the Colts, re-upping there. He was already franchise tagged, but gets that extension done. We already mentioned Landon, of course, getting that bag. Maybe the biggest move of the day. Brandon Allen back with the Niners.
Yeah, 1-year deal for Brandon Allen. We'll wait to see what the dollar figures are.
And then, of course, as we mentioned, Swift. For those who just joined us, going to the Bears. 3 years.
$15.3 million in guaranteed cash.
I love what Joe Griffin says here in the Niners chat. If you're watching, that means you're enjoying the content. So smash that like button. That's right, Joe. That's right, Joe. Tell him.
Tell him, Joe.
Brian Daughtry, Chase _ senior is the man.
Yeah. Is it Daughtry or Doherty?
How do you say that?
Because he did say B-Doc.
B-Doc?
And he also said, Chase Senior is a beast and our future president. It's your boy B-Doc. That tells me it's Brian Doherty.
Brian Doherty.
Let us know there if it is Brian Doherty. Appreciate the compliments. I think I would be a very good president. Graham Glasgow, 3-year, $20 million deal, too, for the Detroit Lions. He's one of the Lions guards at right guard. Jonah Jackson is their left guard. I imagine he gets paid in free agency. According to reports, Panthers willing to trade star pass rusher Brian Burns.
Jacob Martin, Chase, do you think Chase Young will return for a short-term deal?
It depends on what the edge rusher market is. If the Niners can get a Jonathan Grenard, Bryce Huff, Danielle Hunter, if they can trade for Brian Burns, those are better deals. And they might scour that market, see what the price tag is, and if they have to come down to a short-term deal for Chase Young, I could see them going that route. Yeah, Tom Petty making the point that I made about J.K. Dobbins. 2 Achilles tears and a knee injury. I just can't do it. Shades by Chardol. Rayshon Jenkins visiting the Niners. Yes. The safety, formerly of the Jags. He's meeting with Seattle as well as with San Francisco. Doherty. But in Ireland, they say, Doherty. My nickname and tattoo is Doc, or call me B-Doc. B-Doc, simple enough.
B-Doc. Yep.
Andrew Marquand. Did you see the new Christian Wilkins rumblings with the Niners?
Whoa.
That'd be interesting.
There's been a lot of rumors flying around in our chat so far. Someone earlier mentioned the Niners were checking in on Reddick. And I hadn't heard that.
Yeah, 49ers, another team to watch for Christian Wilkins after releasing Eric Armstead.
Oh, and Jonathan Grenard is off the table to the Vikings.
Vikings!
Jonathan Grenard to the Vikings.
So Danielle Hunter is gone for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Wow. I'm interested to see. So I was just talking about how let's wait to see what the edge rusher market is. And is it Greenard or Grenard?
I'd always said Grenard, but only because that's just how I said. I don't have any confirmation on that. I always said Grenard.
So let's see if Grenard sets the edge rusher market here. Because this could determine how much Danielle Hunter gets, how much Bryce Huff gets. Brian Burns, who Gumpwolf just brought up in a super chat, he got franchise tagged. So the only way that you can pick him up is by trade.
Here's that 10 from Gumpwolf.
Brian Burns is who I want the Niners to go get. I'm with you. I'm with you. John Wallace, $5 super chat. Are we going into the draft for offensive linemen or free agency? And the restructuring of contracts, is that for Ayuk? I think the restructuring of deals by design, at least the hope is that you can allocate that money toward Ayuk. If Eric Armstead is a post-June 1 designation, then that frees up $18 million that you can use not for free agency, but later this year. So that would signal that. And we'll see what happens with offensive line, John. If they don't address it in free agency, it becomes a pertinent need, obviously, in the NFL draft.
Yep, so some breaking news here. Grenard to the Vikings. Edge rusher off the table.
Titans signing Tony Pollard.
Whoa.
So the Titans signed Tony Pollard, the former Cowboy. Interesting.
That's surprising. I mean, we already knew Henry was gone, but so where does
Eagles and Giants among the teams linked to pass rusher Bryce Huff.
Makes sense now. Wow, yeah. Where does Danielle Hunter go now? Man. Yep, so Grenard off the board.
Grenard, too expensive for the Niners, according to Mike Silver, who basically called the Eric Armstead move yesterday. And we'll see what those dollar figures are. For Gennard. And let's see what the pronunciation is. Let's look it up here.
Madden King, Cousins to the Niners. I'm calling it now. Yeah.
Stop it.
What year is it?
Stop it. All right, let's see here.
Got some signings rolling in here now.
Greenard. Jonathan Greenard is the correct pronunciation there. More than 400 people watching live on the 49ers Report. More than 400 people watching live on Eagles Now. Woo! Clap it up, everybody. Let's go. Oh, Jordan Schultz saying Tony Pollard plans to sign with the Texans, not the Titans.
Whoa!
So is it going to be Texans or Titans?
What's going on here?
We have an insider duel. Aaron Wilson said Titans. Jordan Schultz said Texans.
What do we got here?
Interesting. I think it's Aaron Wilson who gets the victory.
Yeah.
Oh, Jordan Schultz just tweeted out again that he's signing with the Titans. And then he gave credit to Aaron Wilson.
Whoa,
what a body.
wow.
What a body by Wilson. He comes down with the hammer. All right, let's do this. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. Let's show the people the Super Chat menu. Because it's my hope that once I come back, we got some Super Chats in, and we can start having some fun. So here's our Super Chat menu. $10 will get you entered into the March jersey raffle. $20, we spin the wheel. $50, you sign either the Eagles or the Niners helmet. Every $500 that we get is a beer bong. Every $1,000 that we get is a shotgun. But let me make you a deal. If we get a $50 Super Chat by the time I come back here from using the bathroom, I'll do a shambong for everybody. So that's my deal for the people, and it starts right now.
Right now, right now, right now, baby. Right now. So Pollard to the Titans, not the Texans. As some moves starting to come in here. We're also having a battle between the two channels. Niners are at 140, Eagles at 45. We'll see who can win this battle. You know, if we can get 250s or just a 100, I'll join in with Chase. I'll do a little beer bong if we get a second 50. If we get a second 50, I'll do a beer bong. So $100. You get a shambong from Chase and a beer bong from me. Flipping the bird, what's up? Eagles need to sign Saquon and pay Smitty today. Got to pay Smitty. Saquon, see how much he wants. Jacob, Kendrick Bourne re-signs with the Pats? Yes, Kendrick Bourne did re-sign with the Pats. I believe that happened yesterday. We have some official numbers here. Breaking news, official numbers on the Jonathan Greenard signing with the Vikings. He'll be getting a 4-year, $76 million contract. 4-year, $76 million contract that comes right in about $19 million. So I saw somebody in the chat earlier saying it was going to be above 15. Well above 15. We'll see how much of that is guaranteed, of course. But 4 years, $76 million for Jonathan Greenard with the Vikings. And he is off the board. Lot of money. Lot of money. Yeah, Antonio way out of the Niners price range, 100%. 100%. If that's the offers he was getting, Niners never really had a chance. Niners never really had a chance. That will include, out of that 76 mil, $42 million guaranteed. Yep, Andrew Nathan, you got it right there. $42 million guaranteed coming in from Dov. So big name edge rusher off the board for a lot of money. A lot of money. And so that clearly does mean Danielle Hunter is not going back to Minnesota. Dennis Designs, the one thing missing in this show, the beer. Hey, a 50, you know what? Forget the 250s. $150 super chat from either channel. Chase is doing a shambong, I'm doing a beer bong. Whoever gets it in first, it'll be for y'all. It'll be for y'all. It'll be for the channel of whoever does it first. $150. $150 super chat, you get a beer bong from me and a shambong from Chase. Michael, Saquon might not get signed till Wednesday. It's going to be interesting with the running backs. Jake, at 10 a.m. almost. Wow. Well, it is 11:47 here in Dallas. So, it's 5 o'clock somewhere. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, Jake. But yeah, it's almost noon here. Yeah, Antonio, Chase already broke the seal. It's too late. It's too late. Jazz, just joined. What's the latest updates? You know, I think that's a good time to sort of run through some of the moves that have happened today. So looking at a lot of the moves that happened today, Jazz, I'm sure there's a lot of people just like you who haven't gotten completely up to date yet. Landon Dickerson signed that big extension with the Eagles earlier. Michael Pittman signed an extension with the Colts. Demario Davis signing a deal, restructuring his deal with the Saints. We have Brennan Allen re-signing with the Niners. Full details to be announced. DeAndre Swift going to the Bears, 3-year, $24 million deal. Deion Dawkins re-upping with the Bills, 3 years, $60.5. Jonathan Greenard, as we mentioned, 4 years, $76 million deal there with the Vikings. And then we also had Tony Pollard. Tony Pollard, as those numbers have come in, gets the exact same deal as DeAndre Swift. Tony Pollard signing a 3-year, $24 million deal with the Tennessee Titans as Stone Cold Fire with the $50 super chat. Everyone get those Stone Colds. I want both chats. I want both chats. Spam Stone in the chat. Shout out to Stone Cold Fire with the 50. We're going to get the drinking going here. Says, you are the man. Me and Chase appreciate that. I'm not a condoner, but I do enjoy enabling. So shout out to Stone Cold Fire with the Niners getting that 50 in there, man.
Hey, let's join together. Stone Cold with the 50. Oh! Dennis Designs! Oh! $50 super chat! Stone Cold, Stone Cold, Stone Cold, Stone Cold, Stone Cold, Stone Cold. Dennis Designs, 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 Designs. Let's go! All right, let's whip out the shambong here.
Man,
So I told you I'd bring it out. How did you get that one to go, Chip?
Well,
you were just
so-
convincing the people.
I told him, at first I said if we get 250s, I'll do it too. But the people convinced me, you know, we had to get it going. I said 150. I know you said you do the shambong. I said if someone sends in a 50, I will also do a little beer bong. And I said, what channel's going to do it first? And man, they were neck and neck.
I love it.
But so I'm getting in that action too.
Eric Maltez said, all this screaming high-key hella annoying. Well, that's the first time we've really screamed on the show. And we do that because we so greatly appreciate when people send in a super chat, also known as a tip, also known as a donation. When somebody is willing to support the show in a big way, like that with the big-time super chat, we're going to get excited. That's how we roll. We're not ESPN, where we're going to be in a suit all the time. We're going to have a lot of fun, be as interactive, informative, entertaining as possible, and we're going to celebrate football. We're going to celebrate you, and we're going to celebrate the real ones. And we're also going to take down some drinks here. All right. Let me pour it up. Little Shambong coming up. Shambong for the people. Cheers, everybody. Oh! Flipping the bird. A $50 super chat. FTB, 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 FTB. Thank you for that, my man. 190 in supers on the Niners report. 145 on Eagles now. All right, let me pour out another one here. Chip will do the third. How about that? Chip, you're going to do the third. Flipping the bird, another 50. Whoa. Cheers again. Chip has you covered on the third one. Crispy bacon. I left. What did I miss? Can I get a recap? Yeah, we've been recapping all the signings here. We just got three $50 super chats. Dennis Designs, Flipping the Bird, Stone Cold Fire, Making It Rain here on the show. As far as some of the moves, Jonathan Greenard, Minnesota Vikings, Tony Pollard, Houston Texans. That's important because that could take the Texans out of the Saquon race. The Bears were the other team showing interest in Saquon. Could take him out of the race. Philadelphia, Saquon, could it happen? Oh! The Don 76, a $50 super chat. David Bakhtiari released. Niners, I know they need offensive line help. Bakhtiari has barely played over the last few years. No is the answer. No is the answer. 49ers reached out to Danielle Hunter from Andrew. Wouldn't surprise me at all. I've said I think they could show some interest there. And how about Eagles now leading the 49ers report in super chats 194 to 190. What's the Bang Bang Niner gang going to say about that? The Don, let's go Birds. Thank you for that, my guy.
I got a little beer bong for the people.
Here we go.
Got a little beer bong for the people. We're going with a fruit punch Happy Dad.
Fruit punch Happy Dad.
Anytime you do Happy Dad, people are like, it's water. No, it's a Happy Dad. It's a hard seltzer.
And electrolytes. So I'm going to post this video here on Eagles Now of the Eagles losing DeAndre Swift to the Chicago Bears. Does that mean that Saquon Barkley is next? I think it could signal that. And nothing new on that front, by the way. All right,
Shout
Chip.
out to everybody with all the 50s, man. Much love.
Much love. Ice cold. Oh, it's blending in. Oh! Nick Dofer! A 50! I'll do another one of these coming up here in a second. Legendary stuff from Nick, the man, Dolfer. There you go, Chip. Woo! There you go, Chip. Everybody type Chip in the chat. Chip in the chat. All right, let's see here. Taking a little bit of a break from the stream to get you the Eagles Now Minute update. We're live all day on Philadelphia Eagles Now for our free agency special, so make sure you join us on YouTube. DeAndre Swift is signing a 3-year, $24 million contract with the Chicago Bears. That's $8 million per year, and he's going to get $15 million in guaranteed money. According to reports, the Eagles tried to work with Swift prior to the
Woo!
All right, we're having a day, man.
See, I know there were some people asking about.
Alex said, I'm broke, but I want to see a shotgun. All right, let's make a deal. Another 50, I'll shotgun.
Oh.
And it can come in on either Eagles Now or on the 49ers report. Jeff Chipper typing Chip.
Yeah.
Chip's dad is in the building. All right, what were you going to say, Chip?
I know some people were, just tuning in, wanting to get caught up, so we can run through some of the moves here that have happened today.
Yeah, let's do it. Chase McLaughlin, kickers are people too. 3-year, $12 million deal with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Landon Dickerson. Oh! Nitro Eagles, $50 super chat. That's going to be a shotgun. We'll do that after we run through these. So I'm going to give you a shambong, and I'm going to give you a shotgun here coming up. Go back to that Landon Dickerson one. Landon Dickerson signing that 4-year, $84 million contract extension, $50 million guaranteed, $21 million per, makes him the highest paid guard in the history of football. Michael Pittman, 3-year, $70 million contract to go back to the Indianapolis Colts. They franchise tagged him. Now he gets $46 million guaranteed. Demario Davis, 2-year, $17.25 million deal. Oh! Alejandro Maldonado, $100 super chat. I'm from San Francisco, California, been an Eagles fan since I was about 11 when T.O. was on the team. Fell in love with that Jim Johnson defense, and since then, my blood bleeds green. Go Birds. Can't let the 49ers be ahead of us. Chug a beer for the Birds. Anybody going to answer to that on the 49ers report?
Wow.
It's awesome. Now, I know a lot of people get triggered by being live on both streams. This is just my job. I'm having fun with it. As you can see, we're showing love to both channels, and this is the best free agency coverage, most interactive free agency coverage that you're going to get here on YouTube.
Man. It's all love.
That's incredible.
It's all love. Alejandro, I'll give you a chug for that one, man.
More on that in a moment. Tony Pollard signing with the Titans, 3-year, $24 million contract. And he gets $8 million per, just like DeAndre Swift. So the running back market doing pretty well and exploding to a certain degree here.
That's right, Reed. No one's covering it like we do, man.
Nobody's doing it like we are. We've already been live for 2 hours. NFL Network ain't taking down some beers.
They're on a commercial break. We don't take commercial.
Oh! Nick Dolfer! Didn't I say 49ers for a Super Bowl victory? There's the 100. 49ers report 340. Eagles now at 344.
Oh my goodness.
You gotta love it. You gotta love it.
Oh my goodness. Wow. I'm definitely giving you all another beer bong. This is crazy. It's a battle.
It's a battle, man.
It's a battle. And don't forget, everyone's sending in these 50s, these 100s. Everyone who sent in a 50 You can design that helmet for your respective team as well.
This is incredible. Yeah, I've actually got to get caught up on this. So we've had all these $50 Super Chats come in, and this is a good time where we can show you the Super Chat menu here because things are going crazy here on the show where we're got to give out a lot of gold stickers here. Anytime you send in $50 or more, you either go on the Niners helmet or the Eagles helmet, and we've got gold stickers going on both helmets here. So we had a barrage of $50+ Super Chats on Eagles now. So Alejandro Maldonado, AM gets a sticker. Nitro Eagles gets a sticker. The Don gets a sticker. Flippin' the Bird gets a gold sticker. Let's see. Dennis Designs. I think you're already on there, Dennis, but we'll put you on there again. And then on the 49ers report, Nick Dolfer. Let me just handle the Eagles real quick. And Niners. We had Nick Dolfer. Nick Dolfer. Stone Cold. And let's see what we got. Is that it? Stone Cold, Nick Dolfer, and Gumpwolf.
I want to give a quick shout out to my girlfriend, Allie G, watching in class right now. That's dedication.
That's legendary.
That's dedication.
Allie, I'm sorry I missed you. I was in Indianapolis, and then this past week, I was just so damn tired. Hope you guys had a good time, though.
We did. Good time in Dallas.
Good time in Dallas.
And
Right.
Dennis Designs wants an upside-down chug.
An upside-down chug. Whew.
Oh, Reed's watching this at work. Where are you watching from? Let us know. Where's everybody watching the stream from right now? Are you at work watching right now? David, it was a half day for me for some reason because they knew it was NFL free agency. That's why it was a half day.
And they knew that you had to watch Chat Sports.
They knew you had to watch.
That's what it comes down to.
D Chip is at work. DHA, work, travel. Who's traveling? Who's on the road right now?
Yeah, we have a lot of truckers who watch our show.
Andrew Nathan on my iPad at work. Yeah, D-boy, the guy that sent $49.99, that's a 50. That absolutely counts.
Of course it matters.
Oh!
What do we got?
Oh! Troy! With the $50
Troy M!
Super Chat!
This is incredible. We have somebody who grew up in San Francisco who's an Eagles fan, and then Troy M from Philly, but a Niner fan since age 7. Ever since I've bled red and gold LFG, let's talk about 6, baby. Soon to be. Cowboys are in on Tony Pollard. Giants and Vikings had interest as well. Dennis Design said, put Ali G on the helmet. Say less.
Oh, okay.
Are you trying to take Chip's girl?
She's got 2 L's, but close enough.
Is it 2 L's?
Yeah.
I'll just put AG.
Yeah, just do AG.
AG.
Dennis. Oh, she's going to love that if she's still here. I'm not sure if she's still here. Dennis, that's awesome, man. That's awesome. I'm not sure if she's still here, but she's going to love that.
That's legendary stuff.
That is legendary stuff. That's a legend. Jake said trying to take his girl. No, I love Dennis. That's awesome, Dennis. Really appreciate that, man.
Dennis, we still got to get you that Chat Sports shirt. We will do that. It's been such a busy start to the year for me. It's honestly been kind of surreal. National championship, Super Bowl, NFL Combine, and then right into free agency. And I had off days yesterday and on Saturday, but I was still having to work, do some breaking news videos here. Rick the Flame, $10 super chat. Eagles are getting dismantled in the funds race in the same fashion as they did last year. It's actually 400 on the Niners report to 344 on Eagles now. So it's been a neck and neck race up to this point. Oh! Black Mask! Shout out to Christine, Catherine, Jen, my rotation. NFL stands for Niners for life. Can't let the pigeons outduel us. Stone Cold Fire, another 10. Repping the Niners from Yuma, Arizona, but driving my big rake through New Mexico. I told you.
Wow.
A lot of truckers watch the show. I love that because you know who truckers are? Gritty. And our country would be nothing without truckers. That's why New York has to stop messing with them. All right. Black Mask is getting a gold star.
Wow. Just to catch up on everything, while we were having this barrage, there were a few minor moves made. Just want to cover everything. James Winchester, I believe he's the Chiefs' long snapper, I think. Let me just confirm this because... we keep you updated with everything. Yeah, so the Chiefs long snapper re-signing with the Chiefs. Drew Sample, tight end for the Bengals, re-signing on a 3-year deal. David Kessenberry, O-lineman for the Vikings, re-signing with the Vikings. And then Blake Brendel, who I believe is another O-lineman for the Vikings, also re-signing. Yeah, so Jake Brendel, center for the Vikings, and then Kessenberry, guard for the Vikings, also re-signing. So some minor moves here happening as we wait for some of the big ones.
This is incredible. What a day.
What a day. I owe you all a beer bong for sure.
I'll do the shotgun here in a sec. Stone Cold Fire, I got to get you a gold sticker.
Oh, listen to this. Flipping the bird. Hey, Chase, I met Brian Dawkins and Tim Tebow this weekend.
What? Where? That's awesome. Where did you meet them? That's sick. Two, vastly different legends, too. Was it at a church event? Because I could see them being together.
You know what's funny? I did see, when I was driving out of the airport, a billboard for Tim Tebow doing a church event down here in Dallas.
That makes sense.
I don't think that happened yet, though, so I don't think he would have seen him in Dallas.
Both are Christians. They might have been doing something together. Crispy Bacon going to the St. Louis Arch right now. Nice.
He says Liberty University at Ignite Men's Conference in Virginia.
Sense. That's a Christian university, right? Liberty? Malik Willis? That makes some sense.
Black Mask.
What's up, brother?
Hey, fellas.
Hey, man.
What's going on?
Hey there, partner.
It's getting a little wet and wild over here.
You actually want to give us a shotgun? We owe, a lot.
We owe a lot. We owe a lot.
I just got back from Fayetteville. Of course I want to give you a shot.
We owe a lot.
Keanu Glenn said, Kay Adams said that Saquon is going to a team in the NFC East. Is it going to be Philadelphia?
Come on, Kay. We've been knowing this.
Laken Tomlinson with some eyeball emojis. Is he coming back to the Niners? Why were you whispering so weirdly? Didn't know if it was a secret, man. All right. You got a happy dad for me, Chip? I don't have my knife here, so hopefully I don't cut my finger. Trace is going to do one as well. You want to do one too? All right. All right. I owe a Shambong. What? Nah, I just forgot it today. Just a bad job by me. Reed, these super chats are going to put your livers in a bind. That's a great comment. Great comment right there. 380 people watching on the Niners Report. 330 on Eagles now. Free agency special day one. Nothing's happened for a little bit. But how about the running backs getting paid here? DeAndre Swift, $8 million per. Tony Pollard, $8 million per. Has to mean that Saquon's going to get at least 12. Broncos plan to sign Brandon Jones to a 3-year deal. Cheers. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Let's go. Chris Steele, exactly my thoughts. Eagles offering Barkley $12 million per. That's what I'm thinking here. That's what I'm thinking it could be. Millie315 said, Trizzy, what's popping?
What's happening, partners?
So Brandon Jones to the Broncos, 3-year deal there.
Let us know in the chat. Do you guys like this signing, Brandon Jones to the Denver Broncos? Do you think this is a good move for Denver?
There's a shit ton of rumors on the Niners side. Reached out to Danielle Hunter. Christian Wilkins an option. Laken Tomlinson eyeball emojis. Could he come back? I'm good. Lloyd Cushenberry expected to sign with the Titans. 3-year, $20 million deal for Brandon Jones to the Broncos. The Dolphins safety getting paid. And yeah, I saw that tweet from Kay Adams. Tell us where Saquon is going. She quote tweeted and said, NFC East. That'd be nuts. I think the Cowboys could be in play. You lose Tony Pollard, and then you just sign Saquon. Deuce Vaughn. He's like their Darren Sproles. I think he's a really good player. He's obviously not a 3-down back, though. Lloyd Cushenberry. Yeah, offensive lineman. Man, it's so exciting when you're just waiting for these big moves to drop. It's one of my favorite days. Jeannie Wyatt making her return to the show. Good morning, faithful ladies and all. What's up, Jeannie? Good to see you back here. Let's give the people what they want. We sing too. We talk ball, we sing, we drink, we chop it up, we have fun, we do it all.
I did see you put freestyle on the wheel.
Freestyle is on the wheel. We've only spun the wheel once, right? Because we've had all these big-time super chats. One wheel spin. We should do that again right after this. All right, Chip. Do your thing.
Let's do it, baby. Shout out to, man, what a day.
What a day.
We're just getting started.
NFL free agency is here. Underway in a big fashion. Chip, 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 chip. Like it ain't nothing.
Woo!
Like it ain't nothing. Sign Barkley, bring back Boston Scott, draft Blake Corum, Barkley, Gainwell, Scott, Corum. That's a nasty running back core from Flipping the Bird. I love Blake Corum, and he's been one of my favorite draft targets for any team that's in need of a running back in the draft. Shorter, but he can run in between the tackles, can get out to the outside, can catch balls out of the backfield. High character guy, national championship with Michigan, tough as nails. Commanders signing Cowboys defensive end Dorrance Armstrong. So he's reuniting with new head coach Dan Quinn, who was his DC. with Dallas. Rick the Flame, can we get a Wilkinson and Daniil Hunter update? So, if you're talking Christian Wilkins, which is what I believe you're saying, I think I saw it was Tom Pelissero, Jeremy Fowler. He said the market for Dolphins star defensive tackle Christian Wilkins is heating up after the Dolphins, surprisingly, by the way, did not give him the franchise tag. Expect at least 7 teams to pursue him. He said Texans, Browns, Vikings could make a swing, and then he mentioned the 49ers. As far as Daniil Hunter, some people in the comment section saying that the Niners reached out. Let's see. Daniil Hunter has buzz for San Francisco when it comes down to Tim Kawakami, Mike Silver, all mentioning his name. It's real if they're saying it. Oh! J.D. Wyatt, $100 super chat. Faithful ladies, bang bang Niner gang, doing great. We need to get Brian Burns, Daniil Hunter, and Robert Hunt. Let's go Niners. San Francisco. That's a great free agency plan. Brian Burns trade, Daniil Hunter sign, Robert Hunt right guard. I think that the Niners would only get 2 of those defensive ends, though. You're not going to pay Daniil Hunter big money and then trade for Brian Burns and give him a contract extension when you have Nick Bosa. So pick one of those ends and then Robert Hunt at right guard. That's a damn good free agency period. I'm telling you that right now.
Another breaking news signing just now happening. Gabe Davis.
Jaguars.
Signing with the Jags.
So that signals Calvin Ridley's probably gone. Christian Kirk, Gabe Davis, and Evan Ingram. That's not a bad 1-2-3 punch for Trevor Lawrence. So I think Gabe Davis to the Jags means Calvin Ridley's going somewhere else. Interesting. I'll give you all that shambong here in a second. Huh.
Wow. So, now for the Bills, you got Stephon Diggs and what else? They're probably going to have to draft a receiver. If the Bills draft Xavier Worthy, oh my goodness. Watch out.
Yeah, that's scary.
Josh Allen's arm with the speed, record-setting speed, by the way, of Xavier Worthy, that's going to be a scary sight.
Who did the Niners sign from lore? Only Brandon Allen as the backup quarterback so far. That's it as of right now.
Kelly Knock. I just turned on and we lost Swift to the Bears.
Yes, Kelly.
Yep, Kelly Knock. And Antonio shooting his shot. Says, Genie always making it rain. I'm looking for a sugar mama.
Antonio and Genie? Is that a potential pairing right there?
Black Mask is calling his shot. Saquon is going to the Texans. That's going to be scary. Not confirmed yet. But, man, that'd be scary.
Yeah, that's really it right now. I'm looking at the phone here.
Yeah, we're all caught up.
All caught up. I do owe one more shambong here. So we'll give you that.
Genie, let him know. Genie says I'm not single. Sorry.
Oh, Genie, you're taken. I didn't know. So there's your answer for that one.
Sorry, Antonio.
Antonio, you got to look elsewhere. Maybe Gina G?
Genie Wyatt's a legend. Antonio.
Cheers to all of the legends watching day one of free agency. We're having a blast. So again, all the recent developments on the Niners front here. Approaching Kyle Juszczyk about a restructured deal. Obviously last night, they plan to release Eric Armstead. We talked about that news. Signed Brandon Allen to a one-year deal. They've been linked to Christian Wilkins, linked to Danielle Hunter, and now Laken Tomlinson eyeball emojis. Could he return to the 49ers? Alicia in the building. Hope you're doing well, Alicia. All of our coverage today presented by PrizePicks, the #1 daily fantasy sports app and the largest independently run DFS app in North America. $100 deposit match, prizepicks.com/CLNS. Use the code CLNS. We got some NBA picks that we cooked up for everybody. Luka Doncic, he's been on this crazy 30-plus point triple-double run. More than 33.5 points. Cade Cunningham, more than 24.5 points. Devin Vassell, more than 10 rebounds and assists. You can win big-time money. Withdraw your winnings all within the PrizePicks app. You pick 2 or more players. Choose more or less on their projected stats. And it's the best way, the only way to play daily fantasy sports. Link is down below in the comment section right now. Dennis Designs, I like our receivers. Rather draft a young, fast guy who can catch. I'll tell you this, after being at the Combine, it is a great draft for wide receivers. And it's really any type of mold of wide receiver that you want at your disposal, at your choosing. Short and fast, big and fast, medium size and fast. All these guys were running crazy, man. Pause. A lot of impressive 40-yard dashes at the NFL Scouting Combine. Alicia, glad to hear that.
Chase, I'm curious. What are your thoughts next year on the Bills? They've lost a lot of guys.
Yeah.
Still have some talent, but man, they've lost, Micah Hyde, Jordan Poyer, Trey White, now Gabe Davis is gone. What are your thoughts on the Bills' outlook for next season?
This is why them losing to Kansas City was such a big deal, because everybody kind of knew that contract for Josh Allen was going to start to set in, and that contract makes it very difficult to build the roster around him for Buffalo, and they are going to have to make some very, very difficult and arduous financial decisions. And that's exactly what the Bills have done. Like, they've really cleaned house in a way where they've let go of a lot of primary veterans who have been on that team for a long while. And they lose Jordan Poyer, Tre'Davious White, Gabe Davis. They let go of their center. They bring back Deion Dawkins. So they're going to have Stephon Diggs once again. Now without Gabe Davis, he's going to get even more targets. Now he can stop complaining and being a big baby. You do have really good tight ends on that roster that I like. They have to get running back figured out, but I like James Cook. Is he going to take another step? I think he will. Defensively, you have a defensive-minded head coach. You bring back Joe Brady as OC, but you're just not going to be as deep and as talented as you were. It's going to be up to Josh Allen. Can he take down the boogeyman and Patrick Mahomes?
We have a major signing.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my goodness.
Our Raiders channel is going to go nuts.
Oh, my goodness.
Christian Wilkins to the Raiders.
Wow.
Christian Wilkins to the Raiders on a 4-year, $110 million deal. $84.75 million in guaranteed money.
Wow.
That's a move that the Raiders needed to make. I've got to turn on our Raiders Report channel here.
They've got to be going insane. That makes him the third highest paid DT behind Chris Jones and Aaron Donald.
Yep.
Wow.
I've got to turn on our Raiders Report.
That's
and I knew that he was
bag.
going to get a bag, and that's not surprising at all. They now have 2,600 people watching live on the Raiders stream.
Oh my God.
That stream is going to go nuts.
I got to give a quick shout out to my Clemson legend. That's a Clemson legend right there in Christian Wilkins. Love to see him get the bag.
That was the number one free agent target for our Raiders Report host, Mitchell Renz.
Yeah, I will say, shout out to Mitchell Renz, our Raiders Report host. I was on Raiders with him last week. He had him as the number one target, as the most likely guy for them to sign. He was spot on. Spot on. So that's a great job by him.
That's incredible stuff, man.
Incredible stuff. That is a bag.
Third highest paid defensive tackle, Chris Jones, Aaron Donald, and then Christian Wilkins. That's wild.
Big
man.
loss for the Dolphins, man.
Huge loss. You know, they don't franchise tag him. That had to signal the end.
Just like, why not pay a guy like that, man?
Dragon, any latest updates on the Eagles here? You know, they lose DeAndre Swift to the Bears. 3 years, $24 million for him, $8 million per. That signals to me the Eagles' interest in Saquon could be real. Other than that, Brandon Graham, back. Fletcher Cox, Jason Kelsey, retired. They could trade Josh Sweat and Hassan Reddick in on Bryce Huff. That's the latest on that front.
Wow, that's a big domino to fall with Wilkins.
Big domino. Since Chris Jones re-signed with Kansas City, he was the number one free agent on a lot of people's boards.
Yeah. For those who don't know, he is a beast, man.
Yeah. Absolute beast. Andrew Nathan. I did see Kay Adams saying that Saquon's going to go to the NFC East, stay in the NFC East, and a lot of people are speculating it's going to be for the Eagles.
Connor Bowles with $1, appreciate it.
Also, thank you, Jaso, responded to Kay Adams and said, so he's staying in New York after she said he's going to the NFC East, or he's an Eagle. Or he's an Eagle. Kay Adams said, or.
Whoa. Can we take a second to think about how difficult it's going to be now to block Max Crosby and Christian Wilkins? That's a scary thought. Because you've got to double team Crosby.
Yep.
So now you're telling me Wilkins is going to get most likely a one-on-one
Yep.
on most plays? That is a scary sight. Matt Finch, it is still the Raiders, Matt Finch, and until they get a quarterback, I don't think people are really going to be, they still won. They were over 500 last year, right? Like, they're still going to win some games, but until they get a quarterback, man, that team I don't think is a true contender, but they're getting better for sure. If they can somehow manage to get Jaden Daniels, I know our Raiders host is very high on them being able to get Jaden Daniels. If they can somehow pull that off.
Got to get the quarterback right. And then you have Jacoby Myers, you have Devontae Adams, and still Hunter Renfrow.
Yeah, you got to get the quarterback right.
Michael Mayer is a great tight end who I think could be a star with actual good quarterback play.
Talented team, but until you get that quarterback, you cannot roll out Aiden O'Connell.
Yeah.
Cerebral Assassin in the house with the $2. I woke up late, man. You just missed a lot.
Cerebral. What's up, brother? Yeah, I mean, we're live on Eagles now. We're live on the 49ers report. Other than Brandon Allen going back to the Niners, for the two teams that we're specifically live for, nothing yet.
Nothing yet, but still plenty of players left. Of course, not everything has to happen today. King Kenzo, his career will be wasted with the Raiders. He went for the bag.
I mean, I'd take the bag as well, But you have a defensive head coach in Antonio Pierce. You have Max Crosby on that defensive line.
Things could be looking up.
You have the Texas Tech kid who you drafted early last year.
Tyree Wilson.
Tyree Wilson. I don't hate it. Decent linebacking core, decent secondary.
As you said, though, gotta get quarterback right.
Got to get quarterback right.
Can't roll with Aiden O'Connell. And
Yeah.
I don't know if they're going to be going after any of these free agents, man. Looks like Cousins is probably going to go to Atlanta. Although I'm surprised nothing's happened with Cousins yet.
I thought that was going to be the first domino to fall. I really did.
It really sounded like him in Atlanta was a done deal, but now I have no idea.
Jalen Ramsey, stamp of approval. He said, and that's Christian Wilkins' teammate. Christian and Max about to go crazy this year.
That's a dangerous duo, man. And if Tyree Wilson, he was what, 4 overall? Something around there?
Yeah.
If he can fill out his potential this year, that could be a dangerous defensive line, man.
So 4 years, $110 million for Christian Wilkins, $84.75 million in guaranteed money. That's a really good defensive line combination, Wilkins and Crosby. Again, it literally comes down to quarterback play. 49ers among the teams interested in Leonard Floyd, by the way. That's a good speed rusher, opposite of Bosa. I don't really like that as like your primary edge rusher opposite of Bosa. Take a look at his numbers from this past year. Obviously very well accomplished in the league. He had 10.5 sacks this past year for Buffalo. The last 4 years since getting off to a slow start in his career, when he was the 9th overall pick by the Bears, he's 31. So he's a little bit older. I'd just rather probably go Chase Young at that point. But 10.5, 9.5, 9, and 10.5 sacks in his last 4. Pretty good production over the last 4. I just don't like that being the primary edge rusher opposite of Bosa. I think Bryce Huff would be better. I think Danielle Hunter would be better. Brian Burns is the dream. That's what I would do.
Cerebral with another 10.
Cerebral Assassin. Thanks for the coverage, Chase. You got it, brother. Let's spin that wheel. We've had enough super chats where we can spin the wheel. Another $20 super chat will also spin the wheel again for you. But let's spin the wheel. See what we're cooking with here. Whenever you're ready, Chip.
Let's do it.
What do we got? A beer cheers.
Nice.
Say less. Thanks to everybody for watching our Day 1 NFL free agency coverage. You're all the best. And without you, our coverage would not be possible. You make this the best job in the world. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, today has been something.
So funny. People are like, Chase, you're at Chat Sports. What do you want to do next? I'm good here, man. I'd rather be here than ESPN. I'm not even kidding. I love what I do, love who I work with, who I work for, love being able to chop it up with all of you. I think ESPN, kind of a lame product these days. So it's incredible here, man. Really is. Don Ackerley, Chase would know first. We always know first. Mac Daddy, $10 super chat. I've been hearing a lot of trash talk about Purdy's hands being too small. That's why he can't throw in the rain. Well, newsflash, they're the same size as Patrick Mahomes is, just saying. I'd say what makes Mahomes a little bit different is the overall arm strength. He clearly has a stronger arm as compared to Brock Purdy. So when you have smaller hands and a weaker arm, that's why that can be exasperated. But I think that's overrated. And look, Purdy struggled against Cleveland in the rain, struggled a little bit against the Packers in the rain. But what did he do against the Browns? What did he do against the Packers? Fourth quarter, when he had the ball, when he had to lead a comeback drive or a game-winning drive and play well, he did. That's all that matters. I think Purdy has what doesn't always show on the stat sheet. That's the clutch gene. Here's a look at our Super Chat battle.
Man, look at what the people have done today.
Eagles now 345, 49ers report 640. It has been an incredible showing on both channels. It really has. Vlad the Impala said traditional media is dying. I agree. That's why I'm happy to be here. Black Mask said, do not go to woke ESPN. We're not woke. That's why I love being here. Nicole and Harold Gillenwater, what up, Chase? The legends. Been with me since day one on the Niners Report. Appreciate that. Leland J, you're awesome. So is Trizzy and Chip. Rolled with y'all all season. Big appreciation. Salute. Laura said, congratulations to Brock Purdy for getting married. Exactly. Congratulations. Nick Dolfer, $24 Super Chat. Purdy is still young. Only one full season as a starter. Only going to get better. I agree. And what he does doesn't show up on the stat sheet, which I alluded to a little bit ago. Timing, accuracy, anticipation, processing. Casuals don't see that. They go box score hunting. They don't see that. He excels highly in all those areas. I like what Wow had to say here. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Azeez Al-Shire, Bryce Huff, Saquon Barkley, awesome signings for Philadelphia. Those are 4 great moves that would just knock it out of the park, I believe, for the Eagles. Do you think we're getting Patrick Surtain from SXCH? Interesting question that you bring up, because the Broncos have a fire sale going on. They're releasing Justin Simmons. They're releasing Russell Wilson. They're eating $38 million for him to play with Pittsburgh in 2024. Is Patrick Surtain next? Todd Tony, what's up? Love the show. We love you. Thank you. We might grab Justin Simmons from SXCH. That could be a possibility for sure.
So I don't believe we had official details on the numbers before, but in case you missed it, Gabe Davis officially 3 years, $39 million with the Jags. With a max value of $50 million with incentives.
So $13 million per year for Gabriel Davis. It's a pretty solid move. I mean, it doesn't reset the wide receiver market, obviously, by any means, but that is really good. Wide receiver 2 money.
He's a boomer bust guy. He can make some big plays. Not always consistent, but he is a big play threat. Not sure I like him more than Ridley.
And up to 50 mil, obviously, that's performance incentives right there. But that could end up being a really good deal there for Gabriel Davis.
Definitely inconsistent, Alex. Definitely inconsistent, but he has that ability to put up big games. We've seen it before in the playoffs as well. Just not quite always there. Not quite always there.
All right, we've been live for almost 3 hours. Niners report, Eagles now. Not one big signing for either team so far.
Still plenty of guys out there, though.
But Kay Adams is just sprinkling all of the Saquon buzz across social media right now. Any thoughts on Andrew Van Ginkel, Matthew Martinez, one of the highest graded edge rushers in the NFL this past year? Chase Young to the Eagles for Mr. Awesome Guy. I don't think he fits what they want. They want guys who love ball, who are productive or ascending. Chase Young is just a polarizing player. A lot of injury issues. Still young at 24. Has been productive at moments, but just not consistent enough. And I don't think the Eagles want to give a bag to somebody who they question their effort with. Yeah. Niner fans know all about that.
Yeah. Couple minor signings happening here. Cam Lewis re-signing with the Bills, 2-year, $4 million. Gunnar
Olszewski re-signing with the Giants. Massive deal right there.
Look at that hair. Look at that hair.
It's good hair.
That's some good hair.
Who has better hair, Gunner or me? C or G? Type it in the chat.
You know, he's got some good hair. I'm not going to lie, though. I don't know. It's looking a little bit, might be a little bit dead. Might be a little bit dead. I'm not going to lie. His hair is a little bit thin, a little bit straw-like. I don't know. Just a photo, of course. Yeah, look at his jawline. Oh, my goodness.
Jawline's pretty
Type
good.
C for Chase, G for Gunner. Alicia says Chase. I mean, Chase's hair is just on point every time. Every time. Looks
You're
like
too nice, Chip.
Looks like the Scarecrow from Wizard of Oz.
That's pretty good. Jay and Silent Boom, Gunner is a Chad. That's awesome. I'm having 2 hard-boiled eggs. No breakfast for me today. We got in early. I woke up at, 6 o'clock? I couldn't really sleep. Up late last night doing some Eric Armstead breaking news. And then you do that, you just can't go to sleep right away. And then I woke up, cold plunge, got a little lift in. I got to run after work, so that's going to be rough. But we'll get it done.
Man, what a day it's been. Let's recap all the moves that have been made today. For those of you that have not gotten caught up yet.
Yeah, some of the moves also have happened over the last couple of days.
We can just run through sort of everything that's happened so far.
Yeah, let's do that. Let me eat this egg real quick.
Oh, yeah. Got to get that food in there.
By the way, the Trader Joe's Everything Bagel Seasoning,
Oh, my goodness.
not
Howie loves
a
that.
sponsor, but should be. Very good, especially on a hard-boiled egg.
Yeah, Mr. Awesome Guy, put that on everything.
Millie said gas. Hell yeah. You already know.
People know. The people know.
Charles. Sargento, pepper jack string cheese, and chocolate premier protein drink for me. That sounds good. Organic only from Trip Aces. I don't trust all the chemicals and bad ingredients out there. Lisa! What's up, Lisa Hernandez? David Corona. There he is.
Millie asked what your 40-yard dash
Ma'am.
time is.
I've run for 308 straight days, so I can put in some distance. I've never been that fast. I don't know if I'd be able to break 5. Cat Williams broke 5. That's
Yeah,
hella
that was
impressive,
nuts.
dude.
That was
Hella
nuts.
impressive. A lot of people don't realize how hard it is to break a 5-yard, 40-yard dash. Could you?
Nowadays, I think I could. I've always been very fast, but that was, back in high school and back in college. I am not quite the same shape that I was back then, but I think I can. I've always been very fast.
You are like you're like quick twitchy. Like you can jump high, you're explosive.
Yeah.
I'm more of like
think I could,
You saw me play basketball. I'm not like twitchy. I'm just kind of like a Luka Doncic mover. Like a smooth, like not explosive or fast.
I feel like you're also not going to get tired
No, I wouldn't get too tired.
quite as much as other people.
Yeah, but I can't I don't have like the vertical or like the explosiveness to run really fast. Maybe I'm like Brock Purdy, short area quickness, right?
you go.
Make somebody miss real quick. I don't know. Ran a 5.01 as a 295-pound center senior year for Millie. Dude,
Goodness.
5.01 at 295?
That's moving.
You on a pull block? I mean, we're talking about free agency. Millie 315. You could play center for somebody. Jason Kelsey was 284 at the combine, and he ran like a 4.8. But still, almost 300 pounds, running about a 5-second 40-yard dash. That's impressive, man. That's impressive. All right, let's run through some of these deals here. Mike Evans, and these are obviously deals that have happened over the last couple of days. This has technically been free agency. Mike Evans, 2-year, $52 million deal. He's had more than 1,000 yards every year that he's been in the NFL. Think about how incredible that is with all of the different quarterbacks that he's played with. Demarcus Robinson, 1 year, 5 with the Rams. Dalton Schultz, 3 years, 36. Going back to the Texans, $23.5 million guaranteed. Eagles legend Zach Ertz, 1 year, 5 with the Washington Commanders. Could that be a farewell tour there for Ertz? Ryan Bates, traded to Chicago. 2024 fifth-round pick going to Buffalo. So that's part of the Bills cleaning house. Mitchell Trubisky, 2 years, 5.25. I heard somebody at the Combine who's covering the Bills say, and this was before it happened, Trubisky's going back to Buffalo. There you go. Maybe a better option than Matt Barkley. $2.7 million in guaranteed money. Jonnu Smith going to a Miami team that doesn't really utilize tight ends under Mike McDaniel, but solid year last year for the Atlanta Falcons. He gets $5 million per. Tyrann Mathieu, 2 year, $13 million extension. Kai Fairbairn, 3 years, $15.9 to Houston. It's a lot of money for a kicker that I thought was a little bit shaky. Chukwuma Okorafor, 1 year, 4. Offensive lineman formerly of Pittsburgh going to New England. Jalen Johnson gets $19 million per. Re-ups with Chicago after the franchise tag was put on him. 4 years, $76 for him. Drew Tranquill, 3 years, $19. He signed a 1-year deal with the Chiefs in free agency, so he's going back and sticking with the Super Bowl champions. Kevin Dotson really reset the guard market in free agency. Got $16 million per. 3 years, $48 to stay with the Rams. Hunter Henry, 3 years, $30. New England has sneakily been spending. L.J. Collier, 1-year deal. Cardinals. Taylor Rapp, 3 years, $10.5 with Buffalo. Ezra Cleveland, they retain their very good center. 3 years, $28.5, $14.5 million in guaranteed money. Jake Bailey, 2 years, $4.2 with Miami. Colton McKivitz, controversial figure among a lot of Niner fans, 1 year, $7. Patrick Scales, 1 year deal with the Bears. Johnny Munt, 1 year, $2.5 with Minnesota. I didn't get this deal. Amir Abdul is just going to be a backup back. Can catch the ball out of the backfield. 1 year, $1.85 with the Raiders. But imagine getting $850,000 in guaranteed money. You don't even know if you're surely going to be on that roster. Tarvarius Moore didn't play this past year, former third-round pick for the Niners. Picked off Patrick Mahomes in Super Bowl 54, signing with Chicago. Justin Matabuke, 4-year, $98 million deal. The stud defensive tackle with double-digit sacks last year. Stays with Baltimore. Cody Ford, 1-year deal with the Bengals. Brandon Graham, 1-year deal with Philadelphia. I saw it's most likely going to be between $4 and $5 million. Jerry Jeudy, traded to Cleveland from Denver. And all the Broncos got 5th and 6th round pick. I love that move for Cleveland. Andrew Berry continues to be a mover and shaker at general manager. Eric Murray to the Texans. Tyler Lockett, redone deal there, 2 years, $34 million. Chris Jones, record-breaking contract for a defensive tackle. 5 years, $158.75 million, 101 in guaranteed money. Greg Reynolds, wide receiver, couple of big drops against the Niners in the NFC Championship game. Stays with the Lions. Mac Jones traded in exchange for a 2024 6th-round pick. Jags and Patriots make that deal happen. Chuck Clark, 1-year deal with the Jets. Isaiah Oliver, Niners legend, 1-year deal with the Jets as well. Eagles legend, Kevin Byard, 2-year, $15 million deal. I obviously say legend, tongue-in-cheek there, sarcastic. Baker Mayfield, 3 years, $100 million, $50 million guaranteed. Great rebound season for him in 2023. Andre James yesterday, the center for the Raiders, going back to Las Vegas. $8 million per, $16 million guaranteed money, 3 years, $24 million. Foley Fatakasi, could have butchered that very well. 1-year deal. Casey Kreider to the Giants. Robert Jones, Dolphins, 1-year deal. Kendrick Bourne, 3-year deal up to $33 million. I first saw that and I'm like, hold on. In what world is Kendrick Bourne getting $11 million per? It's up to $33 million. Kenny Yeboah, I believe a Temple legend, right? 1-year deal. Jets. Russell Wilson, 1 year, 1.2, and the Broncos are going to eat about $38 million. Great deal for Pittsburgh, if they even make the playoffs and he plays somewhat well. Oh, went to Ole Miss after that, right? Yep. Yeah. Kenny Yeboah. Zaire Franklin, 3 years, 31.26 with the Colts. Graham Glasgow, thought he could have been a Niners target. 3 years, 20. I love the average annual value there for a solid guard. $9.5 million guaranteed money. Mitch Morris, 2 years, 10.5 with the Jags. Troy Hill, 1-year deal with the Panthers. Greg Zerloin, kickers are people too. 2 years, 8.4. Chase McLaughlin, kickers are people too. 3 years, 12.3. Landon Dickerson, $21 million per year. That's the richest deal in NFL history for a guard. 4 years, $84 million, $50 million in guaranteed cash. So you lose Jason Kelce, but you retain Landon Dickerson on that extension. Michael Pittman, 3 years, 70. I think he's a good wide receiver, but that's a lot of money. Demario Davis, 2 years, 17.25, $13.25 million in guaranteed money. Brandon Allen, going back to the Niners, 1-year deal. Does that signal him being the backup for Brock Purdy? Stay tuned. DeAndre Swift, 3 years, 24, $8 million per, $15.3 million in guaranteed money. Is Saquon going to go to Philadelphia? Deion Dawkins, Temple legend, 3-year, $60.5 million contract extension. One of the best left tackles in the game. That's top 5 money, right? You said a little bit earlier. Top 5 money for him at left tackle. Jonathan Greenard, 4 years, $76 million, $42 million in guaranteed money. So that comes out to $19 million per. Niners simply were not going to pay that. Philadelphia, another team thought to be interested, weren't going to pay that either. The running back market is interesting. You have Swift getting $8 million per, Tony Pollard getting $8 million per. James Winchester to the Chiefs, Drew Sample, 3 years, 10.5 with Cincinnati. David Quessenberry to the Vikings. Blake Brendel, Vikings. Brandon Jones, safety, 3-year, $20 million deal, $12.5 million in guaranteed money for Denver. Lloyd Cushenberry, Dorrance Armstrong, Titans and Commanders there. Gabe Davis, $13 million per, solid wide receiver 2 money. He goes to Jacksonville. That signals to me that Calvin Ridley not going to go back to the Jags. Christian Wilkins, the monster mega deal today. 4 years, $110 million, third highest paid defensive tackle in the game, behind Chris Jones and Aaron Donald. 84.75 in guaranteed money. It's going to look good in that Raider uniform alongside Max Crosby. Cam Lewis, 2 years, 4, and then Gunnar Olszewski. Return man, pretty much. 1-year deal. He sticks with the Giants. Tyler Biadasz signing with the Washington Commanders. This is a big move in the NFC East because he leaves Dallas and signs with Washington. That makes the Cowboys worse. Lonnie Johnson signing with the Houston Texans. Details TBD. We'll see about that. Antonio, Dallas just lost their center to Washington. Just talked about it here. Good timing right there.
Man, if you're having a good time today, make sure you hit that thumbs up. It's been a tremendous day. Tremendous day on both channels as well.
Hit that thumbs up icon, like the video.
Yes, sir.
We've been live for about 3 hours now.
Where you getting better coverage than this, huh? Nowhere, nowhere, nowhere. We just went through every move that's been made. Every move that's been made.
Andrew Marquin would like the Niners to sign Kenny Moore and then put Demo in the slot because we know Demo would thrive in the slot. I'm okay with that plan. The only thing is, Kenny Moore is a slot corner. So you'd have to put Demo on the outside most likely. If you want to go that route and have Demo in the slot, you target an outside corner in the draft or in free agency. John Wallace, one of our executive producers. Thumbs up, y'all. Show the channel some love. Exactly. Johnny Dubs knows. Jay and Silent Boom. Philly 500 is the man. I usually watch his stuff. I know he's another Eagles content creator. Hope that you like our stuff as well. A lot of different options out there. That's why we appreciate everybody for hanging out here with us. But the people go live and have fun with the people like we do? I don't think so. Nick Dolfer, this channel is on point. Appreciate it, man. We are $26 away from $700 in Super Chats on the Niners Report. We are $56 away from $400 on Philadelphia Eagles Now. Who's going to get us past those numbers? Because show them the Super Chat menu when you can there, Chip. We owe something on the 49ers Report for getting past 500. Every 500 is a beer bong, so I have to do another shambong here on the show.
The race was pretty close earlier, but the Niners have completely taken over Eagles now.
Yeah, we had Jeannie Wyatt going crazy, Nick Dolfer, Black Mask. That separated the Niners Report from Eagles Now, but it was like basically tied all throughout the show up until Niners Report went crazy, but this is pretty awesome. $1,000 between the two channels. Can't thank everybody enough. Cheers.
If anybody has any questions they want answered, wants to get their take on the show, send in a super chat, or you can use the hashtags, hashtag 49ers, hashtag Eagles. We can chop it up with the people.
I like what Nicole and Harold Gillenwater said. Best case scenario, sign Trent Brown, get Justin Simmons, or re-sign Gibson. Simmons clearly the better player. Get Daniil Hunter, Joey Bosa, Khalil Mack, and get DJ Jones. That's knocking it out of the park right there. Jonah Jackson to the Rams. Wow.
Yeah,
so they give big money to Kevin Dotson, who's going to be their right guard, and then Jonah Jackson will be their left guard. They're really bulking up that offensive line. Go Wolf! Niners have to get offensive line help, period. I agree. If they ignore that position group, it's just insanity.
Wow, and this is a massive, massive deal for Jonah Jackson.
How much?
3 years, $51 million with $34 million guaranteed.
Wow.
Massive deal for the Pro Bowl guard.
So, $17 million.
Rams are spending, man. Rams are spending. Pro Bowler, very solid player. A lot of money.
Wow. So you have the Rams investing in the offensive line. $17 million per for Jonah Jackson, left guard. $16 million per for Kevin Dotson, their right guard. And then you have the Niners who won't invest in the offensive line.
Yep, Andrew Nathan, the Commanders did sign former Cowboys Lineman Tyler Biadasz. Biadasz. Good fella. Rams are going to be a problem, and that's a solid squad they got over there. Solid squad. If Stafford can keep playing good ball, they're going to be good. King Kenzo, we're live on both channels right now, providing terrific coverage. We're live on both channels at the same time. Who you know doing something like that? Come on. B-Doc, what do you think of Eagles getting Bryce Huff, CJ Gardner-Johnson? Both still available.
Both still available. Both make sense.
Yeah.
Both players linked to Philadelphia as well.
Nick asks, which do you think would make a bigger impact for the Niners? Hunter, Danielle Hunter, or Robert Hunt? Man, I feel like you do got to beef up that O-line, and Hunt is a very solid player. I don't know what Danielle Hunter has left, man. I mean, he was, just a few years ago, I mean, one of the best edge rushers in the league, but the fact that the Vikings are moving on, he's dealt with injuries. He had that nasty neck injury, right? Like, he was dealing with some...
Who's that?
Danielle Hunter.
Danielle Hunter did have a neck injury, yeah.
Very scary.
But he's come back the last 2 years. He's been really productive. Last year, he was 5th in the NFL in sacks. Darnell Savage, 3-year deal for the Jags. That's another big ticket deal.
The Rams spending even more, signing Seahawks free agent tight end Colby Parkinson, 3-year, $22.5 million deal. It's a lot of money for what you'd think is a backup tight end, but maybe he's their starter. Rams are not afraid to spend right now. Rams are not afraid to spend right now. They are making moves. Are you doing day 2 tomorrow? Of course we are.
Of course we are.
Of course we are. Future generations. I think the Niners trade up to get a good O-lineman in the draft. There's some good first-round talent out there in the draft, especially at tackle. John Wallace. It makes me wonder, the Niners thinking of Lynch and Kyle, are we depending too much on our weapons offensively and not our line?
Yes, I've been saying this for 3 years, and I just tweeted this out. I tweeted this out, at Chase_Senior. You have the Rams spending big on the offensive line. $17 million per for Jonah Jackson, $16 million per for Kevin Dotson. Don't worry, though. The Niners gave Colton McKivitz a contract extension. Again, if he's their right tackle, it's a problem. If he's a depth piece who can play along the entire offensive line, fine. But you have to be better in the trenches.
It is so funny going through both chats right now because both Eagles and Niners fans are in the same position. They're all like, when are we going to do something? When are we going to pay someone? When are we going to make a move? Both teams in very similar situations right now.
Yeah, we're just hanging out, waiting.
Just hanging out, waiting for something to happen.
What's really going to annoy me is when inevitably we'll be live for so many hours today, and then a move will happen
100%.
when we're not live.
We just hit the 3-hour mark. You know, as soon as we're done, it's going to be Eagles sign X player, Niners sign Y player. It's going to happen.
Yep.
It is going to happen, unfortunately. B-Doc, think the Eagles should draft Xavier Worthy, Jeremiah Trotter Jr. I love Jay Trott.
First move for the Eagles, Bryce Huff. 3-year, $51.1 million deal. The deal will make Huff the highest paid non-quarterback undrafted free agent in NFL history. So the Eagles have their man.
Wow, a lot of signings coming in right now.
Bryce Huff to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Major.
That's the first domino to fall. We talked it into existence.
We said it. We said it.
This could signal Bye-bye Hassan Reddick. Bye-bye Josh Sweat.
Wow, a lot of moves coming in right now. Josh Jacobs signing with the Packers.
Wow. Josh Jacobs to the Packers.
A stunner.
We're seeing that on the screen right here. Wow. If you're excited about Bryce Huff to the Eagles, let us know in the chat.
Here it is. Bryce Huff, 3 years, $51 million. Greatest signing Eagles
3
fans.
years, $51 million for Bryce Huff. Yep. Definitely. So 3 years, $51 million. And it's 51.1 mil. 17 million per. I think that's really good value for a good edge rusher. Yep. $17 million. Cool. Cool. We'll also talk Swift. Yeah, Swift and Saquon. So that's the first domino right there for the Eagles. .86 pass rush grade. So we're getting our stuff together to do a video on Bryce Huff here. We're live on Eagles Now in the 49ers Report. We're talking about every single move in free agency here today. .67 pressures, 45 hertz. Again, I think $17 million per year is really good value for a player like Bryce Huff when Jonathan Greenard gets more than that with the Minnesota Vikings. And I just want to look at the Jonathan Greenard contract here. He got $72 million. So that was a 4-year, $72 million deal, which was $18 million per. Now, is Aaron Jones still with the Packers? See if we got anything on that front here. And Bryce Huff is only 25 years old, too. So he's kind of a young, emerging, ascending player. About to discuss this Bryce Huff signing for the Eagles in depth. And of course, we'll continue to keep you in the know with everything going down on the Niners front for those of you watching on the Niners Report. Yeah, do like 2 weigh-ins in the show. That's fine. A Huff one and the Saquon and cool. Do that at the end. Yeah, we can do that at the end. Yep. Diana Rossini saying that Bryce Huff was a top target for Philadelphia, and he was described by a source over the weekend as a Howie Roseman player through and through. So Howie gets one of his guys. All right, 441 people watching live on the Niners Report, 471 right here on Eagles Now. $16 away from 700 in Super Chats on the Niners side. We're at 344 in Super Chats on Eagles Now, and we're about to discuss this Bryce Huff signing with the Philadelphia Eagles. Yep, works for me. Let's do it. Yeah. You can really just free flow this because I've got a lot of thoughts. Yeah, the thing with Bryce Huff, he's not tremendous against the run. It's a little bit of an issue for Philadelphia considering their linebacking group is not that good either, let alone against the run. What's that? Okay. We'll just get to that for sure. Just overall Saquon stuff. No, because I've got it all here that I can reference. So the big splash for the Eagles here finally happens. Bryce Huff. Flipping the bird 85. We better keep Reddick. I'm not sure what this means for Hassan Reddick. We'll certainly see. We did talk about Bryce Huff over the weekend, though. Yep, let's do it. So day one of NFL free agency is well underway, and the Philadelphia Eagles, a few hours into the free agency period, have officially made their first monster splash. The Eagles signing Jets edge rusher Bryce Huff to a 3-year, $51.1 million contract. $34 million of that is guaranteed. We talked about Bryce Huff as being an option for Philadelphia over the weekend because there were reports coming out that the Eagles were looking to trade Josh Sweat and or Hassan Reddick. And the signing of Huff here, who is a young emerging player, could signal the end for Sweat and or Hassan Reddick, and we'll certainly see what happens. But Philadelphia here is signing one of the top edge rushers on the market. A pretty cool story for him. He was a UDFA in 2020 out of Memphis, and this is the largest contract for a non-drafted quarterback who's a non-quarterback in the history of the NFL. So the largest contract for an undrafted player who's not a quarterback in the history of the NFL. And he's been described as a Howie Roseman type of player through and through. And keep in mind here that Howie was able to get some really good intel on Huff because he's really good friends with Joe Douglas, who's the Jets general manager, who was a longtime assistant general manager for Philadelphia, and they know each other really well. So I can only imagine that Howie did his research, he did his due diligence on a player like Huff, who fulfills a massive need for Philadelphia in needing to bulk up the edge rusher spot. And we'll see what happens with their future plans for Reddick and Sweat, but at the very least here, you're going to have Huff at $17 million per, which I think is a really good value contract for the Eagles here. Young, emerging player who's ascending, rounding into his form. You're not having to break the bank in giving him a massive salary, and you're paying him in hopes that he's going to continue to develop and turn into a very good option under Vic Fangio, who I think is going to be able to elevate Bryce Huff. His numbers this past year in what was a career year for him, 29 tackles, 10 tackles for loss, 10 sacks, 21 quarterback hits, and 1 pass breakup. He was also very highly graded by Pro Football Focus. And I think that's a big reason why Philadelphia looked into the player and he became a top option for them. An 86.8 pass rush grade with 67 pressures, 45 hurries, and 12 quarterback hits. You look at what he's done in his last 4 years here. The 2023 campaign really put him on the radar for a lot of teams across the National Football League with those 10 sacks. The production before that, obviously very limited, with 3.5 sacks in 2022, 2 sacks in 2021, but 9 games played, and 2 sacks in 2020. But think about the identity of who this player is. A young player at 25 who's really starting to break out, a little bit of an analytical darling, a UDFA who's really had to get in the lab and work for what he's now received. And I think that Vic Fangio is going to be able to utilize him in a variety of ways to continue to really bring the best out of him. As for some of the weaknesses in his game, he was not a highly graded player against the run, and he's a little bit smaller and leaner. But the Eagles have signed a player like Reddick in the past. They drafted a player like Nolan Smith. What's the common theme between those two players and Bryce Huff? Which is kind of what Howie Roseman is prioritizing here as far as how they look at edge rushers. A very quick first step, very good bend around the edge. He's a twitchy player who's still strong. It leaves you to have some concerns with him not being good against the run and being a little bit slighter because he will struggle against the run in setting the edge because your linebacking core is still not all that good and they continue to be susceptible at the middle area of the field both against the run and against the pass. But to really summarize this, I think this is a great signing for Philadelphia. And over the weekend, his name really started to become a popular name. He's a player who we've talked about on Philadelphia Eagles now as being an option because you're not paying a free agent who's older and at the tail end of his prime. You're investing in a player, $17 million per, who's starting to enter his prime, who's a good scheme fit. And now you have Bryce Huff, Nolan Smith, who are going to be speed demons coming off the edge. And are both Reddick and Sweat going to be dealt? We will see. I think one of them is going to get moved because now Bryce Huff, $17 million per, is making more than Hassan Reddick on the final year of his deal. But $34 million in guaranteed money, you kind of look at this as a 2-year deal to a certain degree, worth that $17 million in average annual value. And I think he's going to be a shoo-in for double-digit sacks once again when you have some of the players on the interior that you have in Jalen Carter, in Jordan Davis, as well as Milton Williams. So grade the signing here of Bryce Huff to the Philadelphia Eagles, A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know your thoughts down in the comments section, and stay tuned because there's a lot of buzz now behind Saquon Barkley, maybe being a Philadelphia Eagle as well, with DeAndre Swift signing with the Chicago Bears. But first, if you want to play daily fantasy sports, the only app that you should be using is PrizePicks. The best, number one, and largest independently run daily fantasy sports app in North America. It's daily fantasy sports made easy. You pick 2 or more players, you choose more or less on the projected stats, $100 deposit match, prizepicks.com/CLNS. Use the code CLNS for that deal to apply. We're going to put that link down below in the comments section as well as in the description of this video. And as you know, with PrizePicks, you can win big money and withdraw your winnings. And if you've been tailing producer Chip and I all throughout the 2023 NFL season, you know that we always provide you with winners if you do want to tail us. And we can give you NFL picks, MLB picks, college basketball, NBA picks. We are well-rounded, versatile people here as far as our vast sports knowledge. So in this regard, let's go to our NBA selections. Luka Doncic, he's been on that crazy triple-double run, more than 33.5 points. We like that in that game against the Chicago Bulls on Monday. Cade Cunningham, more than 24.5 points. He's one of the only options scoring the basketball for the Detroit Pistons. And then Devin Vassell, more than 10 rebounds and assists combined. $100 deposit match, prizepicks.com/CLNS, code CLNS for that deal to apply. So Bryce Huff, 10 sacks last year on only 47% of the snaps for the Eagles. When you're getting paid $17 million per, those numbers, as far as his snap count goes, are going to increase. So that could lead to more than 10 sacks. Only 25 years old, will be 26 in April. Not good against the run with New York. I think this is really good money. And obviously, to summarize that, probably means that either Hassan Reddick and or Josh Sweat are going to get dealt. Elsewhere on day one of free agency for Philadelphia, the Birds losing their starting running back in DeAndre Swift, signing with the Chicago Bears, a 3-year, $24 million contract, $15.3 million in guaranteed money. According to Jeremy Fowler, the Eagles tried to work with Swift prior to free agency in bringing him back. Swift did not sign that deal. He waited it out, and in the process, he got a big deal with Chicago. That's going to come out to $8 million in average annual value, and he gets a lot of guaranteed money for a player who is still young in his mid-20s, who just had a career year, running for more than 1,000 yards for the first time in his career. St. Joe's Prep, Philadelphia Zone, went to Georgia, was a star there. 5 touchdowns. What's crazy about the numbers here to my right, he was criminally underused by offensive coordinator Brian Johnson. There were only 2 times last year where Swift had more than 20 carries. So now that he's going to Chicago, you have to imagine his workload is going to increase, and his numbers are going to be able to go up as well. Average yards per carry, very good at 4.6. I thought that he was underutilized as a pass catcher in that Eagles offense. Now Philadelphia's going to miss him being elusive, explosive, shifty, being able to make guys miss, and him being a home run threat every time he touches the football. They're going to miss him if they don't replace him. But they could replace him with Saquon Barkley because the buzz behind Saquon to Philadelphia is real, it's gaining steam, and it could happen. According to a multitude of reports, the Eagles are showing real interest in Saquon Barkley, in paying him. And you think about what's happened with the running back market. Tony Pollard is getting $8 million per with the Houston Texans. The Texans were said to be interested in Saquon. Take him out. The Bears were said to be interested in Saquon. They signed DeAndre Swift. Take him out of the equation. You had Josh Jacobs signing with the Green Bay Packers and leaving the Las Vegas Raiders. So the running back market, which has been diminished in recent years, has actually proven to be pretty solid for backs. What I think the thinking might be for Philadelphia, they're not willing to give Swift $8 million per and $15 guaranteed. But are they willing to pay Saquon, who is older, more of an injury history, more tread on the tires, but is no doubt unquestionably the better player, between $10 to $14 million? And they look at that as a massive upgrade for a player in Saquon who is a dual threat back to a T. He can catch the ball out of the backfield. He can run routes out of the slot. He's one of the best pass protecting backs in the entire NFL, can run really anywhere on the football field, and is such a dynamic player who would no doubt improve this Eagles offense. You look at what he's done over the last 4 years, running behind an awful offensive line for the New York Giants. If you put him behind this offensive line for the Eagles, you have to imagine the numbers are going to be on the uptick. And he can be the player that he was in 2022 when he ran for more than 1,300 yards, and a player who might be utilized even more as a pass catcher under Kellen Moore, because he's certainly capable of doing that. And lastly, speaking of the offensive line for Philadelphia, they gave Landon Dickerson a record-breaking contract extension for a left guard. They give him a massive contract extension, which checks in at 4 years, $84 million, $50 million in guaranteed money. That checks out to $21 million per year. That is the richest contract as far as average annual value goes for a guard in the history of the NFL. And does that help you sign Saquon? Because you still have Jordan Mailata, who was the third highest graded offensive tackle in the game last year. You still have Lane Johnson at right tackle. And Cam Jurgens was handpicked to be Jason Kelce's replacement by the man himself in Jason Kelce. So you look at the highest paid guards per year right now. Landon Dickerson getting $21 million per, overtakes Chris Lindstrom and Quentin Nelson, Zach Martin, and Elgton Jenkins as some of the highest paid guards in football right now. So we round out with this. Do you want to see the Eagles sign Saquon Barkley? Give me a Y for yes or an N for no. Share your thoughts with us down below in the comment section. And thanks for watching the show as always. Don't forget to subscribe. All right, thanks to everybody on the Niners front for being patient with that. Obviously, when the Niners make a move, we'll do the same. And we did that a little bit earlier with Brandon Allen. Thanks to everybody for watching on our Eagles show. A great audience over there as well. Kirk Cousins to Atlanta.
Oh, yeah?
4-year deal. Another huge domino. Kirk Cousins to Atlanta. Wow. That's a splash move for the Falcons. I can't wait to see the numbers here. Kirk Cousins has finessed brilliantly the Commanders, Vikings, and Falcons into paying him massive deals. Definitely. Yeah, definitely. 4-year deal for Kirk Cousins. Wow. Now it's starting to get real, man. A lot of stuff is starting to happen. Some big money deals across the NFL. $231 million for Kirk, King of the East. Let's see. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I'm intrigued by Kirk Cousins, Bijan Robinson, Drake London, and Kyle Pitts. I haven't seen the figures yet. So we'll see. Cool. Tell them I got title into the Eagles free agency day one doc. Okay, cool. That works. All right. All right, just stand by. All right, so 4-year deal for Kirk Cousins to the Atlanta Falcons. I'm not sure what the dollar figures are yet. Jason Carter, Kirk is a professional bank robber. Respect to him. Look, he's really, really good. My issue with Kirk Cousins is how elite is he? He's going to put up numbers. You're guaranteed to win 10-plus games every single year. But how much is he going to move the needle come playoff time? He always comes up short in the playoffs. But you're so right. Like, he's really finessed teams into paying him some massive dollars. So Bryce Huff to the Eagles. Ten sacks on less than 50% of the snaps is pretty damn good. Brian Doherty, Chase, who would you draft with the Eagles' first 3 draft picks? Man, I have no idea what they're going to do at 22. It could be corner, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Nate Wiggins, Cooper DeJean. Second round, I'd really try to go after Jeremiah Trotter Jr. I know he's a little bit undersized according to some, but I think he has great instincts for the linebacker spot. Brock Bowers, at 22, he honestly might fall because this class is loaded with a lot of good offensive linemen, a lot of good wide receivers, and quarterbacks. So Brock Bowers, as crazy as it sounds, could fall to the Eagles at 22. That wouldn't shock me because you'd probably move off Dallas Goedert in some way, shape, or form, whether that be this year or next year. Brian Doherty, I want DeJean Trotter Jr., Xavier Worthy. Xavier Worthy wouldn't surprise me at 22 because then you have A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Xavier Worthy as your 3 wide receivers. Still waiting to see what the dollar figures are for Kirk Cousins here. Cool. No. All right, dope. Ooh-wee.
Curious, what do y'all think this Kirk Cousins number is going to come out to? 4-year deal?
It's got to at least be... My fat ass fingers can't fucking tweet. I mean, it's got to be at least 40 million per, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Some people are saying 230 million. That's in the range of what I've seen.
We figured that was kind of a done deal. Took a while, but they got it done.
All right, I'm going to use the bathroom. Can you carry the ship here for a bit? I'm going to do a short as well on Bryce Huff, and then I will be right back.
Yep.
All right.
Man. Let me know your thoughts on this signing. What you think he's going to get. I'm sure the numbers will come out here real soon, but now the Vikings, man, what do they do at quarterback? Do they go get possibly a Sam Darnold? I mean, are they going to draft somebody? Who knows? Who knows? Tom Pedley, Eckler still available. B-Dog, what a wild first day. What a wild first day. Aiden, Eagles offered Saquon a signing. Yeah, so we did see a tweet come in. This from Aaron Wilson. That the Eagles' financial offer and chance to play the Giants twice a year are both appealing to Saquon. Texans also heavily involved, though. So both seem like very real possibilities. Lore, who should the Niners draft in the first 3 rounds? You know, back into the first, if I'm the Niners, I'm going for a lineman. If you can get, it depends who falls. If you can get like an Anton Harrison, that could be a decent option. You know, a lot of these tackles are starting to climb up the board. After that, I think you could go corner. I don't hate some of the corner options. Again, though, Still a decent amount of time from now till the draft. We shall see where players fall and climb up the boards. Vikings should get Bo Nix. Definitely a decent option. Sorry about the lighting here, y'all. No, it's not super ideal. Maybe Vikings send a first for Bradford. What year is it? I've seen a lot of 4 years, 210 for Kirk. Again, I'm sure we'll have those numbers any minute now. Gonna keep updating here, seeing what we're getting. Breaking news, Xavier McKinney Eagles, did that just happen? I don't think that officially happened yet. I did see Xavier McKinney tweeted out something a little bit, tweeted out a couple emojis that had some people speculating. Can we talk about Josh Jacobs, though? I think we kind of got lost in the shuffle there because the Eagles made that Bryce Huff signing right when this happened. Josh Jacobs to the Packers is a big deal. So for those of you just coming in now, I see some people, why are we talking about the Niners? Why are we talking about the Eagles? We're streaming on both channels right now, streaming both on Eagles and Niners. But Josh Jacobs to the Packers, gotta imagine, I mean, you know, A.J. Dillon gone, is Aaron Jones gone? Like, it's very interesting situation here. Lore, should the Niners draft a quarterback? Nah, you don't need to draft a quarterback right now. You got Purdy, you re-signed Brandon Allen. You don't need to do all that. But Josh Jacobs, so now, you know, what are the Raiders going to do a running back? This is a big move. And
Take one of the Eagles.
Official?
Yeah, I'll be right there.
We have some breaking news for all you Eagles fans. It's official. Saquon Barkley is signing with the Philadelphia Eagles. It is official. Saquon signing with the Eagles, leaving the Giants. Barkley obviously went to Penn State, grew up outside of Philly, officially back with the Eagles. Wow. Wow. We'll see what the details are coming in on this. Saquon has reached an agreement with the Eagles on a 3-year, $37.75 million contract that could be worth up to $46.75 with incentives. Includes $26 million fully guaranteed on signing.
We're already pushing Huff out. Yeah, so just do separate.
Wow. Saquon gets an average of 15.8, second highest paid running back in NFL history.
Wow. Saquon Barkley to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Wow.
That is crazy. Now, I may have just gone DeAndre Swift at $8 million per, but Saquon's a better player, and the possibilities are endless.
Wow.
We'll do a separate cut. Yeah. Wow. So he tweeted out the eagle emojis. Three years, $37.75 million. That could be up to $46.75. Maximum average per year salary of $15.83, which would be the second highest for a running back in NFL history. Yeah. That is insanity. Ladies and gentlemen, Howie Roseman is not messing around. Two signings we got to talk about here. First, the Eagles signing one of the top edge rushers on the market in Bryce Huff of the New York Jets. He's 25 years old, an emerging and ascending player, coming off a career-high 10 sacks, and analytically he was really good. Howie Roseman loves analytical darlings. A pass rush grade of 86.8 with 67 pressures, 45 hurries, 10 sacks, and 12 quarterback hits. He played about 47.5% of the snaps. So with his workload going up, $17 million per year, you have to like the average annual value there. And then Philadelphia making a monster splash in signing running back Saquon Barkley. When DeAndre Swift left to go to the Chicago Bears, $8 million per over 3 years, that signaled to me that the Eagles were interested in Saquon because they didn't want to give Swift $8 million per, $15 million guaranteed. Were they going to go a little bit richer for a player in Saquon who, yes, is older, has more tread on the tires, more of an injury history, but undoubtedly the better player? That's exactly what they do. With Saquon, it's going to be a 3-year, $37.75 million deal that could be worth up to $46.7 million, including $26 million in fully guaranteed money. So basically with the guaranteed money, that's a 2-year, $13 million deal. So 8 for Swift or 13 for Saquon. What's the better deal? If Saquon is able to earn the $46.75 million, that's an average per year salary of $15.8 million, second highest among running backs. And how about this running back market? It's booming. Kirk Cousins' new deal averages $45 million per year. So the average annual value is extraordinarily high for Kirk Cousins, but the total years gives Atlanta some security. Wow. What a day, man. How many times have we said that? What a day. What a day. Saquon Barkley to the Eagles. Okay. Cool. Just Saquon. Yep. doubt. I'm fascinated by this. We'll break it down here more so in a second. Sweet. Yep. Yeah. Oh, nothing's happened. It's been a slow day. Boom! That explodes. That's the beauty of free agency. Are we ready to do this? All right, awesome. Obviously, people watching on the 49ers Report will discuss the Niners moves when they happen as well. And a Devontae Smith contract extension could be looming as well, but in the meantime, let's talk about this breaking news. Saquon Barkley to the Eagles. I've been saying it's a real possibility, and here it happens. Howie Roseman not messing around on day one of this free agency period. Bryce Huff, Saquon Barkley to the Birds. Let's talk about it in further detail right now on Philadelphia Eagles. Now, we're about to be all set on our front. Let me actually make sure my laptop is plugged in because it's about to die. Don't want that to happen. All right, I'm ready to rock. Hold up. Oh shit, hold up 1 second. $100 guaranteed for Kirk. Diana Rossini just said the Eagles are not done. Okay. Andrew Van Ginkel to the Vikings. 2 years, 20. $14 million guaranteed. All right, let's do this. Howie Roseman is not messing around on day one of NFL free agency. Just minutes after signing Jets edge rusher Bryce Huff to a $17 million per year contract, Philadelphia making a massive splash, signing Saquon Barkley to a 3-year, $37.75 million deal, $26 million of that guaranteed. And now the Whitehall High School product who grew up in the Lehigh Valley area, went to Penn State, returns to his home state in Pennsylvania, where he is going to make Jalen Hurts' life so much easier. We've been talking about this for days right here on Philadelphia Eagles Now, and it comes to fruition. First, this is why you subscribe to the channel. Whenever the Eagles make a move, we break it down. A video is already up on Bryce Huff, full thoughts on that, as well as the Landon Dickerson contract extension, and now we're bringing you the latest on Saquon Barkley. So many thoughts about this, and I thought the wheels were seriously in motion once DeAndre Swift left the Eagles to sign with the Chicago Bears on that 3-year, $24 million contract. And we're live all day on Eagles Now right here on YouTube, and I said, does this signal that the Eagles are going to go hard after Saquon Barkley? There's been so much buzz, so much chatter about the Eagles' interest in him. DeAndre Swift leaves to get $8 million per season, $15 million in guaranteed money. Were the Eagles willing to go a little bit more expensive for the better player in Saquon? That's exactly what Howie Roseman is thinking here. So it's going to be a 3-year, nearly $38 million deal. It could be worth up to $46.75 million. That includes $26 million in guaranteed money. So basically, all you're worried about is the guaranteed cash. Outside of that, it can be categorized as monopoly money. This is pretty much a 2-year, $26 million deal where you're giving Saquon about $13 million average annual value. And if he earns up to the maximum of $46.75 million, that now makes Saquon the second highest paid per year running back of about $15.83 million. Of course, he's going to have to stay healthy and he's going to have to play out the remainder of that contract. But I love how it's a short-term deal, how you're not giving him crazy amounts of money and you still get flexibility. So you're bringing in Saquon, who's going to make your offense so much better from a running standpoint, from a pass-catching standpoint. He's also one of the highest graded and has been one of the highest graded pass blockers among all running backs in football. He helps you in a variety of ways. And he celebrates the news by taking to Twitter by first thanking everybody who supported him with the New York Giants, with then tweeting this out. And he said publicly, especially when he was drafted by the Giants out of Penn State, he has so many friends who are Eagles fans, he fittingly tweets out the eagle emojis. Of course, health is a little bit of a concern with Saquon. He had the torn ACL early in his career after a couple of years of just incredible production. But contrary to belief, he's been able to stay somewhat healthy over the last couple of years. He's played in 45 of 52 games over the last 3 years. And why I've continued to be intrigued by this idea, you look at the production. Since being healthy the last two, 1,300 yards in 2022, nearly 1,000 yards in 2023, he was putting up that production behind a catastrophically bad offensive line. We're talking about one of the worst offensive line units in the NFL. And now Barkley is going to run in a backfield with Jalen Hurts, which again makes the life for your franchise quarterback that much easier. And he's going to run behind this offensive line, which just locked up Landon Dickerson, $21 million per year, highest salary in the history of football for a guard. You have Jordan Mailata, who's the third highest paid offensive tackle in football this past year. You have Cam Jurgens, who is the hand-picked replacement for Jason Kelce by Jason Kelce. We'll see what they do at right guard. But then you have Lane Johnson, who's arguably the best right tackle in the game. And I also really, really like the versatility to Saquon's game. We showed you the rushing numbers. We're showing you right now the receiving numbers. He can impact the game in a plethora of ways, and anytime he gets his hands on the football, he is a legitimate home run threat. And now you canvass the offensive side of the football for the Eagles. They have one of the best combinations of running back, wide receiver, tight ends in the entire National Football League. And you have an offensive play caller in Kellen Moore, who I think is going to be drastically better than Brian Johnson, who wasn't cut out for the job. And when I was talking to people in Indianapolis for the NFL Scouting Combine, they just thought he had no feel for play calling and wasn't ready for that moment. But Kellen Moore has had a top 5 offense basically every year that he's been in OC outside of this past year with the Chargers when Brandon Staley got fired, Justin Herbert got injured, and the wide receivers were banged up as well. Your one-word reaction to the Eagles signing Saquon Barkley. I'm not going to say shocked because I've talked about Saquon going to Philadelphia as a realistic possibility, and a lot of you said, clickbait, Chase, it's never going to happen. It happens. More thoughts on this coming up around the corner, but first, today's Eagles Now is sponsored by PrizePicks. Get a $100 deposit match at prizepicks.com/CLNS and use the code CLNS. Daily fantasy sports made easy. You pick 2 or more players. You choose more or less on their projected stats. And this $100 deposit match is incredible. You put in $100, you get $100 back, and then in turn, you can win up to 25 times your money with PrizePicks. Let's go to some college basketball selections here. Ryan Nembhard of Gonzaga, I like more than 13.5 points against San Francisco. Graham Ike, more than 30.5 points, rebounds, and assists. Should be an easy win for the Zags. And then BJ Freeman of Milwaukee, less than 2.5 3-pointers made. With PrizePicks, you win big money and you can withdraw your winnings. There's no other DFS app that you should be using. PrizePicks.com/CLNS. The offensive line run blocking grade last year, according to Pro Football Focus. For the Eagles, it was 3rd. For the New York Giants, it was 30th. Saquon has to be salivating over the thought of being in this offense, playing for this organization, which is well run, unlike the Giants, and behind this offensive line. And now he has A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, and Jalen Hurts with this offensive line to really help him with the supporting cast. And you become pretty intrigued by the idea of what this offense can become with all of those weapons. And for a player who grew up in the Lehigh Valley, I guess Allentown type of area, him being able to come back to his home state on this offense is obviously something that he's really intrigued by. And according to reports, I'm seeing this from Diana Rossini, it looks as though the Philadelphia Eagles are not done. They're said to be very interested in Xavier McKinney as well. And the average annual value of this deal, I think, is a pretty team-friendly deal for the Eagles. And you just think about the impact that it has on your organization, right? You invested a lot of money in Jalen Hurts. This makes his life a lot easier. For him, he goes from New York to Philadelphia. That's just an upgrade in team circumstance. He caught 91 passes during his rookie year, which is what I'm looking at right now. He can just be a huge part of the passing game, and I didn't think that the Giants used him enough as a pass-catching weapon. And again, he's one of the best pass-blocking running backs in the entire NFL. Finally, Howie Roseman here spends a lot of money, and he spends big at the running back spot for a city that loves running backs. And the Eagles haven't paid big-time dollars to a running back in a long time. DeMarco Murray and LaShawn McCoy being the last 2. So a huge move for Philadelphia here on day 1 of NFL free agency. And this running back market, running backs are getting paid. DeAndre Swift got $15 million in guaranteed money, $8 million per. Tony Pollard is getting $8 million per season. And Josh Jacobs signed with the Packers. And we're not sure exactly how much money that is worth yet. But the running back market is pretty handsome. So to round things out here, Philadelphia Eagles signing Saquon Barkley to a 3-year, $37.75 million deal, $26 million in guaranteed money. As soon as DeAndre Swift left to sign with the Bears, and the Eagles were said to be negotiating with him prior to free agency, he decided to wait it out. He got paid. That's when I thought, okay, If they don't want to pay $8 million for DeAndre Swift, are they willing to go between $10 to $14 million for Saquon? And that's exactly what transpires here. So grade the signing, A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know. Allentown area kid goes to Penn State from Pennsylvania, returns to Pennsylvania. A, B, C, D, or F. I'm going to give it a solid B because I never like paying big-time dollars to running backs, but I'm excited about his potential in this Eagles offense. So we're talking about every single move that is being made today across the free agency timeline. Just that they're interested. Yeah. Let me see. I haven't seen anything on Xavier McKinney. Yeah, nothing on Xavier McKinney here.
What a whirlwind it has been this past 30, 45 minutes. This is insane. This is insane. All the people saying they heard Danielle Hunter sign with the Niners, apparently that was a fake tweet.
Yeah, it was a fake tweet.
Fake tweet. So.
Kirk Cousins has made over $230 million in career earnings from his time in Washington, Minnesota, and now 4-year, $180 million deal with the Atlanta Falcons.
So to get updated here, Antonio Gibson leaving the Commanders, signed with the Patriots. Sean Murphy-Bunting leaving the Titans, signing with the Cardinals. The Giants did make a move. Signed Packers guard John Runyon to a 3-year, $30 million deal.
Wait, where did Runyon go?
Giants.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
3 years, $30 million.
Wow, he gets $10 million per, $17 million to guaranteed.
Yep. And then, as you mentioned earlier, Van Ginkel, 2 years, $20 million, signing there with the Vikings. Yeah, so Danielle Hunter, fake tweet, did not sign yet with the Niners.
No.
And nothing official yet on McKinney. They are interested, obviously, but has not officially signed as of this exact moment. So for those of you who didn't miss it, the official numbers on Kirk, 4 years, 180, with $100 million guaranteed.
It's craziness.
What a wild past hour it's been here in free agency. Micah Parsons tweeting out, he quote tweeted Saquon.
Sick, right?
Sickening.
Yeah, sickening. Yeah, Danielle Hunter's a fake tweet, everybody.
Yeah. Fake
Don't
tweet.
get got by fake tweets, man. Like, when I saw the Bryce Huff Adam Schefter thing, it popped up, and I clicked into the profile because anybody can buy a verification badge now. And I was like, 10 million followers, that's Adam Schefter. All right, that's real. And then we announced it here on the show. All right, let's get the drinking, huh?
Yeah.
Another $50 super chat, I'll shotgun another beer. We're 50 away from 400 on Eagles now, and we're 9 away from 700 on the 49ers report. $50, I'm shotgunning a beer. Let's do it. Let's get crazy. Let's get weird. Let's have some fun.
Wow. Yeah, we're getting weird for sure.
Were we supposed to do a Dickerson cut? Because they were like made of thummy and everything, but I never said that we were.
No. Trace just thought we were.
Okay, of course.
Yeah. He just like kind of did it.
Yeah, gotcha. Future generations, Niners need to grab Mac from the Chargers. If he's let go or Joey Bosa's let go, look for the Niners to target one of them. $50 super chat. We're shotgunning a beer. Let's show them the super chat menu. We're all caught up on all of the stickers on the Eagles helmet. $50 you get on here. And stickers on our Niners helmet as well. I'm good right now. I might just go over there once you come back. $10 you enter our March jersey raffle. So anybody on both streams sending in a super chat, $10 or more, you're going to be in the running for a jersey for us to send you once we do that raffle at the end of the month. So every super chat this month, $10 or more. For instance, you send two $10 super chats, that's 2 tickets for the raffle. We're going to send you either a Niners jersey on the Niners Report, Gump Wolf 1R1 from February, or an Eagles jersey on Eagles Now. $20, we will spin the wheel. $50, you get to sign the helmet, as I said. Every $500, we're doing a beer bong. So I did a Shambong on Niners, and we're 150 away from doing that on Eagles. Every 1,000, we're shotgunning a beer. But $50, I'll shotgun one right now. All right, Aaron Jones, released by the Packers after Green Bay signed Josh Jacobs. 3-time 1,000-yard rusher. Joseph Whitebird said, why are we the only franchise that's okay with signing bums? It's just not true, man. Like, 4-year, $84 million for Javon Hargrave last year for the Niners. The year before that, gave Mooney Ward $14 million per. They signed big-time free agents. And I think the Niners are going to sign a big-time free agent in due time. Camptastic, they released AJ. Oh, that's dangerous. Signed Josh Jacobs. They release Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones released, A.J. Dillon, a free agent, and then Josh Jacobs headed to Green Bay. Mr. Awesome Guy, what do you think Brock Purdy is going to get? Fascinating question. If he has another 2024 like he did in 2023, it's going to be just a stupid contract. $40 million per year might be the asking price, the starting price. Jeff Chipper, great show, guys. Your Eagles doing things to get better. Mine are asleep at the wheel as a Cowboys fan. How about them Cowboys? How about your son, though? Your son has become an invaluable member. He's not here, by the way, so I'm saying this without him knowing. He's become a great friend, invaluable team member, one of our most valuable producers here at the entire company, and he's just crushing it all across the board. Now he's here. Your Pops in the chat. $20 super chat. Giants reportedly never made an offer to Saquon. Aaron Jones released, yeah. Jump in podcast. Do you think the Niners could seriously have a play at Justin Jefferson? No. No. If they're worried about paying 2 wide receivers $50 million in Debo and Brandon Ayuk, Justin Jefferson might ask for $30 million per year, with Ayuk averaging $25 million per year. Takeem Hilton, Saquon getting 2,000 total yards with this offense. Barkley getting 1,400 rushing yards this year behind that offensive line. Wouldn't surprise me. Just has to stay healthy.
Shout out to Pops with the 20. Yeah, the Cowboys are asleep at the wheel right now. Not doing a thing. Just losing players. As per usual. As per usual.
Oh, man. Days like this are so much fun. It makes all the hard work worth it.
We also got one from Losing Hope. Which
Losing Hope!
I don't think we showed.
My guy!
Came in before this one, and for some reason it didn't pull, but he said it a 5.
Oh, okay. I'll read it out.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Yeah, Losing Hope. It's not showing in our system, but where is that thing? Oh, there it is. Barkley was the Giants' whole team. He's got help now. He's going to kill it. Yeah, he just has to stay healthy, man. That's literally it. Stay healthy. Sky's the limit. Sugar Shane! I want the Niners to sign Hunt, the right guard, or Owenu at right tackle. Make a weakness a strength. Your thoughts? I've talked plenty about Robert Hunt of the Miami Dolphins and Mike Owenu, the Patriots. Right guard, or actually, he played left tackle, but he can play guard. I like him better as a guard, but he can play tackle. He's a good player. Robert Hunt was one of the highest graded pass blocking guards last year and the highest graded pass blocking guard among all free agents in 2023. Colts are bringing back edge rusher Tyquan Lewis. We got McKinney. A lot of people are forecasting that. Nothing yet for Xavier McKinney. Tyrese Maxey has cleared concussion protocol, returning against the Knicks on Tuesday. $2 from Gump Wolf. Josh Jacobs to the Packers. Yep, that happened a little while ago. We're past 700 on the Niners report. We're up to 369. Very nice on Eagles now. Cheers. Benoit? Oh, Benai. $10 super chat. Thank you for that, my guy.
Yep, so here's Tyquan Lewis.
Tyquan Lewis, yeah.
With the Colts. And then also the Vikings just keep spending money here. Signing Minnesota native linebacker Blake Cashman to a 3-year deal worth to $25.5 million. Cashman was with the Texans last year.
Justin Fields to the Vikings? How are they spending all this money with no quarterback now?
Yeah, that's...
Are they just loading up on defense to draft like J.J. McCarthy? And then they just play ball control, allow him to develop and keep that score low. And then with Kevin O'Connell, who is a great quarterbacking head coach, they expect to maximize him?
I mean, here's the thing, though. Like, if Fields doesn't go to the Vikings, I mean, where is he going to go? The Raiders? I mean, what is Fields' market right now? Where do y'all think Fields will end up? Because right now, I feel like it's got to be the Vikings or the Raiders. Falcons obviously filled their need for a quarterback. Patriots are going to draft one. Commanders are going to draft one. Tennessee, I think Tennessee's fine with Will Levis. I think he showed enough last year to rock with him this year, and what's probably a rebuilding year anyways. Future generations. Why are Bears looking to deal Fields? Well, because they have the opportunity to draft Caleb Williams, who is he is already better than Justin Fields at this moment in time. And he's younger, reset the contract. You'd have to pay Fields pretty soon, so.
Yeah. Ooh, Mac Daddy, I like this. I see Aaron Jones going to the Cowboys.
Oh.
That is a perfect fit. That is a perfect fit. I'm just fascinated by what the Vikings are doing here.
Yeah, you wonder if maybe they might have a plan in place already to trade for Fields if they're making all these other signings. Very interesting. He's not going to go to the Steelers, Vance. Steelers signed Russell Wilson. And the Broncos, I feel like, I don't know, it just doesn't feel right to me. The Vikings might be signing Sam Darnold. I mean, hey, anything's open right now.
That's actually hilarious.
Anything's open right now for them. J. the Kid, I'm late. Catch us up on the Eagles' moves today. A lot.
Well, it got started with the Landon Dickerson contract extension, which makes him the highest paid guard in the history of football. $21 million per. It's a 4-year, $84 million extension, $50 million guaranteed. On Saturday, Brandon Graham signed that 1-year deal. That's probably going to be between the range of $4 to $5 million. Sunday, Fletcher Cox retired. And then over the weekend, the reports that we discussed here on the show. Josh Sweat, Hassan already could get traded. Bryce Huff, an option in free agency. He was clearly the apple of their eye. 3 years, $51.1 million for Bryce Huff. $34 million in guaranteed money. And then Saquon, 3 years, $37.75 million, $26 million in guaranteed money. Michael Schroeder, $10 super chat. Vikes trade a late round pick for Trey Lance and give him the keys. If he is the guy, they can re-sign him, likely at a lower cost, as he's a Minnesota guy. If he isn't the guy, they have a top pick next year. It's funny that you said that, because I just tweeted this out. I said, the Vikings are spending all this money defensively with no quarterback. Are Justin Fields and Trey Lance sneaky trade options, or are they just stacking up that defense for a rookie quarterback? Interesting. Trey Lance, Justin Fields, they're the options, and then a rookie quarterback is obviously an option too.
Wow, Robert Hunt off the board.
Where's he going?
Robert Hunt signing with the Panthers.
How much per?
They had to have given him a bag. Specifics not yet out, but man, that's a very, very good O-lineman off the board going to Carolina. Oh! 5 years, $100 million.
$20 million for him. The offensive line protecting Bryce Young was awful last year.
5 years, $100 million for Robert Hunt. We also have Bilal Nichols signing a 3-year, $21 million deal with the Arizona Cardinals. But wow, that Robert Hunt signing is huge. That's a lot of money. Yeah, Panthers needed some O-linemen. Bryce Young, I almost said Bryce Huff. Bryce Young, just getting beat up last year.
So, looks like the Niners are going to have to adjust offensive line via the draft. Everybody's asking for the Xavier McKinney news. Wesley Steinberg is a fake account. Now, there's reported interest. I jokingly said this on X. The 49ers just saw that Robert Hunt deal and they spit out their water and laughed.
Vikings are talking to the Jets for Zach Wilson. Is this true? Why would they want him, man? Is that really the way you're going to go?
No way. Kevin O'Connell wants to rehab him.
I mean, the Dolphins have lost a lot of players. Dolphins have lost Christian Wilkins, Robert Hunt, Xavier Howard, Andrew Van Ginkel, Brandon Jones, Jerome Baker, Emmanuel Ogba, Keon Crossan. A lot of players gone from that Dolphins team. Robert Hunt gets $63 million guaranteed of that $100 million. So a huge deal for him.
Huge deal.
You see Lane Johnson?
Vincent Rice!
No!
$20 super chat on Eagles now. We're 11 away from 400. Is CJ Gardner-Johnson next on the Eagles' plan? And do you think we could sign Aaron Jones as a 1-2 punch with Barkley? They're not going to sign Aaron Jones and Saquon. They'll draft a running back to have a cost-controlled young back who's not making that much money. They have Kenny Gainwell under contract as well. He might be your number 2 and pass-catching option as a third down back who can receive it.
Someone saying Wesley Steinberg account tweeted out Saquon to Philly 3 hours ago. Look, these fake accounts, they can tweet out whatever they want.
They can say Chase Sr. is running for president.
They can
Doesn't
tweet out
mean that
whatever
it's
they
true.
want. That was also rumored very heavily. I'm sure if you go through that account's tweets, they tweeted out damn near every move that could even possibly be made.
Facts.
You're going to get a few right.
Facts, facts, facts. All right, just tweeting out some of the videos that I've done here so far.
Yeah, I mean, some of the stuff this guy has tweeted out. Giants are very close to trading for Brian Burns. That was 47 minutes ago. 2 days ago, he tweeted out, just been told Russell Wilson to the Giants is a lock. It was not. Just goes to show. Can't just trust anybody who has a check mark nowadays on Twitter.
Nope.
Yeah, this dude does have to stop spamming on the Eagles chat. You're gonna get yourself
What's he
kicked
spamming?
on out of here. He's just spamming "Cry Eagles Cry." You're gonna get yourself timed out here, buddy. Can't just be spamming the chat. Got a couple more super chats coming in from both channels.
Oh, let's go.
Reed with the 5.
Reed! Saquon, A+ by Howie. I don't care what anybody says. I predict Aaron Jones to the Cowboys, Henry to the Texans, Eckler to the Raiders. What a stream, boys. Eckler makes sense. You know what? Derrick Henry to the Raiders makes sense too because they might be unsure at quarterback where they want to help a young quarterback out. The Texans got Tony Pollard. So I don't think Tony Pollard going there leads to Henry also going to the Texans because you're going to throw it a lot with CJ Stroud. But I like Aaron Jones to the Cowboys. I like Eckler or another back to the Raiders. Lyle! Niners should sign Aaron Jones for the right price. CMC and Aaron, 1-2 punch is nasty. It is nasty. It gives you a lot of different options. I think Aaron Jones, though, is going to get some decent coin. Who? I don't think so.
So for those of you who missed it, Robert Hunt official numbers: 5-year, 100 mil, 63 million guaranteed, big time money for the guard. Oh, Pollard was Titans.
Are we? No, it was Texans. Wasn't it? Remember that was the duel between Aaron Wilson? Oh, was it Titan? Okay. So remember we were talking about how Aaron Wilson and Jordan Schultz were having like the insider off?
Yeah, they had that battle.
All right, so it was Titans. Might be. Reed might be worthy of a job, man. You never know.
Vikings are trading for Trey Lance and Zach Wilson to have them compete for the starting job. Yeah, Texans were trying to get Saquon. Now they're going to have to pivot somewhere else.
Yeah.
The Falcons are expected to sign former 49ers tight end Charlie Warner to a 3-year, $12 million deal.
$4 million per for Charlie Warner. Good for him.
Still waiting here on the Niners to make a move. Still waiting. I know a lot of you Niners fans are getting a little impatient.
Yeah. The Mike Silver tweet thread from yesterday is a good one to look at. And I discussed that last night when we were talking about the Eric Armstead news. Diana Rossini, Aaron Jones already has suitors. This could happen quickly. Let's go to that Mike Silver thread, though.
We do owe a couple wheel spins as well. We got a couple 20s from my dad and from Vincent. So we can spin the wheel a couple times for them.
All right. Where's that Mike Silver thread?
Spin that wheel.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah.
Uh-oh.
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 Freestyle. So who's sending the super chat?
My dad sent in a 20, and then Vincent Rice sent in a 20.
Okay, so we got to do two wheel spins. So the first one's for your dad, right?
Yeah.
All right. Let me think. I'm going to bring this off the dome. Jeff Chipper, quick hitter making us richer. Philadelphia Eagles signed Saquon. He's going to be a big hitter. Freestyling on Eagles now. Bow down to the God. Jeff Chipper is the God. Oh, my Lord. All right, another wheel spin. That wasn't like a traditional like bar for bar rhyme. It was like an intersecting rhyme. Try to switch it up a little bit.
And a
Beer cheers! Beer cheers, Eagles with the free agency signings of the year. I'm looking at the Dallas skyline right here. I can touch it. It's so near.
Awesome skyline. Did we?
Howie Roseman's cooking steak sear. That's not a bad bar. See, that's a rhyme
We're
bar.
16 bar king.
16 bar king, where you at? 16 bar king, where you at?
I don't know if we saw this one from Michael, but he says Vikings trade a late round pick for Trey Lance and give him the keys if he's the guy that re-signed him at a lower cost.
Yep, we saw that one.
Yeah.
Because that was like right after I tweeted about the Vikings maybe targeting Trey Lance, Justin Fields. Michael, good stuff right there. Hey, on Eagles now, 394, 6 away from 400. Who's going to get us there? Millie 315, bars, TB, talk that talk. Rock Hussein, bro fried rice. Jeff Chipper said, excellent. I'm glad I got your stamp of approval.
There we go. James, Cowboys really been sleeping. Did they forget to change their clocks yesterday? I will say I love now having the extra daylight. It is awesome.
Patrick Queen to the Seahawks.
Oh.
That is such a Seattle move. Mike McDonald, former Ravens defensive coordinator. Queen follows him there.
Eagles fans don't like that.
Yeah, Patrick Queen. The Patrick Queen dreams are dead. Hurts prods, get Willie Gay. I like that a lot.
He's really good. Very good player.
Michael Morales wanted Azeez Al-Shire anyways. Patriots are releasing Devontae Parker.
He sucks.
Yeah, he stinks.
That brother stinks.
Nick, $20 super chat. Jumping podcast, Alden Smith to the Niners. Come on now.
Come on now.
That's like, if Wesley Steinberg is getting people, that's like Mosiv Kaiden posing as Joe Biden on Twitter. All right, Nick. Nick Blasser or Blazer, one of the two, with the $20 super chat right there. We got to spin the wheel.
Yes, sir. I'm trying to get it up here so we can see it. It's not, it doesn't want to show. We've been live for so long, 4.5 hours now. Our system is having a little bit of a tough time. But Nick, we see you, says Go Birds.
Who signed Patrick Queen? The Seahawks signed Patrick Queen.
Here we go, Nick.
Charlie Warner, $4 million per from the Niners to the Falcons. Have fun. The Niners' backup tight ends the last 3 years combined have caught like 20 passes.
Let's spin that wheel for Nick.
Spin the wheel. $20 push-ups.
20 push-ups.
20 push-ups.
You want me to try to get you on cam here?
Yeah,
or?
get that webcam ready.
Let's see here.
Show the people that we're not lying to him.
Nah, he'll knock him out. You best believe. You best believe.
I'll give you all a clap push-up on the 20th.
Okay. This is about as good as we're going to get it here.
63 guaranteed for Robert Hunt. All right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19.
Gonna do the clap.
Oh, 20 with the clap.
20 with the clap. Not quite clapping cheeks, but we're clapping our push-ups. Giants plans at quarterback from James Messina. Well, they did give Daniel Jones $40 million per. Taqueem Hilton pause. Exactly.
Someone says at 50 right now, I'm doing another beer bong.
Ooh.
I'm doing another beer bong for a 50.
I'll do a shotgun too with Chip if we get that 50 in. But 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes to get it in. 2 minutes. $50 super chat, beer bong, and a shotgun right here for free agency day one.
Oh, wait a minute. I think you got got. I think you got got in Patrick Queen.
Oh, you know what's funny? Jeremy Fowler was the one who got, who retweeted it.
Fowler!
It came from Adam Schefter at Penix to Metcalf. So Patrick Queen, dream is still alive.
Yeah, he said just update, carry on.
John Wallace, he's spitting some bars. Hey, at Chat Sports, we be flying. We don't be lying. We be grinding. We hit those plateaus. I like it. Johnny Wallace, they call him J-Dub. They call him J-Dub because he stays getting dubs. I talked to a country girl. She said, hey, Bubs. And John Wallace is so hung, he don't got a nub. There you go, JB. Nick Dofer! $50 super chat. J. Dot the Kid. You know, when Chase first took over, I didn't like him. Boy, was I wrong. My bad. Hey, thank you, J. Dot. We're not worthy. We're not worthy. But we appreciate you. John Wallace said, love it, love it.
All right, I have a little beer bong here.
J. Dot the Kid, you are the shit. Watch it on Eagles now. Go Birds all day. Howie Roseman making moves. What do you say? Saquon gets the bag. Howie Roseman, he ain't lagging. He's just putting the money in the duffel bag bagging. Queen is still available? Yes, I think he's still available, Michael Guido. Jeremy Fowler got. I think the Eagles need to get a backup quarterback too. All right, here's what we're going to do. You're going to come on here. You're going to do that. I'm going to go get some food and another Happy Dad. And then when I come back, I'll shotgun.
Do it. Do it.
So Chip's going to do his now. I'll do mine. Nick Dofer. He said, done. Niners for life. The Hitman for hire. Bruh, these freestyles. They're just, we're just dropping bars. Dropping bars. That's just what we do. Star Crews don't like McKee. It's not bad, actually. Is he ready to be the QB2? I guess that's the issue there. And I don't want to see Marcus Mariota back. And if they like McKee as the 2, look, I have confidence that they can evaluate quarterbacks and he can be the backup to Hurts. All right.
Back, baby. For Nick.
Throw it back. Chip, 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 chip. I did think that McKee threw with a lot of timing and accuracy on some of the sideline balls, back shoulders, stuff that took touch. I really like that.
Woo.
Good shit, Chip. Mike Silver, responding to somebody who said, Niners are so quiet, anything happening, hashtag frustrated. He said, patience could be a virtue. But Mike Silver yesterday, and I meant to read that thread a little bit earlier. Here it is. He said, I expect the Niners to approach free agency with the sense of urgency at the edge rusher position opposite of Nick Bosa. That doesn't mean they will jump immediately or overpay. They want value. Still, with players like Danielle Hunter, Jonathan Greenard, and Leonard Floyd out there, they'd be poised to move quickly at the right price. They're also monitoring the potential trades or releases of Chargers edges Khalil Mack or Joey Bosa. They'll do something, I believe. Paying for an edge could mean parting ways with defensive tackle Eric Armstead and going cheaper opposite of Javon Hargrave. Keep an eye on former Niners defensive tackle DJ Jones, likely to be cut by the Broncos. So he was right on the Armstead front. He also said they'll look at corners. Azeez Al-Shire could be too expensive. They like linebackers, safety, tight end, interior, offensive line, wide receiver, other areas of interest. No clear sense of whether they will pay Brandon Ayuk, may come down to value or rethink their approach at the position. They have 11 draft picks, some of which can serve as trade capital. Bottom line, and this is what Niner fans should be excited about, with Brock Purdy still on a rookie deal, the Niners remain in win-now mode. However, patience may be a virtue this week. Biding their time and landing an accomplished edge rusher at value would be cause for celebration. So really no rush on making a deal, but signaling that big deals and big moves could be ahead. Interesting nonetheless. We're past $400 in Super Chats on Eagles now. Cheers to everybody. I am going to get some food really quickly. Chip is going to chop it up with everybody, and I will also get a Happy Dad to do another shotgun here on the stream. Day 1 NFL free agency special rolls on. I'll be right back in a few.
All right, a couple more moves happening in the past couple minutes. Jeff Okudah expected to sign with the Texans on a one-year deal. Obviously, former, third overall pick to the Lions. Just did not work out. Got traded to the Falcons. Wasn't very good. Now signing with the Texans. Teaming up there with Derek Stingley. Believe they still have Steven Nelson over there. He's getting a one-year, $4.75 million sort of prove-it deal. We'll see if he can turn his career around. I was a big fan of Jeff Okudah coming out of Ohio State. I thought he was going to be really, really good. Obviously, he got injured. I believe, was it Achilles or ACL? It was a bad injury that had him missing an entire season. Never was quite the man coverage corner that people thought he was going to be. So, we'll see with the Texans how that is. Update on Antonio Gibson, the former Commanders running back, who signed earlier in the day with the Patriots. He'll be getting a 3-year, $11.25 million deal, including $5.3 million fully guaranteed. So just under $4 million a year there for a solid running back. Guy who, every time someone brings up his name, everyone just talks about how he was a former quarterback. The Texans are a receiver, sorry, not a quarterback. Yep, so up to $6 million there for Okudah. We can run through some of the moves that have been made so far. First, we'll look at the specific teams we're covering today. Nathan, who do you think the Niners are signing? I'm going to be honest, I don't think the Niners would have cut Armstead without a plan to bring in another big-time defensive lineman. I think they're going to sign Hunter. Now, again, it depends how much Hunter's asking for and how much other teams are able to pay him, because the Niners don't just have all the money in the world. I think the Niners are going to sign Danielle Hunter. I really do. I really, really do. But we can go through here. Niners have only made a couple moves today. So not much for them. All the Niners have done so far in free agency, not just today. Obviously signed Colton McKivitz to the 1-year, $7 million extension. Very controversial among Niners fans. I'm not going to say I'm a big fan of that being their plan to tackle. Doesn't seem like they want to invest that much. I bet you they draft a tackle. We'll see if they can get somebody like maybe a Patrick Paul out of Houston or someone of that nature. And then they signed Brandon Allen back, seemingly to be the backup quarterback. Seems like Sam Darnold is most likely gone. For the Eagles, made for a few more moves, as I'm sure everybody is already very well aware of, signing Brandon Graham to that 1-year extension, 1-year deal, full details yet to be fully announced. Landon Dickerson signed to that massive extension, most money ever for a guard, 4 years, $84 million. Eagles also signed Bryce Huff to a big deal, 3 years, $51 million to replace either Reddick or Sweat, you'd imagine, who Niners fans be on the lookout for one of Josh Sweat or Hassan Reddick. I can't imagine the Eagles retain both of them. So Niners fans, Hassan Reddick, Josh Sweat, 2 names to monitor for y'all. And then obviously the Eagles just now signing Saquon Barkley to this big deal. 3 years, $37 million, can get up to $46 million. Laura, they did not sign Hunter. The account that said that the Niners signed Danielle Hunter is a fake account. They have not signed Hunter. Now, could it happen? Sure. But it has not happened. So I don't want you to think that happened. It was a fake account. If you go on the account, it's an account that has been just tweeting a lot of stuff that has not happened. It's fake. Yeah, Chase just went to get some food. It's been a long day for us here. Been a long, long day for us here. But we can go through some of the moves that have happened more recently that we had to catch up on here. We'll start with all the moves that have happened today. Obviously, we talked about the Landon Dickerson extension, Chase McLaughlin. Buccaneers kicker signed an extension. Oh, good blast. See, we know people are just now joining us. This is why we like to go through everything, make sure everyone's all caught up in everything that's happened today. Michael Pittman signed a deal with the Colts. He was franchise tagged, got a deal done, 3 years, $70 million. Demario Davis restructured his contract with the Saints. They're always just in cap hell. Brandon Allen, as we discussed, signed a 1-year deal with the Niners. DeAndre Swift leaving the Eagles on a 3-year, $24 million deal with the Bears. Obviously, the Eagles then signing Saquon. Deion Dawkins signing a big extension that'll make him a top 5 paid left tackle in the league with the Bills. Jonathan Greenard signing a massive deal with the Vikings, again, which is why people think and why it's going to happen that Danielle Hunter is going to be going elsewhere. So big deal there. Tony Pollard going to the Titans on a 3-year, $24 million deal. Same money as DeAndre Swift. Chiefs re-signed their long snapper. Bengals re-signed backup tight end Drew Sample. Vikings lock in lineman Dave Kessenberry as well as center Blake Brendel. Brandon Jones, former Dolphin safety, going to the Denver Broncos. Titans make a sneaky good signing. Lloyd Cushenberry was a solid center for the Broncos last year. Sneaky solid signing with the Titans there. Titans obviously in a bit of a rebuilding year, but a sneaky solid signing. The Commanders signing Dorrance Armstrong to what I think is a bit of an overpay. 3 years, 45 mil, 15. No, again, that's up to 45 mil. So we don't know the exact numbers yet. It's up to 45 mil. I'm sure that's incentive based. 15 mil a year seems a bit much for Dorrance Armstrong, but if it is incentive based, then that makes it sound a little bit better to me. Gabe Davis signing a 3-year, $39 million deal with the Jags, who we have to assume are not going to be bringing back Calvin Ridley. So teams looking for a receiver. Calvin Ridley could be an option. Maybe the biggest move of the day, Kirk Cousins as well we'll get to, but Christian Wilkins signing a massive 4-year, $110 million deal with the Raiders. This has been rumored for a little while now. The Raiders interested Wilkins. He's a beast. He gets paid. Couple of minor moves. Bills signing Cam Lewis. Giants signing Gunnar Olszewski. Commanders stealing Tyler Biadasz from the Cowboys to a 3-year, $30 million deal to be their new center. Lonnie Johnson re-upping with the Texans. Jonah Jackson, a Pro Bowl lineman for the Lions, signing with the Rams, who the Rams have been making some moves. Beefing up that O-line. Darnell Savage, another, I think, underrated move here. I think Savage was very, very solid for the Packers last year. He's going to be going to the Jags, who have been making some moves. Colby Parkinson going to the Rams as well, former Seahawks tight end. 3-year, $22 million deal. Josh Jacobs, who we have yet to get details on. Going from the Raiders to the Packers, and then the Packers subsequently releasing Aaron Jones. Big deal. We'll see what his value is, but the Packers obviously gave the Niners a good run for it in the playoffs, in that divisional round. Josh Jacobs, big move there for the Packers. Then obviously we get to Bryce Huff, as we mentioned, signing that deal with the Eagles. Will Lutz. Kickers are people too, signing with the Jaguars. We got Kirk Cousins signing the massive deal with the Atlanta Falcons. 4 years, $180 million, $100 million guaranteed. We got Saquon, of course, as we mentioned. Antonio Gibson signing with the Patriots. Sean Murphy Bunting, a solid corner, formerly of the Buccaneers and of the Tennessee Titans, signing with the Cardinals. So Cardinals spending a little bit of money there. John Runyon, a very, very, very solid lineman for the Packers. What up, Foot? Very solid guard. Kind of played everywhere. Guard, tackle, even a little bit of center for the Packers. Very versatile. Good signing there for the Giants at $10 million a year. Vikings continue to spend money, signing Andrew Van Ginkel to a 2-year, $20 million deal. He had a great year last year for the Dolphins. Also signing Blake Cashman, who had a very good year for the Texans last year, linebacker, to 2 deals. Tyquan Lewis will be re-upping with the Colts. We got Robert Hunt. Robert Hunt signing a massive, massive deal with the Panthers. Was a tremendous player for the Dolphins last year, offensive lineman guard. Signing a 5-year, $100 million deal with the Panthers. Was a target for the Niners, just out of the Niners' price range at that point. Simply way too much money there. Niners just could not afford to pay someone like Robert Hunt $20 million a year. It is what it is. Bilal Nichols going from the Raiders to the Cardinals for $21 million over 3 years. Former Niners tight end Charlie Warner gets $4 million a year with the Falcons. Jeff Okudah gets a 1-year sort of prove it deal there for the Texans. So you're all caught up? You're all caught up there with the moves made today. Another move coming in right now. The Texans expected to sign Danico Autry to a 2-year, $10 million deal. Danico Autry, a veteran defensive lineman, has been with the Titans. He's been very underrated the past few years. So solid move there for the Texans, who have made a lot of under-the-radar moves. And a little bit of an update, Sean Murphy Bunting getting $17.4 million over 3 years with the Cardinals. Again, a very solid corner for the Titans. So that's a good move for the Cardinals. Liam, Chris Jones still on a team? Chris Jones signed a massive extension. with the Chiefs. That happened yesterday or a couple days ago. Chris Jones did sign this big deal. We can get the details of that up right now. Chris Jones signed a 5-year, $158 million deal to stay with the Chiefs. Yeah, you are vacation. Hey, that's what we're here for, Liam. That's what we're here for, Liam. We know people aren't always tuned in as much as, some of the rest of the NFL is, so, we got you. Any update on our picks and where they happen from John Wallace? Do you mean the 49ers draft picks in terms of where they fall in the draft? I assume that's what you're asking. So the Niners did get 5 new comp picks. Round 3, pick 36. Round 4, pick 33. Round 5, pick 41. Round 6, pick 36. And round 6, pick 40. Those are all the Niners' compensatory picks that they added in addition to the picks they already had. So those are all the comp picks. Jake says McKinney to the Packers. And the dream is dead. The dream is dead for the Eagles fans. Xavier McKinney is signing a 4-year, $68 million deal with the Green Bay Packers. So after all this talk about how McKinney to the Eagles, it was rumored. Xavier McKinney signing a massive contract with the Green Bay Packers. He got $17 million a year, $68 million over 4 years. He'll get $25 million in year 1 for the Packers. The Packers obviously lost Darnell Savage, as we mentioned. That's a big move for the Packers, man. The Packers continue to get more and more dangerous. The Eagles did reportedly try to sign McKinney, so it's not for a lack of effort. But we know Howie Roseman. Tough to imagine he was going to pay up that much money for a safety. He is underrated, but man, that is a lot of money. The Packers are having a great day today. They give a huge contract now to Xavier McKinney. Crispy Bacon, what did I miss on the Eagles front? Brandon Graham coming back for another year. Big time extension for Landon Dickerson. Landon Dickerson signed a record deal for an offensive guard. He'll be getting a ton of money there. Bryce Huff, Eagles signing the edge rusher from the Jets to a big deal, 3 years, $51 million, and signing Saquon Barkley after DeAndre Swift left and went to the Bears. So those are the moves the Eagles have made if you have missed. But man, Xavier McKinney, another big target for the Birds, going to the Packers. Official details coming in here. 4 years, 68. 4 years, 68. Simmons gone? What do y'all mean Simmons gone? Jonathan Simmons, he got released a few days ago, so Jonathan Simmons is still available. But are y'all saying he's signed? I don't see that he's signed anywhere yet. Yeah, no. C.J. Garner-Johnson is still available, Andrew Nathan. No problem, Johnny Dubs. Nathan, I wish my Niners would make a signing. Niners, they don't have zero money, but they are pretty strapped with cash. Not much they can do at this point with the money that some of these guys are getting. I don't doubt that they've been interested in a lot of players. I don't doubt that they've made some offers out there, but some of the guys they probably would have been interested in, Robert Hunt to name one, dude, it's just tough. They're getting a lot of money. They're getting a lot of money. We've been live now for about 5 hours here on the 49ers Report and Eagles Now. I got another happy dad here that I would love to down. Someone sends in a 50, I'm taking this down right now. Right here, right now. Someone sends in a 50, I'm taking it down right here, right now. We're up to $771 in Super Chats from the 49ers report, up to $344 from Eagles now. It's been a tremendous day. How about that, baby? How about that? Niner Empire. My Niners need to pull the trigger on a Hassan Reddick trade somehow. Look, with the Eagles signing Bryce Huff, you have to imagine that one of Hassan Reddick and Josh Sweat will not be back. If I'm the Niners, I'm kicking the tires on both of them, man. I'm kicking the tires on both of them. You cut Armstead for a reason. You want to get another guy on the edge because you're not going to bring back Chase Young. I'm seeing what the value is for both of them. And look, Reddick might cost a little bit more. He's probably going to want a little bit more money. Both of them are on expiring deals. Josh Sweat's a very underrated player. I think he'd be very, very good next to Bosa. And that'd be another Eagles D lineman going to the Niners after getting Javon Hargrave last year, who was very, very good. Sorry, Reddick's not expiring, but he wants a new deal because he's not getting paid nearly enough. So if you trade for Reddick, you're going to have to give him a new deal. Blue Future. Can the Eagles get CJ? I mean, he's available. I'm sure that they can. Do they want him back? Does he want to come back? Obviously, it was a little bit of an ugly departure. You know, I would say 1 to 10. I'd say it's a 6 likelihood. I wouldn't bet on it. Martian Lynch, would you prefer Xavier McKinney over Saquon Barkley? I'm going to say, wow, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. When you look at how much money McKinney got, it's tough to say the Eagles would have given up that much money. So I don't think so. I think Barkley's going to give the Eagles something that they need on offense. You know, Swift was very, very good, but I think we're going to really see Saquon back in his rookie year form. Saquon back in his rookie year form. And, wow, the Giants. This just in, the New York Giants, after losing Saquon Barkley, are signing former Texans running back Devin Singletary. Now, Devin Singletary was very good. I won't say very good. Was good for the Texans last year. Not to the level of Saquon Barkley is, obviously. We'll see what the number comes in on. But the Giants are replacing Saquon Barkley with Devin Singletary. Oh, man, the Giants. He's not bad. I don't want people to think that he's like some joke, that it's like, oh, what are they doing? Major downgrade. He's obviously nowhere near the guy Saquon is. He's a solid player, but, man, that's their plan. That's their plan. He's solid. He's solid. He also played for Brian Dable in Buffalo, so there's some familiarity there. And he was solid last year, but if that's their plan, that's funny. He's good. He's good, but he's not all that. I want to hear from y'all right now. We've been live for 5 hours. The Niners haven't signed anybody. Niners fans, who do y'all want? Who's your number one target right now? Is it Danielle Hunter? Are you looking for a lineman out there? Who are you looking for right now? I want to know. I want to know. If you had to pick one guy, who are you picking? Khalil Mack, Bosa? So here's the thing with that. The Chargers have yet to make a decision on Mack and Bosa. The bottom line is the Chargers are going to have to let go one of Keenan Allen, Mike Williams, Joey Bosa, or Khalil Mack. One of them's gonna be gone. Blue Raven Gaming wants Khalil Mack. Nathan wants Bosa. Trip Aces wants Bobby Wagner. Certainly could be an option. The Niners to go linebacker with the injury to Dre Greenlaw. Laura wants a defensive tackle. Certainly DJ Jones could be an option, but I don't think he's been cut yet by the Broncos. The Giants are giving Devin Singletary a 3-year, $16.5 million deal worth up to $19.5 million. So we'll call it 17 over 3, about 5.5 a year. That's not bad. Not bad for a guy like Devin Singletary. I don't mind that. I don't mind that for that price for the Giants. I really don't. I really don't mind that for the Giants at that price. Danielle Hunter's a big name that I'm seeing a lot of in the Niners chat. Lou Gotti, Durag Don, Nick Dolfer wants Hunter. Wagner or White or Queen or Pei Young from EJ Firestorm. Certainly an option as well. Devin White, Patrick Queen, all still available. Bobby Wagner. Future Generations, Danielle Hunter, Khalil Mack, Hassan Reddick. Again, Hassan Reddick, certainly available for trade. Hey, trade for Justin Jefferson. That's not going to happen. He already came out and said before Cousins signed with Atlanta, he said that, look, even if Cousins leaves, it doesn't impact me staying with the Vikings. He's going to be a Viking for quite a while. Daniel wants Brian Burns. Again, that's going to have to be a trade, and that's gonna cost you. Rodrigo, Trent Brown, bring Trent Brown back, certainly an option. Future says that they should let Mike Williams walk. That's what I'd do if I was the Chargers. I would let Mike Williams walk, but who knows? Got a super chat coming in here from Paul. What up, Paul? With the 5, Paul asks, do you think the Eagles are going to draft linebacker or sign one in free agency? If so, who would it be? Based off of the Eagles' strategy, what they like to do, I don't think if they sign a linebacker, I feel like it's going to be more of a depth piece. I don't think it's going to be for a big-name guy like Bobby Wagner. You know, we've already seen them starting to spend money at running back, spend money at edge. If they can get a linebacker in the draft, I think that's probably the direction they go. If they can get someone like a Jeremiah Trotter Jr., obviously his pops played here, that'd be a great option. Trevin Wallace out of Kentucky is another great option. I'd bet they draft somebody, Paul. Appreciate it. Got another 5 coming in here from Lyle. I hope the Niners are not waiting for Joey Bosa. He is always hurt. If they are serious this year, go get Danielle Hunter or Hassan Reddick. Yeah, that's the thing with Bosa, getting paid a lot of money. And he's very injury prone. Definitely a concern with Bosa. When he's out there, he's one of the best edge rushers in the league, but that's the caveat. When he's out there and he is not consistently available. Someone like Danielle Hunter, outside of the 1 year where he had that neck injury, been very good, especially the last couple of years. Danielle Hunter has probably been a top 5 edge rusher in the league. And teaming up Danielle Hunter with Nick Bosa will be crazy. Now, obviously, teaming up Joey Bosa with Nick Bosa, the brother duo, would also be crazy. But do you want to take the chance? And you know what? The Chargers might not even cut him, so it all depends. Or Hassan Reddick. Again, Hassan Reddick looking for a new deal from the Eagles. Hassan Reddick, as Millie points out in the Eagles chat, Hassan Reddick is still under contract with the Birds, but the Eagles did give him permission to seek a trade because he wants a significant pay raise, and the Eagles don't seem to be willing to do that. So if the Niners are willing to make a move, you know, at this point, what's Hassan Reddick going to cost? Probably a second-round pick, you know, because you have to trade for him and pay him. So I don't think a team would be willing to give up a first-round pick, because not only do you have to give up that first-round pick, but then you also have to pay him. Dragon, is Chase here? Yep, Chase is here. We've just been live for 5 hours, and he hasn't eaten anything yet. He hasn't eaten anything today. He didn't even eat breakfast. So he's been up since 6, and it's, what, 3 o'clock? We've been streaming for 5 hours. He hasn't had anything to eat today, so he's going to eat. He'll be back, but my man needs some food because he's been killing it today. He's been killing it today. Thomas, what do we think about getting Gilmore? Stephon Gilmore? He was still pretty good last year. He's still with the Cowboys, though, no? I thought he was still with the Cowboys. No, he's gone. He's gone. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if the Niners, you know, do you need someone like Gilmore? Depends on what he's asking for. I still like him as a player. So if you feel like as a Niners you need to go out there and get another corner, go ahead and do it, man. I think, obviously he was Defensive Player of the Year back a few years ago, not quite that level, but he had a solid year for the Cowboys. I would like that move. You got Mooney Ward, you got Ambry Thomas, who obviously struggled in the Super Bowl. Isaiah Oliver's gone. Finally got Isaiah Oliver out of there. Depends what you want to do there, but I think that could be a solid signing. That being said, it wouldn't be my first priority, Thomas. That wouldn't be my first priority. I would be looking at edge first, especially since you released Armstead. I'd possibly be looking at linebacker while Greenlaw's out. And I'd be looking at O-line, although it seems the Niners just don't care about O-line anymore. They're just like, whatever. Who cares? They don't prioritize it nearly enough. Jado the Kid, it feels like Nolan Smith should be able to work at off-ball linebacker. I don't think so. I think they drafted Nolan Smith with the idea of him being a Hassan Reddick replacement, which is why I think they're willing to move on from Hassan Reddick. I think he offers, he does have some versatility, but I wouldn't. He's a Reddick replacement. I don't know about that. Yeah, Thomas out playing the Super Bowl. Yeah, he struggled mightily. Ambry Thomas did. So, it's certainly a possibility. Although I don't think that's the Niners' priority at this very moment.
Chip, thanks for holding it down, man.
Yes, sir.
What a legend. Everybody type Chip in the chat. That's what legends do. Had to get some food. Had to get right. Had to see what was happening across the entire NFL and film some short-form content. And our audience able to stay steady. That's what you love to see. Everybody type Chip in the chat. That'll make us Pops Jeff Chipper proud. Short-form content, long-form content, we're doing it all, and I had to do some short-form stuff outside of the studio here because I didn't want the green screen as part of my background. Wanted the player pictures as part of the background for some of the YouTube shorts. So, Eagles have been busy today. The Patrick Queen dreams are alive. The Xavier McKinney dreams are dead. What a huge deal for the Green Bay Packers. They are spending big, and that's a team in the NFC I think is going to be really, really dangerous. They came on at the end of last year. Jordan Love started to play really good football. They have just a bevy of weapons. Josh Jacobs now is their back. 4 really good wide receivers, 2 really good tight ends. And now they're stacking up on the defensive side of the football. 4-year, $68 million deal for Xavier McKinney. Those of you watching on the Niners Report, those of you watching on Eagles Now, please make sure you subscribe if you haven't already done so. I think our coverage has been top-notch. Our coverage has been stellar. And we're just giving you the most interactive, informative, insightful coverage for the start of NFL free agency right here on YouTube. Glad that all of you have decided to hang out here with us, approaching 10,000 views on both streams. I can't tell you how cool that is. What's everybody up to? What's everybody doing? What'd you have for lunch? What are you drinking? I owe a shotgun with the $50 super chat that came in from Nick Dofer. Liam said, wait, we still have Bradbury, right? Yes. Still have Bradbury. His dead cap number makes things a little bit problematic. And Howie Roseman, when I was at the Combine, was asked about Bradbury. He said, yeah, he's in our plans. Also asked, is he an outside corner or can he play in the slot? He said, we think he's an outside guy. Not great news. If he's bad, just bench him. Like, don't even play him. But if you look at his career trajectory, 1 good year, 1 bad year. 1 good year, 1 bad year. Maybe this year, he rebounds. Nick Dolfer, $50 super chat. And this is for all of the legends who are hanging out here on the Niners Report and on Eagles Now. Cheers, my brothers and my sisters. Woo-woo! John Wallace, banana, orange, skins, and an almond. Still out grinding. Love it, man. J. Dot the Kid. I was about to say, one good, one bad. It's so funny when you look at his career numbers. Literally, one good year, one bad year, one good year, one bad year. I don't know what happens. Like, does his body wear down and then he mentally and physically resets and recharges? I have no idea. Dragon. Chase, when is Isaiah Rodgers coming? He's eligible to return this year. Coming off that gambling suspension. A lot of people thought, oh, they released Devontae Maddox, so Isaiah Rodgers is now going to be the starting nickel. He's played 14 snaps at nickel cornerback all year. So I think he's more of an outside guy, and that could be the answer. Isaiah Rodgers, Darius Slay on the outside. And then you have Eli Ricks, Keely Ringo. And some of the young guys that can also be a part of that secondary who are very affordable as well. Also, Xavier McKinney to the Packers. I don't think the Eagles were going to spend that money. As you can see right here, 4 year, $68 million. Does that signal C.J. Gardner-Johnson? Could signal C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Grover Stewart, Colts. He's going back to Indy, 3 year, $39 million deal. So $17 million per year for a safety. That's just a little bit too rich for my liking. C.J. Gardner-Johnson signed a 1 year, $6.5 million deal with the Detroit Lions. If you get C.J. Gardner-Johnson at $8 to $10 million compared to the fraction that is Xavier McKinney at 17, that's a good bargain play. And that's right in Howie Roseman's wheelhouse. Joe said it's funny when Saquon gets hurt, who's laughing? He's played in 45 of 52 games the last 3 years, and he's played in 13 plus games, I think, every season but 2. So it is interesting. He's probably happy that he can play on a grass surface too. No longer the shit turf at MetLife. But yeah, anytime you pay a back that old, and like that old, I'm talking football old, 27 years old with the mileage on there at Penn State and in the NFL, it's a concern and it's a risk. There is no doubt about it. Todd Withrow talking about Justin Simmons. He's not even going to come close to $17 million per year, which Xavier McKinney is getting. Interesting. First free agent of the Jim Harbaugh era. Going into today, they were $21 million over the cap. So.
Pretty solid deal here, though, for Grover Stewart. He's a good player. 3 years, $39 million.
Yeah.
Good player off the board. A lot of movement today. Gotta love NFL free agency. A lot of movement, a lot of action. Gotta love days like today. And we still got more.
Still got more to come. What's funny is that the new league year officially starts on Wednesday.
Yeah.
So even more movement is going to happen. And remember, these deals are just verbally agreed to. They don't become official until Wednesday. So these players can realistically back out of these contracts.
It is possible. It is Possible.
Don Ackerley, what a great comment. MetLife Turf, is that where Jimmy Hoffa's buried at? I can't remember. Mobster legend. Vance. Oh, formerly Trees. What's up, man? Hey, Chase, do you think we can get Simmons? I totally think so. Justin Simmons or CJ Gardner-Johnson, book it for the Eagles, is what I think.
Josh Jacobs to the Packers was not something that was on my radar coming into the day. This was a very surprising news to
Yeah.
me.
Do we know the numbers yet on that?
I don't think so. I
Yeah.
don't think the numbers have come out yet. Yeah, we still don't know the details. I'll try to see if I can find something, but
Gus Edwards, by the way, going from one Harbaugh to the other, he's a touchdown machine. We know that Jim Harbaugh and John love to get physical, love to have their football teams operate downhill. That's exactly what they're going to do. I can't believe we've been live for 5.5 hours.
it doesn't feel like
Dude, it just flew by.
doesn't feel like it at all.
Wow.
It's almost 4 o'clock.
That's crazy.
Yeah, no numbers out on Josh Jacobs, which a little strange.
Yeah.
That's something to keep an eye on.
I mean, if Swift got 8, Saquon's basically getting 13.
Probably 12 or 13 as well for Jacobs.
11, 10 to 13, I'd say, safely in that range.
Yeah, apparently the Packers tried to restructure Aaron Jones' deal, and that's when that whole releasing him, signing Jacobs happened. It's funny, Packers fans were convinced because Jacobs got signed before Jones got released. Packers fans were convinced that they were going to have a dynamic backfield duo of Josh Jacobs and Aaron Jones, and then moments later, Aaron Jones was released. And that's a young Packers team over there, man. Jordan Love, Josh Jacobs, just 26 years old for Jacobs. Christian Watson, they got a young team.
Yeah.
Young and talented team. There's some buzz building up, too. Nothing super official or anything like that, but just some buzz on social media building up about Justin Fields possibly being a Raider.
Justin Fields? Yeah, like that's you look at the teams like the Raiders and Vikings. You know, the Raiders give a bag to Christian Wilkins. The Vikings pay all of these defensive players all this money. They don't have a quarterback. Both teams don't have a quarterback. So what's the plan? Now, both are positioned where they could draft a quarterback, but they're also in a position where they're not going to get a Caleb Williams, a Drake May. It might be tough to get Jaden Daniels. So then you're in that J.J. McCarthy, Bo Nix territory, Michael Penix territory. Geno Stone to the Bengals.
Big time signing here. He was very good last year for the Ravens.
Very good.
Seven interceptions last year for the Ravens. Staying in the division. Going from the Ravens to the Bengals is criminal.
Yeah.
That is criminal. But a very good safety off the board. Certainly could have been a target for the Birds.
Yeah, when I was at the Combine, Eric DeCosta, who's the general manager for the Ravens, said that Geno Stone is the best 7th-round pick we've ever had.
Yeah.
And for him to go 7th-round pick to now get in a bag, good for him.
He must have gotten paid something pretty decent. Details yet to come out out of this exact moment, but he must have gotten a pretty solid deal. Again, 7 picks last year. Led the AFC in interceptions, so obviously doing something right. Yep, Gus Edwards to the Chargers.
Yep.
That is correct. Yeah, PN brings up a good point. Green Bay has made some very good moves today.
Yeah, they're going all in.
Very, very good moves. Brandon Snyder.
Brandon Snyder, he is a first-time Super Cheddar. Brandon Snyder, $5. Eagles will have 4 picks in the first 2 rounds of the draft after trading Reddick, O-line, safety, slot receiver, and corner. If they trade Reddick, it's going to be, if it's for draft compensation, you have to imagine, let's just call it a second-round pick, right? That's good draft capital where today they signed a running back, they extended a left guard, and they signed an edge. What they need in the draft now, linebacker, corner, a wide receiver 3, and they could go offensive line for sure. It all depends on what they think of Tyler Steen. Is Tyler Steen their right guard? If he's not, do they draft a future Lane Johnson replacement who plays right guard? So I like your evaluation there with what you said. Those are, not in particular order, but in general, biggest needs for the Eagles right now. And Destin J, I'm not saying you're going to get rid of Reddick for just a second. I'm saying let's just call it a second, right? Clearly you want to get a first-round pick. You might not be able to get a first-round pick because that team is going to have to trade for Reddick and give him a contract extension. So let's safely call it a second. Safely call it a second. Maybe you move up from 22 to 15 and you give up 22 and you move up to 15. That's realistic to the acquiring team. You swap first rounders.
Were you in here when the Giants signed Devin Singletary?
No, but I heard you talking about it when I was doing the short.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Solid player.
Reunites with Brian Dable.
Yeah.
Marshall must be down bad.
Yeah,
man.
he's got
Their
to be so
biggest
down
signing
bad.
is John Runyon.
Yeah. Who's fine?
$10 million per for John Runyon. They lose Xavier McKinney and Saquon Barkley. That team could be bad this year.
They were already bad, man. And they're still trying to find a replacement for Daniel Jones. Who knows what they're going to do there? Giants are in trouble. Erwin Beltran is trying to break some news in our chat, saying Danielle Hunter's signing with the Niners for 2 years, 32.
Nah,
Cite your sources, man, because it ain't happen.
we're not buying into that yet.
It's going to be a 2-year, $15 million deal for Geno Stone with the Cincinnati Bengals. 2 years, $15 million. Pretty solid. $6 million signing bonus. As a former 7th-round pick, that's a great story. To go from 7th-round pick, making under $1 million, now getting $15 million, $6 million guaranteed at signing, it's pretty solid. Antonio thinks Aaron Jones is heading back to Texas.
A lot of Cowboys chatter in the chat.
Oh, interesting here. The Commanders and the Raiders have made preliminary inquiries on Austin Eckler.
Reed was saying Eckler maybe to the Raiders a little bit earlier.
They have kicked the tires a little bit so far, according to Josina Anderson. Situation remains fluid, according to her. So watch out for the Commanders and the Raiders for Austin Eckler. I think he's still got some left in the tank. I know he kind of had not a great year for the Chargers last year, and you know he's kind of got a lot of mileage on him. But I think he can still have another solid year or two. Probably not what he used to be, and he's obviously a little bit smaller, not a great runner as much as he is a receiver. But I think he can still be a solid back. Yeah. Millie says, Cowboys have been radio silent. Where you at, old Jerry boy?
I love it.
Jerry might be sleeping. Jerry might be sleeping. Tom Petty, that's right. Grover re-signed. Grover Stewart, 3 years, $39 million with the Colts. Solid nose tackle off the board there. Words is in the chat.
Words of wisdom.
What up, Words? Says this just in. Kyle traded for a can of PBR. Great deal for the Niners. Oh my God. I'd trade a 7th round pick for a can of PBR.
I could take down some PBRs.
Man, that's giving me flashbacks, man. That was a big time college beer. Abdul, nah, that's cap. I don't know. So I know there was some talk earlier about the Niners restructuring Juszczyk. Is that
Some chatter, but nothing official.
nothing official? Millie says, I'm drinking PBR right now. Shout out. What's everybody drinking right now? What's everybody drinking right now? I would love to drink this this Happy Dad if we get a $50 super chat. I'll shotgun this PBR, or I'll shotgun this Happy Dad, or beer bong this Happy Dad for a $50 super chat. I'd love to down this. What is everybody drinking? Michael, a Miller, James, water. Always get that water in. Always get that water in. Very important. Sam, we got Sam Darnold in the chat.
Sam Darnold, where are you signing? With the Vikings?
Sam Darnold's drinking water. Bob, sweet tea. Crazy, lemonade. Michael Smith drinking a bubbly while he's driving. Words, that's funny, dude. Words always can come up with some of the best one-liners and whatnot. Still,
I feel like Words would be a good stand-up comic.
Oh, I think so
just
as
thinking
well.
of things on the fly, creative, good satirical stuff. He can hit on politics. He can talk sports. He'll call people out without any shame. He's just got that creative mind. Gumple, if I'm working, so I'm drinking a root beer. Love that. I'm not a huge soda guy, but
nah.
a root beer, the Stewart's root beer or cream soda from Stewart's, there are few things that are better in life. Wow, Sean Murphy Bunting to the Cardinals. 3 years, $25.5 million, $17.5 guaranteed.
Solid money for him. Liam, do you think we can get Tre'Davious White? Okay, I was a little confused.
Cheap
there.
option, Xavier Howard, cheap option if you're looking for two outside corners who are accomplished in this league, but their best days are probably behind them.
Yeah, I'd want a younger guy, man. Enough of these old guys. You're telling me you're going to run out of secondary of Slay? You still have Bradbury on the roster? Like, I don't know. And very injury prone as well, as Michael Morales brings up. Very injury prone in the past few years.
Tre'Davious White?
Yeah.
Yeah. And we're talking significant injuries too.
Yeah. He had an Achilles, right?
I know he had an ACL and I believe an Achilles too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think he had both. Yep, so 2 years, $15 million there for Geno Stone.
I wouldn't have hated that at $7.5 million per. His interception numbers were crazy.
Yeah.
He had, let's see here. He had 7 picks this past year.
Yeah.
Classic cover safety. Doesn't have a sack in his career. And 1 TFL. So he's a deep safety. He's only started 19 games of 51 in his career, though. But he did enter the league as a 7th-round pick when he was 21. So he's only 24. What I like about this free agency class is a lot of these free agents who are getting signed are all like 24, 25.
Yeah. A lot of young guys. Jacob Martin. Do we keep Chase Young or wait till there's more edge rushers available?
I think Chase Young is an option if the Niners find some of these other edges to be too expensive. I think they want to see what happens with Khalil Mack. They want to see what happens with Joey Bosa. They want to see what the trade market is for Brian Burns. And if they can't figure out a deal with those players, or if those players are too expensive, then you're looking at Chase Young as being kind of a fallback plan in a way.
Good question from Martian Lynch. Where does Armstead land?
That's a good question. I think a lot of that comes down to his cap number and his base salary were so high, but he's been in the league since 2015. He was the longest tenured Niner. He always performs well in the playoffs. And is another team going to be willing to pay him just anywhere even close to what the Niners were paying him? Like, you look at the deals that other defensive tackles have gotten in free agency. Chris Jones, Justin Matabuke, Christian Wilkins. They're getting paid a lot of money, and that's like the upper tier. I don't even know if Eric Armstead is in like that second tier, which I would call a Javon Hargrave at this point. So can he get $15 million per year? Is kind of what I'm thinking. Now, his contract is fascinating. Let's take a look at it. It was a 5-year, $85 million deal. He's 31. He's played in 21 games the last 2 years. He has a cap hit of $28.3 million this year with a base salary of $17.4. I'd be shocked if a 31-year-old defensive tackle who's been injured the last 2 years gets more than $17 million. 15, I think, would be a great deal for him. He'd be ecstatic about that, him and his camp. Caden Smith, what about Devin White? When I was at the Combine, I heard that he just sulked all year. And he didn't get that contract extension, and he was just miserable. I like the player when he's played well at a good level. He's been engaged. He's like a bullet, sideline to sideline. That Super Bowl year in 2020, he legitimately made game-changing plays, and you felt his impact, game in, game out. Last couple of years, though, during these contract negotiations, his play has kind of fallen off. The Pro Football Focus grades are not good at all. I think he lacks a little bit of feel and instinct, which makes a player like Fred Warner so good. Not only does he have the speed, the physicality, but the instincts, being able to diagnose plays. It's so elite. Devin White is like really fast. Sometimes he can over-pursue. Now, he's not an off-ball linebacker to the likes of Fred Warner. He's more of a blitzer, but his position is as an off-ball linebacker, doesn't have the coverage skills of a Fred Warner. So I want to see what his market is. It might be like a 1-year deal for Devin White to prove himself.
We got Words coming in with a 10.
Words. Funny you guys say that. Debating on starting an X-Cast, talking culture, politics, with the spin that would make chat sports proud, especially you, Cheese. Might pick your brain. Hey, let me know. I know we talked about that when we were in Vegas. You discussed that possibility. I like it, man. I say you do it.
We have a compensation update for Josh Jacobs. 4 years, 48 mils. So what, 12 a year?
12 a year.
That's what you said, right?
Yeah, I said between 10 and for Saquon, I said 10 to 14. With Jacobs, I said like 10 to 12, 10 to 13.
Yeah, so 12 a year for Jacobs.
All right.
It's running back money.
Honestly, good for the running back market today.
Yeah. Some of these guys got paid in what's been a dying position. You know, even someone like Swift getting 8 mil, Pollard getting 8 mil. I'm surprised Pollard got 8 mil. I don't think Pollard's worth what Swift is worth. Pollard was pretty disappointing. I think his numbers looked all right, but I can tell you, like, you know, my dad's a Cowboys fan. His side of the family's Cowboys fans. They did not like Pollard, man. They did not like Pollard.
It's so funny because last year, I thought he was the better running back compared to Ezekiel Elliott. This year, he didn't really do too much to impress me.
No. Oh, Gardner Minshew. Is this the Raiders' answer at quarterback?
Oh, no. Oh, no. Is this their holdover plan?
Dude, this can't be their plan.
He'll compete with Aiden O'Connell from Ian Rappaport.
Oh, no.
That's just not good.
Oh, no. Raiders. Oh, no. Oh, I feel so bad.
They signed Christian Wilkins, and their quarterback answer is Gardner Minshew?
Oh, my goodness. I feel so bad. They gotta go up and try to draft a guy. If they roll in next year with Gardner Minshew and Aiden O'Connell, I don't care at all what signings they made.
They're going to draft a quarterback.
They have to. But are they going to try to trade up for a Jaden Daniels, or are they going to settle for a Bo Nix or a J.J. McCarthy or a Michael Penix?
I think you try to trade up and then you settle if you can't trade up.
I'm not high on any of those three. I'm sure one of them. I'd go with Penix, man. I'm not really a big fan of McCarthy or Bo Nix, but who am I? Who am I? Caden Smith, re-sign Olamide Zaccheaus. I'll pass. What did Zaccheaus do to make you want to re-sign him? He had like one good play that I can remember.
What'd you say?
Olamide Zaccheaus.
Yeah.
Said re-sign Olamide Zaccheaus. I'm just like, dude, like, what did he do?
I thought he was good and shifty for the Falcons, maybe underutilized by Brian Johnson. I thought that he should have been getting more run compared to Quez Watkins.
Yeah, he certainly didn't get enough looks.
You just got to upgrade at wide receiver. And for the Eagles, you can do that in the draft. And you can do that with a really good player in the draft. And I think that's the route that you go.
He's probably a fine wide receiver 4. Couple more signings coming in here. Devin Duvernay signing with the Jags, 2 years, $8.5 million. Devin Duvernay's a solid player. I believe he was an all-pro returner this year. So good money for him. A little over $4 million a year. He's very fast, solid player.
Yeah.
Again, great return man as well. So that's going to be good for the Jags. Although, don't they have...
So they have now Christian Kirk, Gabe Davis, Devin Duvernay,
Do they still have Agnew?
Travis Etienne. I think Agnew is still on the team.
It's kind of weird to have 2 return specialists.
Evan Ingram. That's a solid offensive cast right there for Jacksonville. Make or break year for Trevor Lawrence, your boy.
Yeah, he's been definitely inconsistent, definitely up and down. So big year for him. I'm excited for him. I think he's going to come out and prove it, man. That team, I saw a crazy stat. It was like team's record and who their quarterback is when the team forces no turnovers. And the Jags, far and away, had the most games over the last 3 years without forcing a turnover.
Yeah.
And they were like 1 in 20-something in games where they haven't forced a turnover. And those 20-something games was far and away way more than anybody else in terms of not forcing a turnover. So it definitely hasn't had a lot of help.
Yeah.
It's tough to win games. And when you look at it, I wish I had saved it because it's a very interesting thing to look at. I remember the best of the best quarterbacks. You had your typical top 5. I think it was Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar, Jalen Hurts, and I think Tua was in there as well. All those 5 teams, they were all like 6-6 or like 6-5 when not forcing any turnovers. It shows you how hard it is to win this league when you can't force turnovers. The defense doesn't step up to play. So
Yeah, he made some dumbass decisions with the football, though.
absolutely, he honestly, even going back to his Clemson days, like obviously he had all the physical talent in the world, but he would just
2 years, $25 million for Minshew.
I could hear Coop laughing. Oh my goodness. Wow. That's insane. That's telling me that's their starter, man. That's their starter. That is just brutal for Raiders.
They have to draft a quarterback.
You have to. Wow. That's unbelievable. Bucks re-signing Greg Gaines to a one-year deal. Oh, wow. So Devin Duvernay's contract with the Jags is 2 years, $8.5 million, but it can get up to $12.5 million based on offensive production because obviously he's just been a all-pro returner type of guy, but certainly an opportunity as a receiver there in Jacksonville. Man, this is just crazy. That's a lot of money for Minshew. Man, they're just getting clowned on social media right now. Yeah, our Raiders report host is pissed. Pissed.
That's wild. Like, he played well for the Colts last year with a really good play caller, play designer in Shane Steichen. I thought he did a great job in replacing Anthony Richardson. Had that team on the cusp of winning a division title, but that just can't be the plan.
Man, they had a pretty good day today too, man. Had a pretty good day today too, and that's what you're gonna do. You sign Wilkins to that big deal. At least they didn't overpay Kirk Cousins. $45 million a year for Kirk Cousins is certainly a lot, but people forget how good he was last year before he got hurt. And a team like the Falcons was so desperate for good quarterback play. I can't imagine what it was like last year with Taylor Heineke and I can't remember his name, from Cincinnati. Desmond Ridder.
He stinks.
Devontae Adams, big mad right now.
Yeah. By the way, we mentioned this a little bit earlier, but biggest investment Howie Roseman has made at running back since LaShawn McCoy. Roseman wasn't in the decision-making role when the team signed DeMarco Murray. That was Chip Kelly's choice. So interesting stuff there.
Couple super chats here. Mac Daddy.
Mac Daddy once again. We're $4 away from 800 on the Niners Report. I'm not sure I understand. Do we release Armstead or are we releasing him post-June 1? So if they do release him, it's not official yet. It will be a post-June 1 designation. At least that's the Niners' hope, or that's my hope. Because if it's a pre-June 1 cut, you have to eat a lot of money. If it's post-June 1, you save $18 million on the cap that you can't use for free agency, but you can use a little bit later. Lyle, $5. Somebody call John Lynch and tell him free agency started.
That's funny.
As Mike Silver said, in due time they'll make moves, but they're kind of waiting out the market a little bit. I think it was last year. I don't think it was the first day. It may have been the second day or third day that they signed Javon Hargrave, but it was a surprise.
You know what's interesting here with this Gardner Minshew stuff? That's going to take Fields off the table for them. Where is he going to go, man?
Dude, that market might be dead.
It's just the Vikings. Maybe the Broncos? I don't see the Broncos. I don't see that being in play.
He drives Sean Payton nuts. He's
Yeah.
60% completion percentage for his career. Adam SF News, my Tiger Blood fellow brother. Duvernay is out of Sachet here in DFW. Graduated with him in 2015.
Good player, man. Good player. Great.
Yeah, a good little weapon.
A weapon.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good term. He's a weapon.
Titans got Pollard. Yep.
Honcho.
$4 away from 800 here on the Niners Report. We're at 424 on Eagles now. Both great streams today. How many other channels at Chat Sports are still live?
That's a good question. I mean, obviously Raiders is. Other than that,
Let's see.
Ricardo, is Hunter signed? Nope. Danielle Hunter remains available on the open market.
Bears is still live. Raiders is still live. Seahawks haven't even made a move. They're still live. Niners have only made one move. Brandon Allen.
Yeah, that's true.
Who else is supposed to be live?
Let's see.
Giants, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. They're still live.
Is any of Sperry's not live anymore, right? Was he even live? I know he went live last night for Russell Wilson.
Sperry, I don't think so. I think he was doing our main stuff.
Right, yeah, that makes sense. I think that's probably
Main
it.
live? Main still live. 4,000 watching on our main channel. That's
Wow.
pretty damn good. Jace and Trace on the show.
On main?
Yeah,
That's epic.
that's funny. And then Cowboys. I kind of want to do a super chat battle here. Cowboys has 1,800 people watching. All right, let's do this. Let's see what some of the big hitters are doing in super chats.
Are we combining our total?
Yeah, or let's just see. Let's see. All right. You ready to type these down here, Chip?
Yeah.
We can maybe make this into a graphic.
Yeah, hold up.
Let me know when you're ready.
All right, I'm ready.
Cowboys 664.
Okay.
All right. Let me go down the list here. Seahawks 804.
Wow.
That's impressive.
The teacher's probably 10 shots deep.
Yeah, he's probably slurring his words. Let's see. What else do we have here? Giants. This will be a good measuring stick here. Giants 1.6.
Wow.
Let's see. Bears. $3.8.
You know, Raiders is probably just going crazy.
Raiders going nuts. $2.9. And we'll round out with Maine here. $4.47.
447.
Yeah. All right, so here combined, as we got a couple of fives coming in on Niners. 806 on Niners, 424 on Eagles. So let me do the math. $12.30.
Combined we are?
$12.30. Yeah. Brent Davis, 3.8 is great. It is great. 1.6 is amazing. 1.2 is great too on both of our streams. So can we show the people that in any way?
Yeah, I can, let's see.
Little list logo probably? Yeah. Do Eagles now in the 49ers report? Yeah. So 424 for Eagles and 806 for Niners. Lyle, Chase, who are the big names left? Plenty. Plenty. Let me just keep this TV moving though. Hold on. I hate that little prompt. Are you still watching? Yes, the damn TV's on. Daniil Hunter, Mike Owenu. Those are two targets that come to mind for the Niners. Bobby Wagner, Azeez Al-Shire, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Justin Simmons. The cornerback market's pretty dry, honestly. We'll run through all of the signings here coming up in just a little bit. Roberto Davis, I think big moves are coming for the Niners just in due time. It's going to happen soon. '49ers signing Leonard Floyd. There it is. Niners signing Leonard Floyd. There's the move for San Francisco. Leonard Floyd to the Niners. Let's see what the money is going to be. That'll take him out of the running for Daniil Hunter, I would imagine. 31 years old. It's certainly a pretty depleted defensive line. But in his last 4 years, he's really come into his own. 10.5, 9.5, 9, and 10.5 sacks. So the Niners signed their edge opposite of Nick Bosa. $39.5 sacks in the last 4 years. Mike Silver called that one as well. Yes, for sure. Interesting. I wonder what people are going to think about that. This is definitely a value play for the Niners here. And let's see what the price tag is. Because really, that's what it comes down to for me. What's the price tag? Awesome. $10.5 sacks, 45 pressures, $20 million over 2 years. So $10 million per season for Leonard Floyd. Okay. So, yeah. He did play under Brandon Staley, by the way, when he was with the Rams in 2020. I'll get his PFF grades here in a moment. Not a highly graded PFF player. Overall grade of 56.3, run defense grade of 56.1, a pass rush grade of 62.1. Yeah, so this will be prospects. This honestly could be your defensive end 3, too. I don't think it's for sure that Leonard Floyd is going to be defensive end number 2. "41 pressures and 22 hurries." He also had 7 hits on the quarterback. I do like the salary here at 10 mil. So Mike Silver crushed that reporting yesterday, man. He said, look out for Eric Armstead to potentially get released. And then he said, Niners want to target an edge. Look out for Leonard Floyd. That's well done. All right, so there you go. Niners make their splash. At least a little bit of a splash in Leonard Floyd. We're about to break it down in full right here on the show. Cool. Chip's just getting some stuff ready on his end, and then we'll discuss it. Chidobe Awuzie to the Titans on a 3-year deal. That was kind of expected. Titans were said to be in the running for him. And the Niners finally do something. We can hit Brandon Allen as part of this as well. So stay tuned. We'll talk about this Leonard Floyd signing. Obviously, we have an uptick in audience. You're watching the San Francisco 49ers Report. I'm Chase Sr. Day one of our free agency special has been incredible. We're approaching 800 people watching live right now. Everybody who comes in here, we need a barrage of likes. Hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. $813 in super chats. Can we get to 1,000 right here on the stream? Also live on Eagles now. 400 people watching over there. 361 likes. $424 in super chats over there. Awesome, awesome stuff across the board. Niners making 2 moves today. Brandon Allen, Leonard Floyd. We're about to talk about both of them. And a lot of people are still talking about Brian Burns. That would have to be a trade. Leonard Floyd getting $10 million per year doesn't tell me that he is definitively your second defensive end. At least I'm hopeful he's not your second defensive end. So we'll spend the next 10 or 15 minutes talking about Leonard Floyd here and the signing for the Niners. Just checking our graphics here, and then we'll get it underway. It's the beauty of YouTube, man. We've been live now for 6 hours, and we can do this on the fly. We don't have to worry about having to go live at a designated time like some of these TV stations. It's pretty awesome. Larry Williams, love it live. If we get a $50 super chat on the Niners Report, we're taking down another drink. Shotgun or a shambong is coming your way. Alex Godinez, cap space is fluid right now because we're not sure when or if the Eric Armstead move is going to be official. Jake Sapien, Debo in a second for Burns. The Panthers need some wide receiver help. And what better weapon to give Bryce Young than a player who can pick up yards after the catch in Debo? I don't think it happens, but it would be interesting. All right, let's do it. Niners signing Leonard Floyd. We're about to talk about it right here, live on the San Francisco 49ers Report. You ready to rock? All right, let's do it. We finally have some breaking news to talk about on the San Francisco 49ers front on day one of NFL free agency. This is the 49ers Report by Chat Sports. I'm Chase Sr. San Francisco making a little bit of a splash by signing Leonard Floyd to be one of the edge rushers to complement Nick Bosa. Is he going to be defensive end too? I'd be surprised. I find that hard to believe, but let's discuss it here. So it's going to be a 2-year deal worth $20 million for Leonard Floyd. He's going to get $12 million in guaranteed money in year one, and this deal could be worth up to $24 million in incentives. It's a very affordable contract for a player who's an impact player at a position of need, a position of importance, and as we know, going into the offseason, the defensive line for the Niners, pretty depleted here. Chase Young, Randy Gregory, Cleveland Ferrell, all free agents, and we're expecting that Eric Armstead is going to get released. And I think back to that Mike Silver report from Sunday night. He's really knocked it out of the ballpark up to this point. He said, look out for Eric Armstead to potentially be released. That happened on Sunday, or at least it looks as though that's going to happen. And he said, if the Niners do move on from Eric Armstead, they'll go cheaper at defensive tackle next to Javon Hargrave. They want to invest in edge rusher, and that could be Leonard Floyd. Now, if they fully just go in on Leonard Floyd, I have some issues for some of the reasons that I'm about to talk about because I still think you need another edge rusher. Could it be Leonard Floyd and Chase Young? Could it be Leonard Floyd and Randy Gregory / Cleveland Ferrell? Could they still make a trade for Brian Burns? If it's Brian Burns, Nick Bosa, and Leonard Floyd, that is a great three-headed monster at defensive end. And all those players pretty solid against the run too. And last year, we know that the Niners struggled in that regard. Plenty more thoughts to get to. We also have another signing that the Niners made a little bit earlier today in Brandon Allen. Is he going to be the backup for Brock Purdy? Thoughts on that coming up in a moment. But first, this is why you subscribe to the channel. We've been live all day for 6 hours at this point. We're still going. And when the Niners make a move, we discuss it. We break it down, we dissect it, giving you some great football knowledge. Hit that sub button here. So with Leonard Floyd, he is 31 years old. He has 58 sacks in 121 career games. He did play under Brandon Staley back in 2020 with the Los Angeles Rams. He went to Georgia. He was a first-round pick in the 2016 draft by the Chicago Bears. He never fully tapped into his potential as an edge rusher with Chicago. But in his last 4 years, He has a combined 39.5 sacks. Obviously, that averages out to be just under 10 sacks per year. He's basically averaged about 10 sacks per season. This past year with Buffalo, he had 10.5. 19 quarterback hits, 1 forced fumble, 9 TFLs, and 32 tackles. His Pro Football Focus grades, he's not an analytical darling by any means. But when you see Jonathan Greenard going for $18 million per and Bryce Huff going for $17 million per, and you can get Leonard Floyd on $10 million for the average annual value, what the Niners are doing here is a very good value play for a very productive player. And you look at the numbers over his last 4 campaigns. When I say he's been right around those 10 sacks per season, this shows you that. With the Rams in 2020 under Brandon Staley, he had 10.5 with 19 quarterback hits. Following year, 9.5. Year after that, 9. And in 2023, he had the 10.5. He's played in good defensive systems with other really good defensive players. When he was with the Chicago Bears, he was looked at as the edge guy. And he's never really been able to be the edge guy. But when he plays alongside Aaron Donald, when he plays on a really good Buffalo Bills defense, he's produced. And now you put him up alongside Javon Hargrave, alongside Nick Bosa. This is the type of move that the Niners were looking to make. Don't break the bank, fill a position of need for a really solid player. The athleticism is certainly there. He's 6'5", 240 pounds. In the pre-draft process, he ran a 4.6 40, has a really fast first step. And he could set the edge a little bit against the run too. He is not going to be a player who physically wows you like a Bosa, because when you look at him or a Chase Young, you're like, wow, they're sculpted, they're built, they're thick, they're lean, they're fast, they're physical. He's fast, he's twitchy, and he's going to have that bend coming around the edge here. And the Pro Football Focus grades, overall grade of 56.3 this past year, run defense grade of 56.1, and a pass rush grade of 62.1. He had 42 pressures on 21 hurries and 7 hits. And I think him being a solid run defender is obviously big for the Niners here, because they wanted a defensive end who is going to be better at setting the edge against the run. Now, I know I just passed along those PFF numbers, run defense grade of 56.1. It's not going to blow your top by any means. But when you're paying a player $10 million who could give you 10 sacks, that's a really good value. I hope it's not to be edge rusher or defensive end number 2, and he's more so that defensive end number 3. We'll certainly see what happens in that regard. Your one-word reaction to the Niners finally making a move on day 1 of NFL free agency. My one word here, it's solid. And another word that comes to mind is value. Now we'll get to Brandon Allen and the Niners signing him to potentially be the backup to Brock Purdy coming up here just around the corner. But first, make sure you sign up with PrizePicks, the largest independently run daily fantasy sports app in North America and the best daily fantasy sports app in North America. PrizePicks makes daily fantasy sports easy. Why is that, Chase? Well, I'll tell you. You pick 2 or more players, you choose more or less on their projected stats, and you can win up to 25 times your money. We'll talk some pucks here. Brock Nelson, more than a half point against the LA Kings. Robert Thomas, less than a half assist for the St. Louis Blues against the Boston Bruins. And Jake Neighbors, St. Louis Blues against Boston. Let's give them more than a shot and a half on net. Yeah, we could talk some hockey in addition to football here on the show. Win big money, withdraw your winnings, pick more, pick less. PrizePicks.com/CLNS. Support the show, sign up today, and make game days a lot more fun with PrizePicks. The other move that the Niners have made today, and it's funny because this was one of the first moves. Once free agency opened up, San Francisco signed Brandon Allen. Very well respected in that quarterback room. very well respected by head coach Kyle Shanahan, used to be the backup to Joe Burrow. And what are the Niners' plans here for the backup spot at the quarterback position behind Brock Purdy? Because can they afford to pay big-time dollars to a backup quarterback? This past year, Sam Darnold for San Francisco had a base salary of $1.9 million, but his cap hit was $5.7 million. If the Niners sign Brandon Allen, it's not going to be anywhere close to a cap hit of 5.7. And it was a 1 year, $4.5 million deal that Sam Darnold got. Given the financial constraints on this Niners roster and how they've had to approach Kyle Juszczyk about a contract restructure and had to do the same with Eric Armstead. He refused. He wants to test his free agent market. With having to restructure the contract of Fred Warner, which they also did, according to Matt Barrows of The Athletic last week. Are they going to be able to afford an expensive backup quarterback? Could they bring back Brandon Allen, who Kyle Shanahan praised last year, who doesn't do much for me as far as moving the needle? He does have starting experience and did back up Joe Burrow, as I said. And then you draft a quarterback who has some upside. I think that could be an option for the Niners here. Back up 2 for Brandon Allen. You draft the quarterback to be that QB3. Other moves that the Niners have made. If Colton McKivitz is the Niners' plan to be their starting right tackle, I have a massive problem. But you look at Robert Hunt. He's getting $20 million per year from the Carolina Panthers. You look at how players like Jonah Jackson are getting $17 million per year to play left guard for the Los Angeles Rams. Some of these guards are getting crazy dollars. And if Colton McKivitz is the plan at right tackle, that's no good. He gave up, 45 pressures last year as a right tackle. If you're signing him to be your swing tackle, who can be your backup at right tackle, left tackle, can play guard, can play center, I'm fine with it. $7 million contract extension, 65% of that was guaranteed. That's okay. He just, in my opinion, can't be a starting tackle for a team that is Super Bowl caliber. And that's where I have an issue. So, Colton McKivitz's contract extension, Leonard Floyd 2-year, 20, and then Brandon Allen. I think my read on this is that he's going to be the backup to Purdy, at least originally, and then you draft a rookie, maybe you bring in another quarterback. Because a player like Gardner Minshew just got a crazy deal from the Las Vegas Raiders. You're obviously not going to pay that type of money for a backup quarterback, and nor do you need to. 2 years, 25 for Gardner Minshew. I think about $15 million of that is guaranteed. So grade the signing of Leonard Floyd. More moves are going to come for San Francisco. And I think another edge rusher could come to town. Linebacker, corner, safety, wide receiver 3. Other names to keep an eye out for. This is the San Francisco 49ers Report. Join our live streams all week and keep it locked here for the best Niners coverage. So what does everybody think? A, B, C, D, or F? I think DJ Jones is an option at defensive tackle. Will Dissly, former Seahawks tight end, 3-year, $14 million with the Chargers. Terez Daniels, C. Gump Wolf, C. Black Mask, B. Frankie Lavu to the Commanders. Andrew Nathan saying the Giants traded for Brian Burns. You're not serious, right? Oh, wow. Brian Burns to the Giants is trending in that direction, but not yet complete at this time. Man, Brian Burns to the Giants would be huge for New York. Cool Reigns. Why is Chase talking about the Niners here? So we're live on the Niners Report. We're live on Eagles Now. And when we talked about the Eagles signings earlier, Niner fans were like, okay, that's all good. So we're doing the same here with the Niners. It is an NFL free agency special with your boy right here. And it's been an awesome day. Who do the Giants have to trade, Black Mask? Second or third round pick and a player maybe? Multiple picks, second and a third? I hope he doesn't go to the Giants.
Not finalized yet. Not finalized yet.
NFL edits, let's collab both chats. That's basically what we're doing. Yeah, we're simulcasting on both.
Couple more moves going down. Chidobe Awuzie, as we mentioned, with the Titans.
Yeah, I'm going to do a short. You mind running through these?
Yeah.
Awesome. I'll be right back.
Chidobe Awuzie going to the Titans. Justin Jones signing a 3-year, $30 million deal with the Cardinals. Gets about $20 million guaranteed. Frankie Louvu is a very, very solid linebacker for the Panthers. The Panthers are just losing everybody out here after paying Robert Hunt that massive deal. Frankie Louvu signing with the Commanders, 3 years, up to $36 million he can earn. He's a solid player. He's a solid player. Has improved greatly over his time in Carolina. They're going to miss him. Will Dissly, former Seahawks tight end. So the Seahawks today losing both Colby Parkinson and now Will Dissly. Do they go after a Michael Mayer? Do they go after the Brock Bowers in the draft? Noah Fant's a free agent as well. So Will Dissly going to the Chargers. It's Harbaugh's second signing of the day. Is Patrick Queen still available? Yes, Patrick Queen is still available. Should the Eagles trade A.J. Brown? Absolutely not. Civic Kid has to be multiple picks for Burns. Yeah, Giants have a couple seconds they can move. So that's certainly available there. Probably going to have to give up a player as well. Certainly would be a good pickup for the Giants. Former Giants players and Giants fans are not taking it well that Saquon is leaving them to the Eagles. Tiki Barber rips Saquon Barkley. This just coming in from Mike Garafolo. The Bills are bringing back defensive end A.J. Epinesa on a 2-year deal. Solid player for the Bills there. So the Bills not losing everybody. The Bills are keeping some players. They're not losing everybody. They're not losing everybody. Brock Bowers, he's still on my mind. A.J. Epinesa will be back. Swag Kid, Joey Bosa to get cut and sign with the Niners. If he gets cut, I wouldn't be surprised the Niners make a move for it, but not sure he gets cut. Again, it's all very fluid with the Chargers. Between Mike Williams, Keenan Allen, Khalil Mack, Joey Bosa, they're going to have to make a decision on who they're going to keep and who they're going to let go. I like this from Joji. Breaking news, John and Kyle are taking another coffee break. Yeah, you know what? They made their signing for the day. They're done. They made their signing for the day. They're done. No, I'm sure they'll make some more moves. Gustavo, Kyle Juszczyk is getting cut. More likely going to be restructured, although nothing has been official on that front quite yet. Nothing official on that front quite yet. Caden, they should try to take Xavier Howard, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Justin Simmons, or Quandre Diggs. Certainly a lot of secondary options out there. Plenty of players available on the market. Some good players as well. Some players that are a little bit past their prime. We'll see what the Eagles decide to do there. We'll see what the Eagles try to do there. The juice is released. Is that official? Now I'm going to just try to spell his name on Twitter. I'm not seeing that. S Z. How do you spell this man's name? That can't be right. Interesting. So yeah, there is a. So your source is Matt. I don't see that. Did he tweet that? If he tweeted it, he deleted it. Gustavo. If he just tweeted that, he must have deleted it. Unless he reported it earlier. But if he reported it earlier, there was a report earlier that he was planning. There was planning to be a restructure. Okay, so it looks like Juszczyk may be gone. Apparently he declined to take a pay cut. Still waiting for an official report there, but it does look like Kyle Juszczyk is gone. Declined to take a pay cut. Again, not confirmed. This is not confirmed. Still waiting for a true source on that. There's been some local reporters that have been reporting. No, this guy. That's a fake. That's a fake account. I think this is a fake account. I'm not sure. Matt Mayako, if that's who you're saying. If you're saying it's Matt Mayako, there's an account impersonating him on Twitter that is tweeting out fake stuff. Yeah, there's an account trying to impersonate him right now that's tweeting out just fake information. Yeah, so, yeah, it's lies. Everybody calm down. Everybody calm down. People got on Twitter. Got to be careful these days. Yeah, Joe, I think it's more likely Juice restructures. So on Instagram, I mean, it's certainly still possible, Hugo. It's certainly still possible. I don't think they're going to keep him on his current deal. So it's not official yet, but he's going to have to most likely restructure or else he will be let go. So I mentioned AJ Epineza re-signing with the Bills. Yeah, repost is taken down. Yeah, it seemed like that was a little bit of a fake news situation there. Former Browns linebacker Anthony Walker agreed to terms with the Dolphins on a one-year deal. Yeah, Hugo, I don't see the Juice going anywhere, man. I don't. He's getting paid a little bit rich for my liking for a fullback, but he's a little bit more than a fullback. Niners fans got a little scare in here, Chase. There was a fake report that was very convincing to people that Juszczyk got cut.
Oh, no.
But
Working on a restructure.
yeah.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Juice can retire and live off his wife. Man, his wife is very, very talented. Very, very talented. Those jackets she makes, very, very talented. He's very talented as well. Much more than a fullback. Check Mayoko's account. Well, see, here's the thing. His main account that has 163,000 followers, he has not tweeted that out. There's a fake account impersonating him that has 318 followers that looks very similar to his real account that is tweeting out fake stuff. So, not him. Niners fans, in case you missed it, Leonard Floyd, how we feeling? How we feeling about Leonard Floyd? Again, there should be a video up on the channel momentarily, if it's not up already, going through the entire Floyd signing if you missed it while we were live. Get those grades in there. Jackson, B+. Mac Daddy, I'm not mad at it. J-Tass, decent. I like this signing, cheap and productive. Definitely productive in the sack department. Again, as Chase mentioned, the PFF grades don't love him. Definitely an upgrade from Chase Young. I don't know about definitely an upgrade from Chase Young. You know, for the price, I don't think you're going to get Chase Young for only 10 mil, so it probably is worth it in the long haul. I feel like about a B is probably right. William Roberts, Cerebral Assassin, guy in the comments. Ben and Jim Heithoff all going with a B. Muhammad goes with an A-. Nicole and Harold Gillenwater, C-. Feeling okay as long as it gives you productivity. C+ from John Wallace. Yeah, he's a talented player, but I like that, Joe. It's an upgrade, and that's what matters. Look, all that matters is if he's going to be productive, and if he's productive, then that's going to be great. It all depends. Solid. I like that. That's what Chase said. Cool Reigns, Mac Wilson to the Cardinals. Yep, Mac Wilson, linebacker, signing with the Cardinals. And go Birds. If the Eagles sign CJ and Queen, I'll call off work. Well, if you do, call off work and come join the stream because you know we'll be talking about it. You know we'll be talking about it. Look, I got a happy dad sitting here. Is it 5 o'clock? It's 4:42. It's 4:42. It's almost 5 o'clock. You know what that means? It's time. We've been live for 6.5 hours now. I got one more happy dad left. I want to drink this. Someone sends in a 50 right now. I got my beer bong right here. I'm taking it down. I'm taking it down. And if y'all have any questions, you want to chop it up, send in a super chat or use hashtag 49ers or hashtag Eagles. I can get your question up here on the screen. Right here. Niners still need a good DT. Yeah, Browns signing to Zadarius Smith to a 2-year, $23.5 million deal. And they are. Zadarius Smith going back to Cleveland. That's a very good signing. I think he's still productive, man. I think he's still very productive. He's getting up there in age, but he is still productive. That's a good get from the Browns. The Browns are also re-signing Maurice Hurst, so they're keeping the band together there in Cleveland. Re-signing Maurice Hurst for a 1-year, $3.2 million deal, and Zadarius Smith 2 years, $23.5 million. Brent Davis is Queen in Seattle. No, Queen to Seattle, unless that was just announced. It was announced earlier by a fake account. So unless that actually did just happen, which I'm not seeing that it did. Yeah, I'm not seeing that. So Queen is still available. There was a report of him earlier going to the Seahawks. That was fake news. Yeah, Arthur, the Gardner Minshew signing, not good. Not good for the Raiders, man. They paid him way too much money, and if that's your answer at quarterback, that's just brutal. That is just brutal. Cool Reigns. The Cowboys have not signed anyone. You know, one thing I think that Eagles and Niners fans can agree upon is hating on the Cowboys, and they have just been sleeping. They have just been sleeping through the deadline. The deadline. Free agency day one. What about the line? I mean, the Niners need to make some moves along the line. And it's about backup quarterback. Mo, the Niners re-signed Brandon Allen. Signed Brandon Allen. So Darnold's probably gone, but Brandon Allen's stepping in there. I would cut Juice if he does not restructure. Look, you're paying him a little bit much for what his role is, man. But I wouldn't want him to leave for sure. But he's just getting paid a little bit too much.
So what was the Kyle Juszczyk drama?
There was a. So do you know Matt? I'm gonna butcher his name.
Barros?
Matt, Maikos or?
Oh, Mayoko. Matt Mayoko.
Matt Mayoko. He an account impersonating him.
Oh, okay.
Tweeted out that they cut him after they couldn't come to a deal and a restructure.
That's so funny that he had like an impersonator, you know, because like a lot of times people don't go local reporter as the account to duplicate.
Yeah, someone impersonated.
But he's like, I mean, he's probably like top 3 Niner Twitter accounts. I mean, he's got one of the biggest reaches. So a fake Matt Mayoko account tweeted out that Kyle Juszczyk got cut.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. All right. So Leonard Floyd finally got some news.
There it is.
Arthur Gomez, who's the Eagles' backup since Marcus Mariota is gone. Not confirmed that he's gone, but it would be Tanner McKee if they don't make any other moves.
There were a few more signings that happened while you were gone here. A few more that we didn't hit yet.
Anthony Walker.
Anthony Walker signing with the Dolphins, 1-year deal. The Browns keeping some guys around. Zadarius Smith. Big time for them. Big time for them. They also re-signed Mo Hurst.
Okay, former Niner.
And then Mac Wilson, linebacker.
Cardinals.
Some decent money with the Cardinals.
About $4+ million per year.
So still some signings flooding in here later on in the day.
They know about that highlight cut?
Yeah, is it
No. I was just curious. Oh, yeah, it's out. Scheduled. What you doing, Cully? I'll give it like a minute.
Ben and Jim Heithoff? Did Gardner Minshew go to the Raiders? Yes, he did for a bit of an overpay, I'd say. And if that's their option, 2 years, $25 million, $15 million guaranteed for Gardner Minshew to be the Raiders' answer at quarterback. That's certainly not the move I would have been hoping for if I were a Raiders fan. Let's just say that. Seen a lot of Eagles fans have the same sentiment here that if they can sign C.J. Gardner-Johnson, they'll be happy. We will see. That'd be a solid move. They need his physicality, his swagger back on that defense because that defense was Charmin ultra soft last year.
A little swagger and juice. I like how some of these deals are incentive laden, which pushes the player to live up to the deal.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Like
why
we're
more
seeing a
deals
lot of
aren't
that.
like that.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of that. I think it's a smart play.
Yeah, I mean, just motivates you even more. Yeah, I'll never understand why more deals aren't like that. I feel like, most are. Most do have incentives driven in there, even if they're not reported, but. Mike Cunningham thought Queen went to the Seahawks. That was fake news.
Jeremy Fowler got.
Fake news. Got Jeremy Fowler. Ryan, do you see San Francisco making another splash signing?
Yes. I can see that.
Yeah, don't think they're done. Don't think they're done. I don't think you move on from Armstead just to only sign Floyd. Solid move, but probably more coming. Got a bunch of super chats actually we got to catch up on here.
Let's do it.
I don't think we went through these yet.
Cerebral Assassin. Hey, Chase, been at work. Any notable Niner things? Brandon Allen, 1-year deal. And then Leonard Floyd, a 2-year deal, which gives him $10 million per. It's a good value deal. That's what kind of stands out to me about that contract. Value deal. 39.5 sacks the last 4 years, 10.5 last year with Buffalo. Jesse Sr., $2. Hope we take care of our offensive line. Great show. Thank you, my man. Niners have to bulk up the offensive line. The issue, Robert Hunt, $20 million per. The Niners probably saw that, spit out their water, and laughed and said, we might have to address offensive line in the draft. It was a 5-year, $100 million deal. Jonah Jackson, former Lions left guard. He goes to the Rams, $17 million per season. Kevin Dotson, their right guard, $16 million per year. It's crazy. Gumpool, $2. What do you think of Jacoby Brissett? I'd say he's like a top 10 backup in the league. He's a very good backup. He can win you a game or two in a pinch. Really like him as a backup quarterback. Is that it? All right.
What a day in the NFL. What a day. Enrique, Charlie might be gone. If you're talking about Charlie Warner, he gone. Wet Noodle,
Yeah.
you didn't do my super chat? Did I miss yours, Wet Noodle?
Wet Noodle was a little while ago.
Let's see, did we get this one on?
I think that happened right before the Floyd signing, and then shit just hit the wall. Just want to say you guys have been killing it today. Thoughts on who we can replace Eric Armstead with? Thank you, my brother. Wet Noodle, my boy Joe. So, this came to mind when it happened, and then Mike Silver pointed it out as well, where basically what Mike Silver reported, Eric Armstead could be a cap casualty, and he could get released. The thought process there is if the Niners then target an edge rusher. Well, Eric Armstead released, they target an edge rusher. He mentioned Leonard Floyd as an option, as well as Danielle Hunter. And the thought here, use money at edge, and then go a little bit cheaper at defensive tackle. And DJ Jones is the player that really comes to mind as a player who used to play for the Niners. He cashed in with Denver, signed a 3-year, $30 million deal. It was a lot because of the Russell Wilson fallout. They're tight on cash, so they could let go of DJ Jones, and most likely he's going to be cut because the dead cap charge is nowhere even close. I think it's about $2 million compared to the cap hit of $12 million. Just makes sense to let him go. And because DJ Jones knows the scheme, knows the team, knows the defense, you have a need, you need to run stuff for a defensive tackle, he's a little bit cheaper. That makes a lot of sense. So DJ Jones, I think, is the player there.
Man, I wonder if this Brian Burns thing is going to happen. Brian Burns reportedly close to being traded to the Giants. Has not happened yet, though.
That'll be a move to get Marshall pumped up again.
Yeah, he needs it. He needs it after the players they've let go today. Woo!
All right, just putting out my little short form Leonard Floyd video.
Who else is available for the Birds? Definitely some safety options still available.
Yep.
You have like a Justin Simmons still out there. Other safeties are still out there right now. Obviously, McKinney gone. McKinney signed with the Packers. You lost Byard to the Bears. You still have both of the Buffalo safeties are out there. Micah Hyde, Jordan Poyer,
Justin Simmons.
Justin Simmons from the Broncos. Wouldn't be surprised if they go after a safety. Anthony, I want Patrick Queen and Simmons. We'll see if they pay up for Queen. I don't know if Howie's going to change his ways there when it comes to paying linebackers. We will see.
Yeah. C.J. Gardner-Johnson is still a free agent, yes.
Yep, C.J. Gardner-Johnson still out there. Jeannie Wyatt says Floyd is way better than Joey Bosa. Jeannie, I love you, but I don't know about that.
I'll give you this, Jeannie. He's been a lot more durable.
There you go. That's 100% true. Mick Cunningham. I never watched Simmons. Just know that last name blows in Philly. Yeah, another Simmons in Philly. I don't know.
Oh, Ben Simmons. Absolute stiff.
Yeah, Bosa is very injury prone. When he's out there, he's great, but that man just cannot stay healthy. Is L'Jarius Sneed available? You have to trade for him. He was franchise tagged by the Chiefs. Floyd is dependable. I mean, you saw it like the last 4 years, basically 10 sacks every year. So he's going to give you, you know what he's going to give you every year, at least for now. Favorite to pick up Chase Young? I haven't heard a thing on Chase Young all day.
Niners are an option. I still think that in signing Leonard Floyd, you can still, and I said this a little bit earlier, like you can still sign another edge rusher here. $10 million for him per year, $12 million first year guaranteed. That's it. That's doable if you want to get another edge. Totally doable.
Brett Hassan Reddick is still in Philly. He'll be there until he's traded, man. He's under contract, so unless they trade him, he's an Eagle.
I love this from Reed. After signing Saquon, it's not the tush push anymore. It's the quad clog.
The quad clog.
There's a lot of weight being squatted between Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley.
Those might be the nicest thighs in the league.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Marcus Davenport. I must have missed this. This must have just happened.
Just happened to the Lions.
Yeah, Marcus Davenport signing a one-year deal with the Lions. Man, he's fallen off.
All right, should we stay live? Y for yes, N for no. Should we stay live? Y for yes, N for no. Do we have those super chat numbers by any chance?
Oh, yeah.
That happened right before the breaking news. Y for yes, N for no. Should we stay live? I'm seeing a lot of yeses in the chat. We've already been live for 7 hours. Should we continue to stay live? Here is our super chat leaderboard across the entire company. What I want to shoot for here is just upping these numbers a little bit. Now we're live on both streams here, so you can basically add Niners and Eagles together, and a great job by the team. We're past $1,200 in super chats, but can we get Eagles to 500? Can we get Niners to 1,000? I want to beat the Cowboys report if I'm the Eagles. I want to beat Seahawks today and continue to add on top of that total if I'm the Niners. Giants, 1.6 total. The Chicago Bears, 3.8 thousand. Raiders, 2.9 thousand. And our main chat sports coverage is at 447. So if we get some super chats in, we can stay on.
I've been telling y'all, I still got one more happy dad next to me. If we get a 50,
I have this happy dad here. Let's say this. I'm going to give you 2 minutes. If we get a $50 super chat on Niners and Eagles, both, we will stay live until 6 o'clock.
There we go. Love it.
We will stay live another hour if we get a $50 super chat on both channels. 2 minutes on the clock. We'll both shotgun, or you'll do your beer bong?
Yeah, I'll do my beer bong.
Beer bong and a shotgun, and we'll stay live for another hour to make it 8 hours of coverage here on the show.
Tie Man the Buckeyes in here. Legend, chat sports legend, Tie Man.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Time in the Buckeye said, come on, y'all can do it. Brent Davis said beer bongs for life. I'll also do a beer bong if we want. How about that? Shotgun and a shambong for me if we get a $50 super chat on both channels. And then we'll stay live for another hour. And we'll talk about all the moves that come in. And you can ask us any questions that you want. I think that's a pretty good deal. I'm shocked that Alperen Şengün only sprained his ankle and bruised his knee.
Dude, that was disgusting.
I thought he was done.
That was a gruesome end.
Pizza, how about $50 collectively? We could start there. We can start there. A minute in, though. Oh! Jeannie Wyatt, $100 super chat on the 49ers report. Can we do it on Eagles now? NFL edits. Should I send the 50? I dare you. I dare you.
Wow.
Jeannie Wyatt. Here's my beer bong right from the jump.
I need Eagles to get it, to drink mine, man.
Can we get it on Eagles? Can we get it on Eagles? Cheers.
Jeannie, Jeannie, Jeannie.
Jeannie Wyatt. Arthur Gomez. If you get 300, you do 24 hours. Oh, man. That'd be crazy. Come on, Eagles now. Can we get the 500 on Eagles now? We're at 424 right now. How about collectively on Eagles, we can get to 50? Fid named Kinger said, bro, you just got 100. Why you need more? Because that's on the Niners report. Don't you want to compete? Competition brings the best out of everybody. Jeannie!
Wow.
We got to put Jeannie Wyatt on the Niner helmet. And if you send in a 50, you're going on the Eagles helmet. Let's go. Matthew Short, a 10. All right, let's go J-Dub. Pito, a 10 as well.
Niners is closing in on 1,000. Are we going to hit 1K on Niners first, or are we going to hit 500 on Eagles first?
Yeah, we got to get to 1,000 on
what
Niners.
What are we up to on Eagles? My number isn't updating for some reason.
We are at 424. Crushing the game, man. Matthew Short, has Poyer or Wagner been signed? Love to see them in the red and gold. Also, any offensive line for the Niners. Jordan Poyer, still available. Bobby Wagner, still available. Offensive line, the market has exploded. Jonah Jackson, who's like a solid offensive lineman for the Lions, got $17 million average annual value from the Rams. Kevin Dotson with the Rams got $16 million per year. And then you had Robert Hunt, highest pass blocking grade among free agent guards, got a 5-year, $100 million contract, $20 million per season. So the offensive line market is exploding. Pito! Here's 10. Take a hit for me. Go Rockets, go Niners. Pito! Thank you for that. I owe the shotgun. Nicholas Bennett, $7 in Canadian currency on Eagles. That gets us up to 430. Tom Petty, Wagner is old. He might be old, but he still gives you 100 tackles a year. He's cheap and would be a solid Dre Greenlaw replacement and a lot cheaper than Azeez Al-Shire. It's kind of the thought process there. Nicholas Bennett, $7. Tuned in from Canada. Thank you, man. Punjab, CJ Gardner-Johnson, come back home. Yeah, CJ Gardner-Johnson makes a lot of sense for the Eagles. Like, they were in on Xavier McKinney, $17 million. That's wild for a safety, right? CJ Gardner-Johnson, you pay him, let's say, 8 to 10. Fraction of the price, still a really, really good player. Liam said Azeez Al-Shire 2-year deal. Spotrac was estimating that he's going to get like $6-7 million. Not bad linebacker money.
How far away are we now from 500 on Eagles?
We are at 430 on Eagles.
430 on Eagles. We're so close. If we can collectively get to 500 on Eagles or 1,000 on Niners, or if we get a single 50, I'm down in my beer, but I can't do it until then.
Oh, we got a trade.
Oh, a trade.
Lions are acquiring Carlton Davis from the Buccaneers.
He's a good player. And the Chargers are re-signing Alohi Gilman. The Ravens have been in contact with Derrick Henry today.
That makes a lot of sense. Derrick Henry to the Ravens.
Jeannie, where is my shot chip? Do I owe you a shot, Jeannie?
Shotgun.
Oh, she did it in the 100.
Yeah, she sent in the 100.
Right, that wasn't just a 50.
Here, I'm going to do my shotgun for Jeannie, and then you owe your, I think you said beer bong, right?
Yeah, beer bong. Jeannie, beer bong.
I did my shambong for Jeannie. I'll do my shotgun for Jeannie. Nick Dolfer said, come on, Eagles, I got faith in you. I'm telling you right now, $500 on the Eagles stream would be incredible.
Incredible.
And then we're at 9:37 on Niners, and we're staying live until 7 o'clock Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific. Cheers, everybody. Thanks, Jeannie.
Thanks, Jeannie.
This is going to be faster, by the way, than the Xavier Worthy 40-yard dash.
Let me time it.
4-2-1 40-yard dash for Xavier Worthy. This is going to be faster.
As soon as it hits the lips, pause. I'm going.
Just do it on the crack.
On the crack?
Even easier. Right on the crack.
On the crack.
On the crack.
What do you think it was?
4 flat.
3-5-3. 3-5-3.
3-5-3. Let's go. Cedric Lowe. $20 super chat on Eagles now. And he is a first time super chatter. 2 claps for Cedric. Thanks for being a first timer. See, somebody knew what I was putting down there. Arthur Gomez on the crack. On the crack. Alohi Gilman re-signing with the Chargers. His Pro Football Focus grades were really, really good last year.
Yeah, solid player.
Reed, what are we at right now? We are at 450, right on the dot. Right on the button.
Shadow said you chugged that faster than you can chug water.
I told you it was going to be faster than the Xavier Worthy 40-yard dash. That's a 4.21.
That's a record right there. All right, Gene.
Liam said, yo, you're better than Jason Kelsey. That's my favorite comment of the day. It's my goal to, at some point in life, shotgun a beer with Jason Kelsey. Cedric Lowe again! There he is! Cedric! I'm going to give you a gold sticker because you're pacing the chat right now. And that's 2 $20 super chats. Cedric Lowe, gold sticker. You're going on the Eagles helmet, especially with that being an iconic first-time super chat right there. Look at all these gold stickers that we have on the Eagle helmet, and we've got a lot on the 49ers helmet as well. Let's get it. Should we go live for tomorrow? Y for yes, N for no. Here's Chip.
I owe y'all a beer bong.
Eagles are signing a linebacker. Zach Baun. 1-year deal. Zach Baun signing with the Eagles. 27 years old. Went to Wisconsin. 74th overall selection in the 2020 draft. Two sacks last year. 30 tackles.
I thought he was kind of a hybrid.
So the Philadelphia Eagles sign a linebacker. All right, Chip. Go ahead, Chip.
All right. This won't be as fast as yours. Not even close.
Kane McDonald, 28 in Canadian currency. We're 8 away from 500. Damian, 980. Nicholas, $5.
3 away.
I remember my first time. So do I.
This is my first time. Here we go. Here we go.
Here we go. Just don't choke like Dak. Who did the Eagles sign? NFL edits. They signed Zach Baun to a 1-year deal.
Woo.
Good shit, Chip. Zach Baun signing a 1-year deal. We're 8 away from 500, Reed. Or no, now 3 away.
I'll tell you what.
3 away now.
Trace just messaged me and said, LOL, enjoy that.
Oh, boy.
Not a good sign.
He's got to be a special teamer, right?
Yeah, our Saints host just messaged us. Trizzy, y'all know Trizzy. Duh. Trizzy messaged us and said, LOL, enjoy Zach Baun. So, you never know, though. Fresh start.
He barely played. 71.1 overall PFF grade, run defense grade of 70.3, a pass rush grade of 63.6. So he's more so, he doesn't even have a coverage grade on here.
So he's just an edge rusher.
15 pressures, 11 hurries, 2 sacks, 137 pass rush snaps. So he's really just an edge rusher.
Shout out to Kane, shout out to Damian, shout out to Nicholas, all the people that were sending in those super chats while we were drinking. Appreciate y'all getting us to 500 on Eagles. I think we're 3 away, right?
3 away.
We also got this 5 on Niners from Ricky Williams, all in.
The 49ers have tendered a 1-year contract to restricted free agent Jawan Jennings. They just announced.
Matthew Short with the 10. Any chance or news on Khalil Mack getting cut and the Niners picking him up?
Yes. Him and Joey Bosa are possibilities.
Zach Bond to the Eagles. We also have some Jalen Ramsey news. Restructured his deal to clear $19 million.
Nicholas Reed. They get us over 500 on Eagles now. As Potion would say, Eagles now. Nicholas, Zach Bond, we love all who wear the green. Reed, 500, even book it. Josh Salter, any updates on CJ Gardner-Johnson or any safeties? The free agency market for safeties today, Xavier McKinney getting $17 million per from the Green Bay Packers. That's the big splash move at safety, which I think means that CJ Gardner-Johnson could be more affordable. Josh, thank you for that. And then did we have one come in on Niners?
We got Matthew Short.
Matthew Short.
Oh, wait, that was the Mac.
That gets us to 952. Any chance or news on Mack getting cut and the Niners picking him up? So, Khalil Mack, him and Joey Bosa have roster bonuses that become official a week from this Wednesday. Now, this Wednesday, it's the start of the new league year. The Chargers going into today were $21 million over the cap limit. They have to get under that number by the start of the new league year on Wednesday. They could cut Mack, they could cut Bosa, they become free agents. The Niners are not going to trade for those players because that means they have to take on that contract. I think they want to wait to see if the Chargers release 1 or 2 of those players, and then they sign them to a new deal. FaZe Jumbo, can you recap for me the Steelers? Russell Wilson, vet min. Broncos are going to eat $38 million of that.
This is all the Steelers have done right here.
And then Cameron Johnston, they signed a punter.
Yeah. Yeah, this is all the Steelers have done.
All right, so let me see here. I got to see what's going on the Jawan Jennings front.
If anybody wants to know what any other specific team has done besides the Eagles and the Niners, let us know. We can show every team, and we can show both those teams as well right now, just as a little recap. So the Eagles, obviously, Brandon Graham coming back on a 1-year deal. Landon Dickerson, massive historic extension. Huge for Dickerson there. Huge Dickerson, big extension. Bryce Huff signed a big deal with the Eagles, 3 years, $51 million. And then the news of the day, Saquon Barkley going to the division rival Eagles. So 4 moves there for the Birds, and then the Niners.
Oh! Dave Aldape is a first-time Super Chatter! $50 Super Chat. That is deserving of a shambong, because every $500 that we get is a shambong here on the show. Let's go, Dave! Thank you for that. Cheers, my brother.
Yell like that again, I'll smack you 8 times. Well, if you get another 50 or more, we're going to yell like that again.
You already
so
know.
Get ready to smack us 8 times.
We get excited when people support the show. That's just it. So when people donate to the show, we're going to show them some love, and we're going to be appreciative of that. Yes, we've been live already for 7 hours. We're going on 8 hours because we're going live until at least 6 o'clock.
So, compensation update for that Lions trade earlier. The Lions are trading a 3rd-round pick for Carlton Davis and 2 6th.
Elkun said, I hope no one shows you love. Imagine living in a world where you were that negative. I couldn't imagine it. That's unfortunate. I hope that you can find some happiness today. Everything's going to be all right. Yeah. Oh, let me throw this in here. So basically what this Jawan Jennings move means. The 49ers have tendered him at the 2nd round level. That means they can match any other team's offer to him. And if they don't, they will be compensated with the 2nd round pick. They had up until Wednesday to do that. And Jawan Jennings set to make $4.89 million under that 2nd round tender. We can do that on here. I mean, yeah, might as well. Yes. For stats. Just go player bio, and I'll just talk about the info. And then on the back end, we'll recap the moves. Arthur Gomez, how much to stay live for 24 hours? Dude, I don't think I could do that. I could do that if I planned for it. I did not plan for that. Somebody would just have to spend a stupid amount. Plus, we want to go live tomorrow. So we'll talk Jawan Jennings and Zach Bond coming up here on the show. Black Mask, playing for tomorrow? Yeah, exactly. We'll be live tomorrow. Might just run it back, do the same type of thing. I don't know. I'm not sure what the money is for Zach Bond. I haven't seen anything yet. So they tendered him. So they can now match any offer that another team offers to him. If they don't match it, they'll be given a second-round pick. So essentially, a team would have to pay him more and give the Niners a second-round pick. So I would say that most likely says that he's going to be back. Yes. And it'll be our third Eagles. So we will talk Jauan Jennings and Zach Bond coming up, both on the Niners Report and on Eagles Now. Exactly. Yep. That's just a special get to 8. All right. Ready to go whenever you are. Yep. More news coming in on day one of 2024 NFL free agency. You're watching the San Francisco 49ers Report by Chat Sports. I'm Chase Sr. Thank you so much for making our day one coverage a part of your day. We've been live at this point for almost 8 hours. So for everybody who's chosen us to hang out, we certainly appreciate that. The news I want to get to here on today's show, and this show in particular, the 49ers have given the RFA tender to Jauan Jennings. And let me simplify this, and then we'll talk about what it means. And, of course, Jauan Jennings' impact to the Niners since being a 7th-round pick back in the 2020 draft. Third in Jauan, Mr. Clutch, a great blocker, great teammate, really embodying what the Niners culture is all about. So the Niners have tendered restricted free agent Jauan Jennings at the 2nd-round level. Chase, what does that mean? Let me simplify that for you. That means that the San Francisco 49ers can match any offer that another team gives him. And if the 49ers don't match or exceed that offer for wide receiver Jauan Jennings, they will be compensated a 2nd-round pick. To simplify that, if another team really, really wants Jauan Jennings, who broke out in the Super Bowl, was terrific for this team, and on the national stage, really proved to everybody what the diehard fans know, that this guy can play, this guy is really valuable, 6'3", 212, makes clutch plays, big plays, high points, 50-50 balls, is always in the right place at the right time on some of the money downs, 3rd down, 4th down, and has this innate feel for the game, but is also a tremendous blocker. That team that wants him will have to pay him a new contract and have to give San Francisco a 2nd-round pick. And the Niners put a 2nd-round tender on a 7th-round pick. That goes to show you how highly they value the player and how much they want him back as part of their plans in 2024. And if another team wants to give him a bag, the Niners are going to be compensated for that. So Jauan Jennings now is set under this RFA tender to make $4.89 million for the 2024 season. But Jauan Jennings, who is represented by power agent Drew Rosenhaus, can continue to negotiate a multi-year contract extension. So any team that signs him to an offer sheet that the Niners decide not to match must part ways with that 2nd-round draft pick. And Jauan Jennings has been a 3rd down specialist. He was just a stud and a breakout star in the Super Bowl. For him to draw that 2nd-round tender, again, kind of speaks to his value. And the Niners don't want to risk losing him. And with his agent being Drew Rosenhaus, these negotiations are going to be very, very interesting. He's going to want to negotiate a great deal for his client if he wants to return to the Niners, or if they get these offers elsewhere. Think about Kendrick Bourne. He signed a 3-year deal with New England up to $33 million is the max value. And Jauan Jennings is probably like, man, I'm as good, if not better, than Kendrick Bourne. He's getting all that money. Is there any way that we can negotiate a contract extension with the Niners to make a little bit more, or go somewhere else and field some offers to get some good dollars from another team? But the issue with that other team paying Jauan Jennings is that they have to pay him and give up premium draft capital of a second-round pick. Now, you look at Jennings' numbers in his first 3 years in the NFL, and he was that 7th-round pick back in the 2020 NFL Draft. He didn't play in 2020, but in 2021 starts to emerge with Jimmy Garoppolo as his quarterback as a go-to option during some of the big moments of the game. 38 targets, 24 catches, 282 yards, but a career high 5 touchdowns that year. Again, an innate way to be in the right place, right time. 2022, last year, 56 targets, 35 catches, 416 yards, and a touchdown. And then this past year, his numbers go down, his targets go down because Brandon Ayuk had a career year. He had more than 1,000 receiving yards. Deebo Samuel had more than 1,000 all-purpose yards. George Kittle had more than 1,000 receiving yards. Christian McCaffrey had more than 2,000 all-purpose yards. So naturally, Jennings' numbers suffer a little bit. 33 targets, 19 catches, 265 yards, and 1 touchdown. But made some huge plays in the NFL playoffs and some of those comeback efforts against the Packers especially. And then in the Super Bowl, was he the best Niners wide receiver in that game against Kansas City? I thought he was just so good. And you look at his postseason numbers, and specifically in the Super Bowl against Kansas City, where he was just making clutch plays. 4 catches, 42 yards, and that touchdown, which was huge. Also threw the touchdown to Christian McCaffrey on that trick play. So I would imagine that Jauan Jennings is back with the Niners just under $5 million. And if it is that number of under $5 million, if they can't come to an agreement on that contract extension, very good value for San Francisco with your wide receiver 3. Now, today's show is sponsored by PrizePicks, #1 daily fantasy sports app in North America and the largest independently run daily fantasy sports app in North America, and the best deal that any DFS app has to offer. $100 deposit match, prizepicks.com/CLNS. Use the code CLNS. You pick 2 or more players. You choose more or less on their projected stat lines, and you're guaranteed to win big-time money. Luka Doncic, let's go more than 33.5 points against the Chicago Bulls tonight. He's been on that insane 30-plus point triple-double streak. Cade Cunningham, more than 24.5 points against the Charlotte Hornets. And Devin Vassell, more than 10 combined rebounds and assists. Win big money, withdraw your winnings, and now that basketball season is really heating up with the NBA playoffs and tournament time at the college level, prizepicks.com/CLNS. Let's discuss all of the moves that the 49ers have made so far this offseason. On Friday, they signed Colton McKivitz to a 1-year, $7 million contract extension. And I know I was pretty fired up during that show. I'm fired up if the Niners' plans are to have Colton McKivitz as their starting right tackle moving forward, because when he went up against elite edge rushers in this league, he got exposed. 47 pressures allowed, 4 hits, 9 sacks, 2 penalties on 573 pass blocking snaps. He had a pass blocking grade of 56.4, overall grade of 65.1, Run blocking grade of 68.1. And then in the playoffs, against premium competition, 12 pressures given up on 123 pass blocking snaps. That is not good enough play if he is your starting right tackle. If he plays swing tackle, meaning he's a backup and can fill in right tackle, left tackle, and play the guard spots as a backup and center, I'm okay with it. If he moves inside to right guard, I can see you maybe convincing me that that could be okay if you draft the tackle in a offensive lineman deep class to be your right tackle. A Graham Barton, a Kingsley Suamataia, one of these other really good tackles in the draft. Another move that the Niners made, signing Brandon Allen to a one-year contract. Brandon Allen and Brock Purdy are now the only quarterbacks on the Niners roster under contract. And can they afford to pay a lot of money to a backup quarterback when they're having to cut salaries elsewhere? Eric Armstead, expected to be released. Kyle Juszczyk, they're trying to work with him on a restructured deal. Brandon Allen, I think realistically, might be QB2 behind Purdy. Very well respected by Kyle Shanahan. And in that quarterback room, he used to be the backup for Joe Burrow in the Cincinnati Bengals. He has starting and playing experience. Keep an eye out for that. Leonard Floyd, this is the big splash that the Niners made. 2-year, $20 million deal, $12 million in guaranteed money. What stands out to me is value for Leonard Floyd. You're getting a player who in each of the last 4 years is one of 3 players to have 9+ sacks. He joins Myles Garrett and Hassan Reddick in doing that. Those are some of the best edge rushers in the game. And Leonard Floyd has also consistently been available. He has played in 108 straight games. A little bit better against the run, 6'5", 240. $10 million for 10 sacks per year is great value. And then the Niners, as we just discussed, signing Juwan Jennings, at least giving him that RFA tender. At the very least, if he comes back to the Niners, it's going to be 1 year, singular, not plural. I studied journalism at Temple. Come on now, Chase. At just under $5 million. If another team signs him to an extension, they have to sign him to that deal and then give up a second-round pick. This is why you subscribe to the 49ers Report. We've been live all day here on the show since 10 a.m. Central, and we've talked about every single move that the Niners have made. Lock us in, hit that sub button. Damn it, Brian Burns was traded to the New York Giants. And now the Giants are giving him a 5-year deal up to $150 million, $87.5 million in guaranteed money. That checks out to be $30 million per year. One of the highest paid edge rushers of all time. And the Giants only had to give up a 2nd and 5th round pick in addition to the deal that's worth up to $150 million. If you're the Niners, would you have given that up? If you're the Eagles, would you have given that up? A 2nd and a 5th and $30 million per.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it. What do y'all think?
Man. Solid deal. 2nd and a 5th.
They rejected a deal of 2 firsts earlier. They rejected 2 firsts from, I believe it was the Rams.
Interesting.
And now they...
Yeah, that's true. I mean, they held on to him, and they refused and turned down some really lucrative deals that would have been much better for their organization. But the Panthers are just an awful organization. Wow, Brian Burns. Okay, let me see. Who's doing the Niners cut? Okay. Let me see here. And the exact verbiage of that.
Couple super chats. Matthew Short. Any news on Hunter? No news yet on Daniil Hunter.
No news there.
Also, is Colton our answer at right tackle? If so, we're in real trouble. It appears that way. It appears the Niners' answer at right tackle is going to be Colton McKivitz, which is not ideal. Not ideal. Thank you, Matthew. Lyle, if Mike Silver said they're going to be a big splash of free agency, Leonard Floyd is not it, something else is coming.
I agree. I think something else could be coming. Now, could it be Leonard Floyd and Chase Young? Could it be Leonard Floyd and Daniil Hunter? Greenard is gone. Brian Burns is gone. Leonard Floyd, obviously, on the Niners now. Is it another one of those players?
Brian Burns. That's a massive contract.
Huge contract. Yeah, I'm looking at some of these contract details for Burns here. Nick Bosa's contract, 5 years, $170 million. The only deal larger for an edge rusher than the 5-year, $150 million deal that Brian Burns gets from New York.
How do you feel about the Eagles not getting McKinney? He got paid, so.
$17 million for a safety is a lot. So I honestly don't hate it if you settle for Justin Simmons or C.J. Gardner-Johnson at $8 to $10 million.
This Giants D-line, though, is going to be, I mean, you got Dexter Lawrence, you got Kayvon Thibodeau.
Yeah.
Now you get Brian Burns.
That's impressive, man. Jeremy Chin, Colton Baker. I know the Eagles really liked him coming out of Southern Illinois, and he played well as a rookie. Hasn't really played well since then, and did not get graded out well by Pro Football Focus. So that's a little bit of an issue. But the Eagles really like him, and he'd be cheap. And if they don't want to pay that much money to a safety, he's a very affordable option. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah. Yeah. And let's do Brian Burns too. Yeah. Bond, Brian Burns, and then we'll go over like a free agency tracker / grades. Did Patrick Queen go to the Commanders? Haven't seen that. Cool. No NFL edits. Patrick Queen did not sign with the Commanders. Lou Gotti, DJ Jones coming back, I believe. I agree. All right, Zach Bond. Zach Bond. He's definitely more of an off-ball linebacker as compared to, or sorry, he's more of an edge as compared to an off-ball linebacker. Yeah. We'll talk about this new Eagles linebacker coming up here. Yeah. Theodore saying Sidney Brown's a Madden demon. You know what? Could Sidney Brown be a slot corner hybrid linebacker? I could see that. Hold on.
Austin Eckler signing a 2-year deal with the Washington Commanders.
Okay. All right. I mean, the Commanders have $50 million in cap space, so.
2-year deal worth up to $11.4 million. So not too expensive, just under $6 million a year for Eckler. It's probably about what was expected. NFC East making moves, except the Cowboys.
Exactly. How about them Cowboys? All right, let's talk Zach Bond here on Eagles Now. We are approaching 8 hours of live coverage here on the show. You gotta love it. And another video to get to. So let's do it. Boom. The Philadelphia Eagles have signed a linebacker, but it's not Patrick Queen. It's not any of the top-tier linebackers that you were hoping for or I was hoping for. And keep in mind, still day one of NFL free agency. Howie Roseman has been making moves. Landon Dickerson contract extension, Saquon Barkley, Bryce Huff. This deal is going to be talked about by a lot of people, and does it have reason to be discussed? On the back end of the show, going to hand out some Eagles Day 1 free agency grades, so make sure you stay tuned for that. And Brian Burns, traded from the Panthers to the New York Giants. He gets the second highest paid edge rusher deal for a defensive end in NFL history behind Nick Bosa. More thoughts on that. Going to a division rival, that's going to impact the Birds here. First, make sure you subscribe to the channel. We've been live for 8 hours here on Eagles Now for day one of free agency, talking about every single transaction that the Eagles have made, as Howie Roseman has been a mover and shaker today. And when the Birds make a move, we discuss it, break it down, dissect it. Hit that sub button right now for entertaining, insightful, informative Eagles coverage. So Zach Bond signing a 1-year deal with Philadelphia, played previously with the New Orleans Saints, 6'3", 225. Who is he as a player? In looking at some of his numbers, in watching some of his tape, he is more of a blitzing linebacker as compared to an off-ball coverage linebacker. He was used mostly as a pass rusher by Dennis Allen and the New Orleans Saints. But last year, in a limited sample size, the pressure numbers, the hurry numbers are actually pretty good. These numbers, thanks to Pro Football Focus here. He had 15 pressures, 11 hurries, 2 sacks on 137 pass rush snaps and 110 run defense snaps. He is 6'3", 225, came into the league with some draft pedigree. He was actually taken in the 3rd round, 74th overall pick out of Wisconsin in the 2020 NFL Draft. His overall PFF grade, pretty solid, 71.1. His run defense grade, pretty good, at 70.3. A pass rush grade of 63.6. So it is clear and obvious after watching the Eagles last year, knowing the defensive system that Vic Fangio runs, they have to get better at off-ball linebacker. Zach Bond is not going to help you in that way, but this is going to be a cheap rotational edge rusher who can get after the quarterback from time to time, and maybe he could have some special teams impact under Michael Clay. He doesn't even have a pass coverage grade, according to PFF, so he didn't really drop back in coverage all that much, but one of those analytical players that kind of fits the mold of Howie Roseman, and a guy who can be utilized by Vic Fangio as blitzing the quarterback. One-word reaction to the Eagles signing Zach Bond. For me, when the move became official, I was like, who? That's my one-word reaction. Now, let's get to some other news here across the NFL and an Eagles day one free agency grades to come as well. The New York Giants lost Saquon Barkley to the Philadelphia Eagles. Saquon and Tiki Barber are now beefing on Twitter. It's awesome. Tiki, suck it. The Giants didn't even negotiate with Saquon Barkley, and the Eagles paid him. Why should you be mad at Saquon Barkley for signing for Philadelphia with Philadelphia? It makes no sense. They lose Xavier McKinney, who was a dream target for a lot of Eagles fans, but he got $17 million per year to sign with the Green Bay Packers. Philadelphia was interested. They weren't paying that much money when they can get, let's say, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Justin Simmons, between $8 and $10 million, let's say. But the Giants make a significant move that sends a ripple effect through the NFC East. They have traded for one of the best edge rushers in the game. And it is a sign-in trade and a move at the Carolina Panthers. And upon completing this deal, the New York Giants are giving Brian Burns a 5-year deal up to $150 million, $87.5 million of guaranteed money. He has fallen under the radar as an edge rusher, linebacker coming off the edge, because he plays for an awful organization in the Carolina Panthers. And there were reports that we were talking about here on the show, and we talked about several months ago, of the Rams willing to give up a first, maybe even 2 first-round picks for Brian Burns. And the Panthers settle for the Giants giving up some draft capital, 2nd and a 5th, right? And of course, the Giants, upon making this deal, have to pay him a lot of money, but the Panthers are rebuilding. They're in need of players and legitimate players. They just paid Robert Hunt, a right guard, $20 million per year on a 5-year, $100 million deal because they're so bad in so many areas. They could have used that draft capital to improve their roster because they gave up picks for Bryce Young. And instead, they give away Burns for a 2nd and a 5th, and the Giants pay him a lot of money. This makes the Giants infinitely better. But how good are the Giants going to be in 2024? They're bad at quarterback. They lost Saquon Barkley, and they lost Xavier McKinney. But that defensive line is really, really solid with Brian Burns, Kayvon Thibodeau, Dexter Lawrence. At the very least, they're going to be able to stop the run, and they're going to have a shot in games because they're going to be able to blitz after the quarterback. Burns is an excellent player who consistently will give you 9, 10, double-digit sacks, and a very highly graded player, according to Pro Football Focus. 75.2 pass rush grade, overall grade of 74.1. He had 40 total pressures, and that's coming on 379 pass rush snaps. So this is a huge move for New York. They lose a couple of their really good players, and McKinney and Saquon Barkley, they get an excellent player in Brian Burns, and they lock him up to the 2nd highest deal for a defensive end ever, right behind Nick Bosa. As for some Eagles free agency grades here, let's run through these. Brandon Graham back on a 1-year contract. I've heard $4 or $5 million, and that's what I've seen reported. That's a minimum deal for a veteran who's entering his 15th season, who graded out well last year per PFF. His sack numbers went down from 11 to just 3, but everybody's sack numbers went down. When you lose Jason Kelsey and you lose Fletcher Cox, 2 franchise icons and team captains, it's important to retain another team captain who's going to be a rotational edge type. I'm going to give this move an A because BG deserves to end his career with Philadelphia. And then the Eagles started off free agency here today by signing Landon Dickerson to a 4-year, $84 million extension, $50 million in guaranteed money for the second-round pick in 2021's 37th overall out of Alabama. Landon Dickerson actually played center at Alabama. Eagles move him to left guard, and he has been an excellent player for this Eagles offense and offensive line. Back-to-back Pro Bowls, one of the best left guards in the game, critical member of the tush push, really good against the run, really good in pass coverage as well, and just a guy who you want as part of the makeup and identity of your football team. Tough, rugged, physical, no fear at all. Did tear his ACL at Alabama, has some knee issues in his career, and he's going to get $21 million per year. That's the highest amount of money paid to a guard in NFL history. But I'm going to give this move a B+ grade because you lose Kelsey. Important to have that continuity on the offensive line. Bryce Huff, one of the best edge rushers in this class, and he's a classic Howie Roseman player. 67 pressures last year, career-high 10 sacks, 25 years old, and he did all of that while playing less than 50% of the snaps. Not great against the run, but he can get after the quarterback. And it's probably going to be Bryce Huff, Nolan Smith as your top two edges, and we'll see what this means for Hassan Reddick and Josh Sweat. Are they both going to get dealt? That is a possibility. But $17 million per for a player who's still young, just rounding into form. He gets the most money for a non-drafted, non-quarterback player in NFL history, and other edge rushers are getting paid stupid money. And for Bryce Huff to get 17 mil, that's a very good value signing for an analytical player, and it fits the mold of Howie Roseman. And a lot of buzz over the weekend that the Eagles were all in on him. They exactly were. Saquon Barkley, 3 years, $37.75 million. He gets $26 million in guaranteed money. The guaranteed money is really the number that you have to focus in on here. Because outside of that, I don't really care what the contractual figures are. This basically comes down to a 2-year deal, 26 mil, and that's $13 million per. I don't worry about the monopoly money because it doesn't matter. The guaranteed money is what matters here. And plenty of thoughts on Saquon. All of these videos are up on the channel, by the way, for all of our grades. Why I like the signing. He's a dual threat back, criminally underutilized as a pass catcher, red zone option, and even a ball carrier by the Giants. He is probably salivating at the thought of running behind a competent offensive line. The Eagles, according to Pro Football Focus, third as far as run block win rate as a unit. The Giants were 30th. And this is going to make Jalen Hurts' life a lot easier, running a little RPO, having him in the backfield. He's also a very good pass protector. And now this Eagles offense features Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Saquon Barkley, and Dallas Goedert. I also want to pop up some numbers here from Warren Sharp on the analytical front, because it's pretty crazy that Saquon goes from the Giants to the Eagles. And he's older, has some tread on the tires, and a little bit of an injury history, but he's actually played in a lot of games in recent memory, and he's been somewhat healthy. Like, you look at his entire career, and Saquon has played in 13 or more games in 5 of his 6 seasons. Not bad. And he's going to go from a Giants team that run block win percentage was 31st and 26th in 2023 and 2022 to the Eagles, which were 1st and 2nd. Run blocking rank, the Giants the last 3 years, 30th, 14th, 21st. The Eagles, 3rd, and 5th. So holes are going to open up. I think Kellen Moore is going to utilize him as a pass catcher, and the Pennsylvania product returns back home to Pennsylvania. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, because I don't think any other YouTube channel is doing what we do, where we go live for 8+ hours and talk about all of these moves in depth with really good researched analysis, because we put a lot of work into everything that we do. Hit that sub button right now. Appreciate everybody for watching. Y'all are the best. Austin Eckler. Wow. So the running back market has been exploding. He gets $6.5 million. Or less than that. $5.5 million. Like 5.7. Sweet. All right, still a great audience here. 368 people watching live on the Niners Report, 314 on Eagles Now. Brian Bidding, thank you for that. Thank you for being here.
Giants actually made another move right before trading for Brian Burns, signing Jermaine Illuminor, tackle from the Raiders, to a 2-year, $14 million deal.
Okay.
So sort of just depth there. You figure they're going to go Andrew Thomas, Evan Neal at tackle, but who knows? Maybe they
he could
kick
play
someone
tackle
inside.
and guard.
Yeah, they kick someone inside maybe. Because $7 million a year, that's not slouch money.
No. It seemed like the writing was on the wall for him to leave. I know he was talking with us at the Super Bowl, and he said, new regime, not sure where I fit in. I think he actually mentioned the Giants as being a potential option there.
Huh. Be careful, you're going to get him in trouble for tampering.
Hey, all right. Let's do this. We've been live for more than 8 hours. We're going to do a 2-minute super chat shot clock. If you send in a super chat, you extend the show. If no super chats come in within 2 minutes, we'll sign off. And we're live on Eagles, we're live on Niners. So if no super chat comes in on either channel, we're going to stop the stream on both. If a super chat comes in on one but not the other, we'll stay live on one and we'll sign off on the other.
Uh-oh.
Let's have some fun here. Arthur Gomez, you think the Eagles could go after Jalen Mills? He's cheap, can play corner and safety. Wouldn't shock me. Obviously, a lot of familiarity with the organization. Won a Super Bowl in 2017, Super Bowl 52. AS Disciple, please get a right tackle. I agree. Colton McKivitz is not it for the Niners. We're a minute in. Everex, you think the Niners will get Justin Simmons? I think that signing would completely shake up the NFL. I don't know if they will because I like Talanoa Hufanga and Jair Brown as safety options. They're perfectly fine for me. $5 super chat from Ricky Williams. We'll stay live on the Niners Report. 30 seconds left to get a super chat in on Eagles Now. Martian Lynch, exactly, man. 8-hour stream. That's what we do. What's a super chat? It's a donation. It's a tip to the show for staying live for 8 hours. Rectangular box with a $sign through it right by the comment section. 10 seconds left on the 2-minute super chat shot clock on Eagles.
Uh-oh.
Is anybody going to keep us live? We'll give you a little bit of a delay because some people are watching on delay. Kane McDonald, $7 super chat in Canadian currency. Let's go, guys. Thank you, Kane. And then Ricky Williams, if you had to bet your next paycheck, what's the next big signing?
For the Niners
For
or
the
just
Niners
in general?
or just in general? I wouldn't be shocked at a Chase Young return. Short-term deal. Beer cheers. Thanks, everybody. Anthony! Eric Armstead released good move. He's always hurt. 21 games the last 2 years, and when you have a cap hit in the upper 20s, it's an issue if you're not healthy, especially when you're 31 and your play is declining just a bit. And when I talked about these moves when we were at the Combine, Niners could be making some tough decisions. People are like, Chase, clickbait, this is crazy. They're not going to get rid of people. You have to, as a business, have foresight of employees or players, as far as sports go, who are making a lot of money, who are declining a little bit. And you're looking for sometimes marginal signs of decline, but it's better to get out early than it is late. AS Disciple, please get Brown or Owenu. Man, is Michael Owenu going to get a bag if Robert Hunt's getting $20 million per?
He just might.
Billy Thomas said Patrick Queen, please. All right, another 2-minute shot clock is going on. If you want to keep us live, pay us for overtime. Sam Valencia, he keeps us live, and he is a first-time Super Chatter. I know you've talked about it all day, but should the Niners keep Juszczyk, and if we release him, what's the next move? The next move is trying to find a fullback for cheap in the draft, which is very, very hard to do because there aren't many of them. I've said this before. Kyle Juszczyk cannot play in 2024 with a cap hit of $7.5 million for a fullback. He has a base salary of $5.7 million. It's just not doable. It's not realistic. On this team, with this many players, for a fullback to have a cap hit of $7.58 million, I'm sorry, man. It's just too much money. I get he has an impact. I get he's critical to this game. I love Juszczyk. Anytime they go his way with the football, whether it be a carry or a pass, he always makes a big play. He's critical as a blocker. But it's just too much money for a fullback.
Another late signing here. Jordan Brooks, former Seahawks linebacker.
Ooh, that's a good linebacker.
Very good linebacker. Signing with the Dolphins. 3 years, $30 million.
Okay. So they lose a lot of marquee players, and then they give Jordan Brooks $10 million per. Charles keeps us live on Eagles Now right before the clock was going to expire. Woo! And Charles is a first-time Super Chatter. Charles, good stuff right there, man. Good stuff.
Mick, you have a good night, man. So Seattle is just losing players all day. Has Seattle signed a single player? They've lost 2 tight ends.
I don't think so, yeah.
Lost 2 tight ends, lost Brooks. I mean, it's just
They signed a player according to the burn that Fowler got by. That's about it.
Eagles need to move on from the following players: Josh Sweat, Reed Blankenship, Kenneth Gainwell, and James Bradbury. I don't see why you'd move on from Blankenship or Gainwell, really. There's no reason
Blankenship at the very least is a player who is making absolutely no money.
Yeah, there's just no reason to move on.
No.
What was wrong with Swift? He had a nice year, I thought. He just wanted to get paid more than what the Eagles were willing. They made him an offer, apparently, and he waited it out. Probably got more money from the Bears than the Eagles were willing to give him. But then the Eagles paid up for Saquon.
Should we go live tomorrow? Type Y for yes, N for no. Should we just do this all over again tomorrow? Y for yes, N for no. NFL edits: Arthur Gomez, Smitty City, Kane McDonald, Aiden, Philly Shizzy, Brent Davis, Jeannie Wyatt, Timon, Jacob, all saying yes. Shades by Shard all said no.
All right, we won't.
All right, sounds
kidding.
good. We won't. Ricky Williams, Cass Prods, Future Generations, Thomas. All right, say less. We're going to go live tomorrow then.
That's a lot of yeses. That's a lot of yeses.
All right. We're going to sign off. It has been a blast today. I'm pretty sure this is the longest stream in either channel's history. 8+ hours. And Donald Johnson saying, Chase needs some rest. I do need some rest, but here's the thing. If another big move happens, we're just going to be right back here. Whether it's from home or it's in the studio, if another signing goes down, we're going to talk about it here on the show. That's just what we do because it's our duty to provide you with the best coverage right here on YouTube. So a combined 31,000 views throughout the day. And we're going to catch you tomorrow. Maybe tonight. We will see. Everybody type Chip in the chat. He killed it today. It is not easy producing a show for 8.5 hours, and then I had to step out to do some short-form content and all that stuff. He crushed it, as he always does. You all crushed it as well. For Chip, I'm Chase. Day 1 of free agency in the books. For now, we'll catch you tomorrow, or maybe later tonight. See ya.